Shawty wanna ride on my jet, big dreams. Said she gonna stay with me, real thing. Vroom vroom, I'm gonna, they can't see me drip. I'ma feel look clean clean. I'm in a vibe that they can't mimic. Shawty on the beat goes swing swing. Pull up in the city with a neon glow. Cruise stay tight, yeah we move like storm. Shawty see me and she lose control. Say I'm the wave, I'm the flame, I'm cold. Futuristic lenses on my face, designer on my body, perfect shape. Try to catch up, but you too late. Flow like water, never break. Stars on the roof when I drive slow. Cruising through the night with a heavy soul. Shawty in the sea with her eyes low. Said you wanna ride with the lights go. Ice on my wrist like a time freeze. All of my wins feel like high speed. Haters on the side trying to side see, but I got a vibe that they can't reach. She hit my phone late night, yeah. Said she wanna feel my vibe, yeah. Knows that I'm the highlight. Movie life, no rewind. Boom, boom, when I slide, they freeze, freeze. Diamonds on my neck, shoot like beams. Shawty wanna ride in my jet, big dreams. Said she gonna stay with me, real thing. Vroom, 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 vroom. I'm gonna, they can't see me. Drip on my feet, look clean, clean. I'm in the vibe that they can't mimic. Shawty on the beat, go swing, swing. Vroom, vroom. Diamonds on my wrist, go beep, beep. Not the same sound, but my drip deep. Flying through the city on a night trip. Shawty in the seat, making hit. Got y'all like magic, you fall quick. Life moving fast, I don't pause it. Tryna get close, better stop it. I'm on a level that's off script. Lights on the dash, going red, blue. Shawty keep asking what the jet do. So to sit tight when the bass move. Then I hit the gas, like a breakthrough. Heart getting cold, but my mind warm. Pressure on me, but I transform. Every single night, got a new form. Living like I'm racing in a windstorm. Hearts in my bed, but I don't choose. Shawty want love, but I stay loose. Told her I'm here, but I might move. Once I hit the gas, you lose. Riding through the lane like a fast flame. Every little win got a last name. Shawty said she wanna match my frame, but my world's spinning like a half game. Fast light pulling me closer, closer. Nice guy turning me bolder, bolder. Shawty said she feel the exposure, exposure. Riding with me like a roller coaster. Every heartbeat sing to the bass drop. Said she wanna stay 'cause I don't stop. Promises I make, I don't back off. Speeding through the world till the lights pop. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Drip, drip, right out. Touch the sky and my eyes will drip. Low lights, I see everything in HD. Late night, just me and my film. Flying high, no one tells me where to be. No, no, I came from nothing, turned it into neon. Mind floating on a brand new tone. Top of the wave, I surf the song. Heavy vibration, feels like a cyclone. Calculated steps like a constellation. My shadow dances in a projection. I put the future with intuition. Reality bends in my vision. Walking slow, but my mind runs fast. Life screams loud, but the fear don't last. In my universe, no one interrupts. I let the vibes be my name at last. Touch the sky and my eyes will drip. Low lights, I see everything. Late night, just me and my feel. Flying high.
And here is another fun game that everyone can come and join us. Is the Erringale Sub-Zero under this iconic bridge, as you can see. So here is a puzzle game. It's really easy, but if you win it, you gotta grab a decoy and a special prize as well. All right, so this is all for the fan zone A, but this is just part A. But tomorrow, I'm gonna bring you through the fan zone B, so please stay tuned. Bye.
God, I'm glad you've joined us. That was quick.
Yeah, you just walked in.
I'm sweating. It was a quick run back, but I had to see the fan zone.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was just too hot out here.
I think you've actually already won a lot of prizes.
I did.
Right?
So I did actually get to go through the fan zone a little bit earlier, right before Pan got there. Tons of cool prizes. Got to see the horse. They even had a kickboxing match about an hour ago before.
That's awesome.
So it's definitely been fun. If you are in the area, come down, hang out. There's a lot of cool things going on.
And PUBG coins is going to way all over the place, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a lot. All right, well, you guys at home, you need to make sure your pick'ems are in right now. This is very important because, of course, whoa, 63% for DN Freaks.
That's insane.
That's unusual.
It is unusual. They might win. There's always a chance. We saw them turn up a little more during the group stages, I guess. But this tells me that you guys were not the hold type. Because if you held your tickets till now, you could put them in the next couple of minutes and pick a team that you think is going to win. Where's your ticket going?
Well, it didn't go to Pero, like 5.51% because they're not here, obviously. I got some tickets on Twisted. I got some tickets on Expendables. I've been used quite a while.
1.25% for the defending PGC champion is a travesty.
Yeah, considering how good they looked in that stage as well. It's pretty wild. But anyway, you guys at home as well can be getting in on the Fantasy League. Obviously, we had it through the group stage. We had it through the last stage. And now we have it here as well. If you've been keeping up, you can win some lovely prizes. Maybe Mark win some, but maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm on top 200 right now. My goal is top 50.
Okay, top 50.
Yeah, I'm glad that your goal is to do better.
Oh, right.
That's nice.
I hope that's your goal, too.
I accidentally missed a day, and now I'm in 2000, so it's a travesty for me. But anyway, this is how you play. Head on over. You can use the QR code as well. Go over to Twire and make sure you're involved. Because even if you're just joining now, the investment you feel when you are watching your player die or get a lot of kills is big toughies.
It is. I think one of my favorite things about fantasy is that it introduces me to players that I don't get to watch.
Time, 18 matches will determine our world champion.
I think starting a Miramar, especially the PGC final like this, is going to be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, then we end on Erangel. It is the special place where we started it all. So at PGC, it has to end there. We also have everything from the opening ceremony to you name it coming up. It's going to be a crazy 3 days. And the problem for me is, while I'm excited about how much is going on, those players are already in their chairs. The amount of stress that they've had walking in today, because it
we now crown a world champion and determine who becomes the very best for 2025.
MBPS ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? What the fuck? It's so fucked up, bro. Pitch ఎందుకు ఓపెన్ అయితలేదు? ఒక యాప్ డౌన్లోడ్ చేద్దాం. TW ప్లే ట్విచ్ లేదా? బజవా
Stays alive. What in the world? 4 minutes. I see getting rolled. Oh, he's actually getting his team in, and in a mishmash of chaos.
Hello? 2183.
For the rest of them because of it.
My eyes are immediately drawn to Amiga because they have a history so far in this tournament of doing a little campsy doodles up there on that northern side. So if we see any fights take place early, any rotations running into each other, especially up there towards the northeast, would not be surprised to see Namiga make a move there. But so far, it looks like everybody's avoiding each other for the most part as we check in with T1, who are hanging out in right by dead center.
As a matter of fact, Heather's got all of Chuma to himself. Plenty of space to loot, but also knowing, of course, with them now being in the middle of the circle, that teams will most likely start headed their way early on. We see one example of that here. Tigger already in his vehicle, hasn't really gotten any loot going, but again goes to show the importance of getting some of these prime real estates early on.
And you might notice that WWCD percentage there on the leaderboard. That is a new feature that we have now as a result of Crafton AI. That is the win rate prediction model that takes in real-time stats from every team on the board and adds them all together. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as the game progresses to see just how well our Crafton AI can predict who might be the winner here. Their way early on, they're going to get a nice high ground spot here with Pio as the lead.
Yep, able to come in first, get the big stables compound. It's one of those spots that's great to have because you get a lot of room to maneuver, but you don't really get to engage in a whole lot because as soon as you peek over the hillsides, you're effectively silhouetting up on that top of the hill. You're exposing yourself to what will most likely be 2-3 different teams. So very dangerous to take fights from that hilltop position.
We'll see how they hold up. Navi, meanwhile, already on the move once again, just past the northern side of Los Leones. Now the closest danger point seems to be maybe Virtus Pro, who have started leaving that western side of Los Leones and have kind of run into a very split T1 after looting up in Chumacera. T1 going for the wide four-man split, taking over a lot of real estate here. So they're going to see everything that's coming in, but they do have to be careful not to get crashed.
Exactly. I don't mind them taking a lot of space early on. Go out, show some dominance, show that they're not afraid of holding on to these positions, but as you say, they have got to have those fire escapes ready to go as soon as a team, I mean, even just considers going in that direction, which already now we're starting to see VP17 and Full Sense on the southern side starting to look their way.
Did see T1 finish in Group A, third overall, 130 points. That is nothing to be ashamed of in 18 matches. That is pretty impressive stuff. So we'll see what they can do from dead center, getting surrounded by all sides. And Amiga have elected not to camp out any of these revive stations on the north, and instead are pushing in, and instead are finding Twisted Minds.
First bullets of the grand finals on the receiving end of a team that I think many are saying, when is it their time? When is it Twisted Minds' turn to finally claim PGC? So would not want to see them losing one very early on, because, I mean, notoriously Twisted Minds is a Day 2, Day 3 team, and they know what they're up against here. They know that against this type of lobby.
Problem for everybody else in the lobby is when Twisted are impossible to catch after that, because they are just too good at holding on to the league. It looks like Namiga will manage to make their way in, and they'll avoid Twisted, they'll avoid 17, but now they have DN Freaks coming in right behind them as well. DN Freaks also having a decent group stage, 122 points overall in 18 games. Not too shabby, but only good enough for 5th place in that group. That was how wild that group was, Toby.
Yeah, goes to show the skill on these players in this tournament. Bago Pump, BB team getting close to one another due to a sandstorm. We have the first knock come through. I believe that might have been Getrox tapping out. Little ghost there, so even if no flushes to follow, at least now they have good confirmation. Actually, you know what? No, that's example. 100 damage done. Able to find the first knock. So at least now that's info fed across for Twisted as to who sat where.
Should see 17 reset from this fairly easily. There you go. Little Ghost back on his little toesies, and they will continue holding that 2-2 split just on that northern side of Chumacera. A lot of eyes placed on this Virtus Pro squad, who have looked absolutely dominant since PGS 9. They finished in second in 9 and then completely won in 10. And they have looked really, really good so far here. Although now the Expendables, I think, maybe picked out Luca Rux. He's all by himself. Will he take the shots? Hold the defense. No. Oh, the expendables. Are they
the
driving
timing.
Clories? Oh, Clories went for the stop, and that is an easy pickup for Luka Rux.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it was intentional.
I don't think it
like
was.
He drove into the hangar
kill.
there, and my oh my, not the way you want to go down. I mean, we talked about Twisted getting shot at first as a team that many people expect to win. This is your former, or actually reigning world champions in TE or Expendables, and them losing one early. That's a big one too.
A little cavalier on the part of the Expendables, just
direct to finals
that close
to
to their compound there, just on the western side of Los Leones, knowing that Virtus Pro is down there, knowing that Full Sense is down there. And they come in a little bit late and they pay the cost. We'll see if they can get him back up. Meanwhile, Asla Pentagram, the sweethearts of the group stages and the last stage, Red Zone and Hal in particular, holding down court on that western edge, but they have FN Pocheon coming in from the north.
And I'm expecting to see aggression out of them. I had a chat with their coach, Cheese, coming into today's matches, and he said, these boys, they said, we know we're going to need 100+ points in the first couple of days, and we know we're not going to be able to catch up from behind, so we have to go aggressive on day one. He said he has never seen his team more on fire, more eager to get games going than they are here. So for Rex, Breakers, and the boys, look to see them, who under normal circumstances would be quite a passive team in the early game, go out hunting. Kind of like we see here, already pulling up on positions from the start.
Well, with Rex playing the way he is lately, I do not blame them at all for wanting to play a little bit more aggressive. It looks like Red Zone should be able to escape. He's going to go ahead and rejoin Glaz. But FN Pocheon, they're still making a push over here. So not dissuaded by the few shots coming from Glaz. And Asla's Hammer's still all the way up north in Brickyard. So we'll see if Pentagram holds the line.
Take a fight here. So much circle still to play for towards the east of where they're wrapping in from. So it's smart on them to disengage. I mean,
we good. The fuck my bad.
uninhabited, but the west is actually open for the most part too.
Good job of scouting there on the part of Theraton 5, stopping down on those cliff sides, and it looks like they've managed to pick out a couple of good compounds for themselves, as the circle will cut a little bit more towards the east side of center, but a lot of teams already in. We see a lot of those 2-2 splits starting to come back together, Toby, as we look at Navi. Yeah, maybe Navi going for that spot overlooking the hill.
I would imagine that they're very, very comfortable with the compounds they're currently in control of. You can see them stuffing down here. What I do want to address everyone's attention to is the amount of teams that are going to have to wrap in now from that southwestern side.
Yeah. Dingo Bingod said, hey, Shays and Brew.
You're driving uphill into opponents. It's not going to be easy. And we're seeing the first teams try to make that exact move right here. It's E-Arena. And where do you call home? They might have to go for the shanties here.
Well, 10 minutes in, we've seen one kill, but we feel like that might be about to change as Luka Rux has arrived, and DN Freaks will find, oh no, Luka gonna find one. The trade will come through though from Deal, but can DN Freaks get their man back on his feet before the rest of VP arrives?
Yep, Nixie right behind, but not in time to get the initial knock on through. Nixie taking shots in the second, but not able to connect.
Guman still down, Deal waiting for that inevitable push with the shotgun. It looks like both teams are committed. You have 17 on the other side of the road. T1 have shots into this. Navi as well, so they have to smoke out the outside before dancing around and revealing themselves as Salute has another grenade prepped and ready to go. Not being able to find the flush for either team. And it looks like everybody's going to get their feet back on. But no, Namiga has now arrived, and Heaven is all by himself.
And this is what got them so much success initially. Being able to position themselves for third-party engagements. Issue is they got a bit too greedy on this one. Did not clear the northern side of the building in time, and Heaven now, having found one already, looks to see if he can make it too. Hello, my bad, running off with the tail between his legs, but will be able to get to safety.
Maybe biting off a little more than they should do there. Deal with the shot he will find next. He's going to find Salute. Will find BB. Deal will get traded. Salute as well. It isn't just trades all over. Freaks, it's down to heaven. VP, they've got one left alive as well.
It's a 1v1 off of an insane skirmish in the hallway. Lookarook's trying to get some points confirmed. No one right now looking to pull up on this. It would be clean, easy pickings for whoever opted to commit to this fight, but no one can do it. You got to get the points quick because it's Heaven cutting across from the other side of the road.
Look at this, Ian stealing one away, and Heaven now rushing over. VP, Lukarux opting to go for the reses instead of going for the kill, and there you go. Heaven will get spotted out trying to make that dangerous cross across the road. So DN Freaks, our first team out, and VP will be able to reset.
Lifts with the scare, that one. 350 damage done there, and now Namiga going, oh wait, so the guy did go down. Great, now we can pull up, now we can claim this. But my oh my for Virtus Pro to be able to live through that one. Blessed by the teams with high ground positions to take out Heaven there.
Yeah, they're sending two. They're still leaving Levante back on the north side, though.
Yeah.
And now third on 5, making their way down from Picado. I think they maybe saw the vehicles leaving and thought they could backfill. Levante will, in fact, leave and rejoin the rest of his squad. So Namiga only 3 up, but they have a nice central compound, although it is on the other side of the road from Virtus Pro.
This next circle shift is going to be huge. We're almost guaranteed to end out in the open, so it's whoever gets the coin flip right on which compounds gets blessed with the next one. You're going to have a massive advantage here in match number 1 as Falcons look to go into Picado, and for good reason. Keep those feet on the speeder, because you're going to be revving all the way east, and look at what safe haven they have available up there.
Hard eastern shift now, as all of these teams playing around Chumacero will have to make the moves, and yep, you can see Navi, they stuck with that 2-2 split, and it is paying off dividends. Their expendables will make their way into the eastern side of Los Leones. I'm sorry, the western side of Los Leones. We'll see where they decide to go. Falcons keeping going as the pentagram, just going to try to send it right through the middle, and Leosh going to be the one that goes down as Glass makes the pull-up.
They came in from the further western side, maybe didn't realize there was so much action here. Issue is there was indeed a now on Amiga. It's going to try to shut them down. They have taken a lot of damage already, though. Hello, my bad, trying to swap over, but Hammer is there to shut him down. So now a 3v1 in favor of Asla Pentagram.
The swap doing him dirty right there. And now Virtus Pro, they hear this coming, and yeah, that's immediate run across the road as 17 is already left, so they've got a free cross, essentially. T1 is left as well, and Beamy going to push through with that sawed-off shot, but he's not going to see Levante, and Levante will actually be the one that takes him down with the Molotov tick. Red Zone did most of the damage, and he's going to steal the kill.
3 teams entangled in one little building. This could not be more clustered as Lookarooks again. Over 500 damage done already. We are only 14 minutes into this game. Hammer, now solo player left alive for Pentagram. Try to make something happen. But at this point, all you can do is really default back to your corner room and just sit there with a shotgun hoping they won't come to check you.
Absolute madness taking place so far here in one single compound. 2 solo players. Levante getting shot at by Ferris from range as he hears the footsteps, but he's not going to see Nixie. He will take him down, and now VP continues to add to their already impressive total. They've got one more left to get.
Talk about how aggressive a team's going to be. VP have pounced on literally every single opportunity they have had in this match so far. We're 15 minutes in, and they've already jumped on 3 fights.
Beautiful opportunity for VP, and beautiful timing as well, as they knew to wait. They waited for 17 to move, they waited for T1 to move, and then they immediately made that push across. So everything working out in their favor now. If they can just get rid of Hammer without losing another player, they can make their way forward with 3. Good flashbang will force Hammer to push down, and there you go, Correxi will finish him off.
The fact that they get to stay alive with 3 through that chaos there as well. They are one of the best teams when it comes to up-close fighting, and they prove they're exactly why.
Ooh, full sense. Going for the high ground there, gets spotted out by BB team all the way down south, as we see Begopa coming in from the far, far west. So fortunately for them, as long as they have the pathing, if they find a route in, they should be able to do this, as there are lots of gaps on the outside of the zone. 49 alive has left a lot of room here in space for these guys to negotiate.
And that's exactly it. We had the first knock come through at 12 minutes, and then in 4, we removed 3 teams of the circle. Hard shifts once more. Full sense, the team everyone was waiting to see what are they going to be able to do with this tournament. Just got blessed with a southern shift there.
I tell you what, though, we are seeing Navi right in dead center once again, and we have seen what happens when Na'Vi gets a good position. They keep 4 alive to the late game. They turn things on. We'll see if they can find a way to do it here in this one. As 17 are going to make their way into the western side of Los Leones. Right behind the Expendables. Lil Ghost, he wants a piece. Xiaobei going to get spotted out by Rocidid as they lose one as they are trailing.
Oh, T1 now pulling up on the Na'Vi split as well. Na'Vi needs to do something big real early because they have 2 players way down south. They are going to get into a vehicle, see if they can get out in time, and good positioning of the car there to be able to cross on over again. Said it before, I'll say it again. Have your fire escapes ready, and they did right there. Smart positioning from Na'Vi.
Really nicely done by Na'Vi there. We'll see if they can do a little bit more from the position that they have now guarding the south, as Begopa has now arrived with Falcons. This has been a fight that's been waiting to pop off for quite some time, but we've seen how these fights play around this compound. It can be brutal.
Definitely can. Big fight here for the northeast side control, because with the compound comes a lot of vision towards the west as well. Falcons try to fend off. They have been able to get H1 up here. We're doing a bit of donuts, trying to get safely through. But they have been able to get all 4 into the concretes.
Oh, nice grenade from H1. We'll find Park Pro. And does that open the door here for Falcons? No, they're going to continue playing from the cover. Continue throw more utility over in that direction. We'll see how much utility they've got left in the bag as Park Pro immediately res. Oh no, they're not even going to get him. The Molotov gets him low. The Blue Zone gets him low. But oh, they're able to stick it once again. Look at Park Pro. He's got nothing left. He's going to go down.
Yeah, definitely will fall in the end streams. He knocked here as well, though. Great nade thrown by Akan. Has a scar in hand. Not the weapon of choice, I think, for anyone in trying to make this play happen. I think that might be why they're a bit hesitant, but now the flashes are coming through. They know they have good numbers in this fight. Jumping up on the roof, but no, missing the vault.
Kickstart, playing from that garage area, has to be careful. Peyo slowly peeking, spots out Tig, takes the shots, will take one. He's going to push right into H-Win, and they get away with it. Falcons falling apart.
What a great time push on this one. You see Pio swinging through the main door, Akan coming through the right side, able to find 2 in an instant, make it 3 now as well, as just Kickstart sits left alive, hiding here in the smoke now, running on out, catches one. Oh, not able to get more with, and that's going to be Falcons out in 13.
That was beautiful push from Begopa, right off the flashbang. Not much Falcons could even do. They were just blind. Meanwhile, Twisted has been hassling Virtus Pro on the outside here. They take 1 away, and now BB Team is doing the same to them. Batulin's able to heal up through the blue zone grenade. Now Bestalash, long-range shots causing problems. Na'Vi starting to look over here as well, and Twisted Minds will go down.
Issue for Twisted here is they're used to try and just allow other teams through and then take the fights when they come. Issue is there's so many teams alongside them that had nowhere to go. So they're just way more classes than what we're used to. And here, I mean, story as old as time. Hagatori getting off to a good start in game 1, finding first. Jacob at a distance finds one as well. And that is BB now out in the 11th.
Credit to Na'Vi for starting to push out. And look at that, 5 kills picked up just by third partying, fourth partying. The fights going on to the south. VP, they still have Luca Rux and Corexi in. They've got to make their way into the zone, and it looks like Luca Rux will make it in just in time.
Does that make you safe? Na'Vi well aware that VP is still lingering here in the west, and they're going to commit all their forces, I think, to try and hold them out. They have a compound in the close side circle. Should be all right as Poacher now trying to take the fight to the 5-stack. Rex lobbing some util over, but not going to hit the mark. I see that ball.
Yeah. That blue zone grenade got Delwyn pretty low, and he's gone that high ground. So you see Duckjuice and Tanvu, what they have to do to try to get over here and support, and they can't really do much. And now Begopa pushing in from the north as well. So it looks like Delwyn might be on his own here as Breakers will push through with the Panzerfaust in hands. I saw a C4.
Oh,
yep, there it is. You can hear it starting to tick.
Abandoned building, abandoned building. If he's upstairs, he's not going to live through this. We see it in the smoke there as well. Oh, Delvin, can you get high enough up to survive this? He could.
He can, okay. Well, that'll slow him down for a little bit as
we broke it.
We broke it. The car alarm's going off. But now, the rest of the FM push, like, you don't have another C4. We're just going to flush you out, my friend. So Delwyn still on the clock, while Duckjuice and Tanvu, just all they can do is stay on the low side and wait.
And we see the aggression that they said they were going to come with. Can they make something of it here? Breakers on the stairs by himself, it seems, for now. I know he has a Panzer, which is great and all, but a bit dangerous. Rex, though, spot Stilven on the outside. Good on him to stay out here, keeping in mind that could be a play issue as Akan is there for the steal.
Yoink. That's a big steal from Akan there as we see that updated winner percentage. T1 looks like they are the favored team right now, and can understand why. They have a full compound all to themselves on that northwestern side. We'll see where the next circle decides to take us, though.
I was going to say, I mean, yes, they have the circle, but if it shifts anywhere but northwest, they are going to be sat in a tricky crossfire. Have to make their way through as Pio.
Pio!
Zenith, but it ain't going to work. Able to find the double Akan. Pio down. Now it's just Song Yang left alive, and he's way off to the north.
Zenith is an absolute monster. How does he get both of those knocks? And now you can see there, okay, Virtus Pro will get eliminated by Hakatori, but Rex will spot out Akan. FN managing to stay alive. It's down to just Songjang for Bagopod. The circle does cut back towards the west. Navi looking fantastic. T1, they've got some work to do as well.
Yep, shifting things out into the open here. As we'll see Heather looking on over. They need to shut down T5 immediately if they want to have any chance of fighting towards the south here. But a little help coming through now from 17. We'll also realize there's points to be found in the north.
See if they can get that revive here. 17, there's playing with fire. They're running around and trying to go out here and take this out, but FN Potion still have the high ground. The Expendables could get involved at any time as well, but although it looks like they're content with just trying to survive at this point. T1 now taking shots from range, getting a little bit more active on that northern side. Meanwhile, Full Sense, Toby, the team we have only just welcomed into the lobby, are 4 alive, playing out of the southeast.
Thing is, from where they've been sitting, they haven't really been able to engage in any fighting, so 0 kills thus far. Could end in a one-point game. It's Ian. Oh my lord, what a filthy double headshot there into Floki.
T1 still feeling it a little bit here as Fluky will get flushed out, but Heather has to drop back down as 17 has revealed themselves once again. Star-Lord will get spotted out by Duck Shoes. Rex will spot out Townvu with a nicely placed grenade. So the eastern side of this lobby is where all the action is occurring right now.
Thing is, up towards the northern side, north of the road, only one, if even one team is going to be coming out of here alive. So these guys will have to fight it through all the way to the end of it. There ain't enough space on that south side of the road for all of them to sit alongside one another.
Looks like Townvu will be able to get back up. Breakers the same. 770. Whoa, there you go. We'll take down Exgrozid, and that's going to be third on 5 out in 8th place. Now we are in our top 7. Rex has some grenades left. Oh, kind of missed the window on that one. You don't like to see that as Breaker's going to get re-knocked by another grenade from Duck Shoes. And now Full Sense, they see this happening, and they're starting to get more active.
They better get going. They need to make space for themselves, and if they can get some points with it, that would be great. Expendables will fall 7th place for them, but the fighting is not over yet here in the northeast. And as you say, Full Sense now into an aggressive position to try and hold out 17 and Pochon.
FN Pochon, a lot of work left to do as they have at least got everybody back on their feet. And it looks like they've managed to weather the storm of any offensive utility. Oh, no, never mind. There's the blue zone grenades, and Full Sense in perfect place to take advantage. They'll take 2. Extends will steal 1 away. Rex now the last player left alive.
Only danger is you can't get too aggressive here because you're allowing for E-Arena to potentially make a play on you from behind. And good thing is Flash is here trying to hold the defense on anything happening in the southwest, and they're given time to fall back here as well. So smart aggressive play for Full Sense, knowing that they had a backstop available too.
Yeah, it looked like E-Arena was ready to jump, but I think a few shots in the back from Navi also put them on pause. So they'll go ahead and continue to play from that south side as the circle will center up once again. So T1, 17 will all have to make their way across the road. That is going to be a tall, tall task as Navi, Full Sense, and E-Arena will all have vision on that. You have to imagine here is Rex just healing through as much as he can. See how long you can survive this. Not much.
Yeah, not going to happen. Not any longer. Phase 7 will do that to you. As Heather has been able to cross on over alongside E, and as I said, they need to find a footing on the other side of the road early, or they will be done for. The issue is raining and type ain't there yet, and now they've cut over, Navi's made aware that somebody has made it there. So not going to be easy for them as standard. Oh, great shots again. I mean, Full Sense, you might question whether they're going to be ready for it, but they're coming in war as Belmont finds one more.
Extends is just stealing these away with that bolty as well. So Navi continues to add to their kill total up to 9 already. Tigger and the rest of the boys continue to hide on that northern side. 770 now the last player left alive for 17. I think T1 leaving Reigning and Type on that northern side of the road to make sure that 17 couldn't push from behind them. So we'll see if they can get Reigning and Type back over that road now that Navi is looking over in that direction.
Oh, just a couple left alive. Little goes Bleats out here now as well. 7-7 is going to try and see if he can backfill T1. But it ain't going to be an easy play because they too know that there's still one more set on that northern side. He's being looked at by the entire server. And would you believe it, Hagatori almost up to 700 damage here in game 1.
It's a tale as old as time, isn't it? You look at Hagatori and you see those yellow numbers down there for kills and damage. He is popping right now, but he's going to get spotted by Opons, and that is a big knock onto Navi as they are kind of split right now. It looks like Ferris might be right on top of him, so that's a good news for them. T1 will try to strike here. Full Sense taking the full fight. Heather and Reigning now the last two players left alive.
Reigning from the other side of the road has to try and get aggressive somehow, but he's being cornered by Navi right now. They fall back. They get to reposition. E-Arena as well in the southeast. They get to sit tight as well. It's Full Sense alongside T1 that are feeling all the hurt right now.
Yeah, E-Arena, I mean, they've been getting their heads held down by Navi for this whole time, and finally they got the knock onto one of the Navi players and haven't really been able to capitalize off of that. We'll see if they make a push here, but Navi looks like they're fully committed to coming in third party in this fight between Full Sense and T1, which is only going as long as the smokes allow. Thanadol will find Thanadol, and that's going to be a win for Full Sense.
Great performance there. Full Sense able to stay alive, but have they given up too much in trying to take this fight down the hill?
He's got no bullets.
Hagatori is literally out of ammo, needs to get some help from his team as E-Arena eventually they would peek over, now they do, and Flash is first to fall.
All of Hagatori's ammunition lying in the bodies of his enemies right now as the grenades will get close. They'll get Thanadol low, but they won't get the knock. You see that Bronco bouncing around just a little bit. Flash should get flushed out here by Opons. It will indeed. And now Full Sense down to 2, and they've got 2 full 4-man squads looking right at them.
No kill game for E-Arena so far, but it's been great positioning on their part as Jacob lights up one more. Thanadol gone down, and now E-Arena shooting at, Navi shooting at this is trying to find E-Arena, trying to make their way close. It's a 4v4.
All right, we see what they've got in the pockets up there. Still 7 grenades left for Navi. They've been engaging everyone from range, so the close range fight seems to tip in their favor. We'll see how they decide to approach each other as Hagatori holding the center dot right now. They've got Lyrics for E-Arena on the south side, trying to wrap around as well, but it looks like Sosid's going to spot him out.
Fight one more. At least some damage done, forcing them down into hiding for the time being. This dot is going to be right in between the two. Hagatori, the spearhead right now, have been able to get more ammo, but it ain't a whole lot.
Oh boy. Oh, the numbers are favoring Navi right now based on what they've got and where they are. That's a beautiful grenade from Hagatori. Give him 892 damage. Norrens finds an angle to try to slow things down a little bit, but Opons and Jacob, they are pretty much done.
And from a forgetful end to last chance, Navi trying to make everything happen right here from the gates. 11 kills already, looking to bring this one home. 4v2 now, it's up to Norrens and Lyrics to see if they can somehow stop this team.
11 kills for Navi to start things off. Can they get the win as well? Norrens will use what little utility E-Arena has left, and it's going to fall just shy of Sosid. He'll be able to heal himself back once again. Navi have complete control of the dot. They are pushing E-Arena right up against the wall.
You said it. Here have their backs against the blue in just a moment's time. It's closing in now. As you can see, Lyrics completely pinned down behind that rock there. They know exactly where they have Norrens as well. And now you're starting to see the flank take place. Sosid holding that south side, not allowing anyone through, but starting to actually filter back towards the center more. They want to play more grouped. I think they're starting to realize, wait, they don't have a lot of util left. If they don't have nades, we don't need to spread.
Not much of anything left for E-Arena here, but we'll see if they have the gunplay to do it. You get to look at some of the stats there. 5 kills for Hagatori, 892 damage. Good enough for first place. We'll see if they can collect the win.
I might be wrong on this, but I think this could be Hagatori getting 1,000+ damage in all 3 first matches of any stage in PGC, which would be unheard of. Played an blinder of a group stage day 1. Last chance was all about him on day 1 as well, and now here we'll see if he can do it once more, but Navi, they want to bring this one home.
Can't say I'd be a bit surprised, although Navi, they're down to their last few magazines. Let's see what they can work with. That M249 going to do work on Sosit, though, as Larix has to retreat down the hill, but Extend will push. He'll chase him down. He'll get one, get traded out, but Navi will secure the victory in the end.
17 kills to start of the grand finals. We said you have to come off to a strong start because teams will be playing at their best, and my oh my, did Navi just show up here in game one.
Is there any team in this lobby that comes into the game one more hot, more ready to play than these Navi boys in yellow? They look so incredibly impressive.
The only dangerous thing for them is they did it in group stage. They did it in last chance of game one. They didn't top any of those, so they need to now, with a third chance, be able to try and see if they can maintain this lead.
Looking good so far here as we will throw it over to the desk to talk about game number one and talk about that Hackatory performance. Good call.
Bro, what the fuck? ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు ఏంది? అచ్చా ఇంగ్లీష్ అట్లా ఏమో ఇంగ్లీష్ కొరియన్స్ వాళ్ళంతా ఉంటారేమో. దీనికి ఏమైంది?
Navi with an extremely powerful win to get things going here at PGC as they walk away with Miramar with game number one, chicken dinner, as I have Toffees and Avenger to talk about this one. Toffees.
The Team Navi comes in aggressive, and as Toby said in the cast, this is another 1,000 damage game for Hackatory. Every first game of PGC, he has come out swinging, and it continues here today. I didn't put him on my fantasy roster. I thought they were going to be a day two team. I just thought they were going to be a little bit of a slow starter based on their year so far, but boy, was I wrong. They looked good.
That Western shift, it opened up everything for them. They had the backside speed. They could focus on everything that was ahead of them on the eastern side. So many teams fighting on that eastern side, especially Full Sen, 17, like all these teams trying to survive, get in there. I love the Bagel Pop Falcons fight.
I hated the Bagel Pop Falcons fight. Okay, on one hand, the Toffees who loves PUBG got to see Pio go crazy, and that's awesome. But the Toffees who flew here from the Americas was very depressed at how badly that went.
I think one thing that really was a huge factor is, as you say, there were so many fights going on over in actual Los Leones that had a huge impact on what was left.
That's exactly why Navi and the boys were feasting on the lobby. E-Arena, though, also coming in from the southern side. They're trying to hold out all the teams coming in from Los Leones. And all, like, again, that's another case of you don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there, right? Everyone's going to be on that outside. They're going to be waiting for you. They're going to be gatekeeping to try to get into that new circle.
You guys are understanding. Never go to the city and get your arm to the teeth. That's it. I want to give a shout to E-Arena. They did not go to the blue. They said this is game one of PGC. Our fans are here. We're taking the fight.
And it paid off. They got that extra point. Instead of denying the two, they got that extra point that they're looking for to maximize, to salvage as much as possible. Because once Hackatory got that double nade knock and got them confirmed quite quickly, I mean, that's just exactly the 4 versus 4 situation you want to get. A nade straight on top. You can talk about, okay, are nades too strong? Are we looking at maybe some potential of, because it was a one nade. Earlier in the stages, we saw a Shrimpsy nade, I believe it was, that completely got all 3 players of VP. Remember that game where VP was like, they had the high ground, they nades and, hey, our nade just too strong at the moment. I don't know. But it was a fantastic moment for Navi and the boys to have such a strong start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's
huge. You know, as previously mentioned elsewhere, they've had huge starts in group stages, last chance as well, as of 23 points going the way of Navi, as it will be 11 for E-Arena.
And that's the most smiling Hackatory I've seen for almost a year, I think, to some of these pictures here. It's good to see these guys starting like this. 2 more teams, obviously, on top of this. Awesome to see both DualSense and E-Arena here with the home turf and home crowd advantage.
You know, and I want to also point out, we saw that Bolty getting used so much there in that game. Extends was putting in as much work as he could.
Stealing.
And this is one of those players that has been, I don't want to call him, people say the weakest link on the roster, right? We saw some changes when DiffX left. We've been searching for the right team. Extend stepped up in this game. Game 1 of PGC, he was stealing kills left and right. He was anchoring like a boss, and he was being what I think we've said is Hakatori needs all 3 of these guys to be there supporting him and rolling, and he did so.
He had moments in group stage as well as last chance as well. That's the kind of thing that's important here. I mean, obviously clutch moments from Extend. So I think as time has gone on, Avenger, he has been grinding for this.
For sure. I really love, especially what we heard from Fayers as well earlier in the year. It's like he is crucial to the team in a way where he is co-IGLing at some points. He's making sure when he's in a different spot than Fair is saying, he's giving these crucial calls saying, we're going to make a move like this, we got to do this. They were in a 2-2 split. That was too greedy, for my opinion, and they got out at exactly the right time and stayed 4 alive.
And now, while I will say, Na'Vi, yay, you guys came in with the win. I'm excited to see what they do, but to have 2 tie teams pushing up into that big 4 at the end in front of the home crowd on the first game of PGC tells me maybe that home field advantage is going to be boosting these teams to make a big push forward.
Yeah, of course, here as we take a look across the crowd as well, they're excited to see all of these games go down so far. It's a good start for EMEA. It's a good start for some of those Thai teams. As you mentioned, E-Arena for me has been one of the big surprises of the tournament so far, coming in from the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. Especially this position they had. They were in and saying, like, we're going to be able to get some kills here. Let's see what they do in the next one.
Let's do it. It's Miramar once again. Thank you very much, boys, as we now move to Miramar once again. So far, so good. For Na'Vi, for EMEA, the prodigies coming out, the young guns. But can they keep up the momentum to start out PGC 2025?
Huge start to the campaign here for Na'Vi with a big victory in game number 1. But as you mentioned, Toby, we've seen it before. Can they keep it going? But let's give them their flowers while they're blooming, right? What a performance from Hakatori and the boys. Can't even call them Hakatori and the boys anymore. They extend Sosa and Ferris. They are all delivering.
Definitely. And I went back and double-checked my questionable statement earlier. It was true. Match 1 of groups, Hakatori 1200 plus.
Absolutely.
Match 1 of last chance, Hakatori 1200 plus. And while he didn't crest the 1000 this time around, it was as close as can be expected in a game where Na'Vi is set in a compound for the majority of it. So incredible beginning here for Na'Vi.
What a performance, yeah. And again, it's game 1. That's why we play 18 of these things, right? You gotta deliver all the way through. But you gotta say, having come from basically just sitting around watching everybody else play for the first couple of weeks here, full sense, looking decent.
Got a good circle, made the most of it as well. They knew when to regress on the northern side, and what I loved about it, as we see the first circle go towards the north here, what I really loved about it was that they kept flash on that southern side. They knew that the arena was in the nearby vicinity. They didn't want to overcommit on the northern side. In the end, they had to commit, which ended up getting them taken out, but they were probably going to fall regardless of which direction they would run there. So definitely made the most of what they were given in that first match.
Absolutely. We've one game in, and we've already seen a compound of death, doom, and destruction. I'm sure more will come as you get to see that live updating chicken dinner percentage brought to us by Crafton AI and AWS, which takes so many things into account. It's a really cool feature. We did see it had, I think it was in circle 4 or 5 where it had T1 favored, and they were looking good until the circle hard shifted yet again. These hard shifts just being such a big player so far in this tournament.
And this game in particular, look at that. Just, 33 damage out of a triple 1K club. Come on, man. Give it to him. That's like a toe tap with a pistol. Not to be, though, as these teams will now start making their way up towards Hacienda. Most likely not to Hacienda, but at least in the nearby vicinity. And as we can see it, and most of the teams will know as well, because the plane did come in north to south, almost every team that is not inside the circle already is coming in south of Picado.
Yeah.
So we know exactly where the mass push is going to come through from. I think that's also part of the reason why you're seeing 17 leaving here already, because they don't want a piece of that. As Belmoth, my friend, what in
happened?
the world type of fat finger situation did you get yourself into?
Oh, dear. That's okay, Flash.
I heard in the news once that a guy got run over by his own car. Maybe that's what happened to Belmoth. It can happen, apparently, somewhere. I'm not going to say the country it took place in, but you guys can all guess.
Flash in the wambulance coming over. Well, I'm sure he'll let him sweat a little bit, but they've got places to be, so get him on his feet as quickly as possible. But we had an opportunity to talk to one of the most interesting men in PUBG.
Last PGC, I think we got a little bit complacent after winning EWC and feeling like that was just such a high. You know, it's hard to keep up the work ethic following that because you have a little dopamine crash. So last PGC, we definitely choked up a little bit. For me, this PGC is everything. We just need to play consistent and show our best game. If we win this PGC, I feel like I'll have won every single title, and that'll be awesome. So definitely just want to show our best play and our most consistent style.
Lads are locked in coming into this grand final. Everybody feeling the same.
Oh, yeah.
And Falcons, at least this time, are going to be right towards the center of the circle. We'll see them defend their 2-2 around Hacienda.
And I think one of the dangerous things about this tournament in particular is for how many games can you keep that fire lit. If you have a 1-pointer and then a 0-pointer and you're starting to see some of these same teams go out and have back-to-back starts, like we're 3 games in, we're already 30 points down on Na'Vi. What in the world? Like you've got to be able to keep that fire literally lit throughout all 18, because all these teams, literally any one of them, can go out and make big games happen.
And this is by definition the most difficult lobby in PUBG.
Yeah.
So finding consistency going to be a very, very tall task as we check back in with Hackatory and see them making their way in on that eastern side. Nobody really behind them just yet, although full sense they've got to find somewhere to go. We'll see how these teams that are way, way down south decide to try to rotate in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how Na'Vi is positioned right now, I'm actually a bit surprised they're not flexing one further up towards the north, but goes to show, game 1, don't want to take too big risks. At least that's the play style of some teams. Others going, we need to assert dominance right from the get-go, and then they maybe over-split themselves in the positions they're set in. But Na'Vi with a good chance to send one up, at least try look towards that northern side of the valley, going from Hacienda over towards El Azahar, but not eyeing the opportunity just yet.
If nothing else, then try to get a read on what BB team is doing.
Yes.
Because they are sitting just below in a little bit of a split of their own. So Na'Vi can kind of keep eyes on that, keep information going on that, and make adjustments as necessary as the game proceeds. And we see Twisted Minds just kind of by themselves on the side of San Martin. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on the south side still needing to make it into the zone.
And this is exactly what we were alluding to in the beginning. Everyone knows exactly where everyone is going to be coming in from. And there's only really, I mean, if you look at the map, or the circle as a whole, there's only really so much to claim on that southern side to begin with. You want to be up north, you want to be hard-wrapping, but if you're Bake Up, I mean, if you're E-Arena way down south, yes, you want to, but you're going to be up there by the time Phase 5 hits.
Yeah, and to be fair, we haven't seen a single team really do a big wrap up to the north side.
No?
Even the team that loots up to the north, FM Potion up in Campo Militar, they've already made their way towards the center of the zone. So the north half of this circle completely empty.
Look, disrespecting the DPS there. I'm telling you, bro, when this game ends in San Martin, you wish you would have picked that thing up, but not gonna consider that for the time being. And you know what? I kind of respect.
Yeah, I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not gonna try to tell Luca Rux how he should live his life, man. That guy has been an absolute beast for Virtus Pro so far this latter half of the year. As check back in with T1 making their way in, but they are coming into that split. You see Corexi still the southernmost player for VP. The rest of his boys all the way up to the north. 17 also around that. So if you're wanting to keep track of all the orange teams, that's going to make things a little bit difficult. As Park Pro will take a few shots towards Larix over here. This is outside of zone over by Monte Nuevo.
I didn't even consider that. We have 6 orange teams here. That is...
Oh, it's going to be great, man. I'm excited.
It's incredible. Oh my. There's just not enough colors in the world that they could have picked something else.
Well, I swear we used to have like 20 blue teams, and now all of a sudden it's down to nothing.
I mean, we had it in the walk-in as well. VP came in with A7, and they're both as bright orange as can be on those player jerseys, which I'm all for. And this shows it right here. Orange is just
it's having a moment right now.
Yeah, I guess
it's having
so.
a moment.
Yeah.
Well, let's let them have their moment. Speaking of orange teams, Therodon 5 coming in from the northern side. Another big wide split for them as they have kind of creeped and snaked their way through Asla Pentagram and Namiga. Namiga, a big wide split as well. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on here.
Important for them, too, as we look at the map with this first set of splits going on. For Namiga to be able to maintain the split they have, they are very reliant on that center compound to not be taken. Because if any other team sends just 1 or 2 guys down there to hold that, which we can see right now it's free, they will have such a hard time trying to regroup unless if this next circle shifts hard away from the current center. So for Namiga, as much as you're looking at opponents around you, you've got to constantly have an eye on that center compound because you have to have players there in order to try and maintain this split.
Absolutely. FS, see Full Sense coming in from the southeast over by Impala. Pretty easy path in all the way up to Minas Generalis, where Virtus Pro is currently doing a little bit of a western side of Minas split. Arena, they have a path on this western edge as well. So all of our teams that were kind of taking their time in are actually finding an easy road. Now, that ends here with the Expendables because T1 have found their way in, but they have posted up to do a little bit of scouting ahead. And now the Expendables may end up running right in the middle of them.
You'd have to imagine. I mean, they're going to be running into it, but hopefully they can divert in time once they realize Ian is there or once they start getting shot at. The vehicles are now starting to be heard on the side of T1. You can see Full Sense now making their way up the hillsides. That's way out to the east. They too could be running into Navi soon, but they should have more alarm bells ringing in figuring there should be someone around here. On the side of T1, not to be expected at all. And they actually already are now starting to take shots from T1.
And the Arena also pushing right underneath as Pentagram, so Red Zone will have to be on the move once again. As check Full Sense. Very bold play here from Full Sense coming in from the far south. And whoa, nice shot from Belmoth will at least force Sosa to end that bullet hose to peek back behind the tree. So well played by them so far, but now they've got to stop down. And this not a great great spot to play from here, Full Sense. You might find out that the hard way as Sosa will just spray the entire magazine. They'll do a lot of damage, take out some tires. Sosa has to swap over, but he's getting absolutely roasted by Belmont. That AK doing work.
Keep him humble down on that backside, and luckily for Full Sense, while the plan didn't really go the way they wanted, or get executed the way they wanted it to, at least they had somewhere to escape to. Now, Circle has shifted north, and we talked about it being kind of a bottleneck situation with teams wrapping into the first circle. This one even more so. So for the teams on that hard wraparound, they are really going to reap the rewards. Bagopar are coming in over truck stop soon. They started all the way in Montenuevo, driving south all the way around. If they continue that wrap northeast, they are going to be gold.
Interesting play in Amiga as they were holding down that 2-2 split. You see the back half taking shots. Chabet going to go down, but he's going to get taken down by Freaks. So Salute will go ahead and secure their first point here, and that's going to be the first death in game number 2 at 11 minutes.
Yep. Again, I mean, and we're most likely going to have the same situation as last game happened because of it, where it's all quiet and all these teams so 9 billion IQ in their rotations. And because of that, we simply have too many teams alive come phase 2 shift into 3. And therefore, maybe 1 or maybe 2 entire teams could fall because of it. Full sending it across here. We'll be able to get over on the other side, but playing this road stop this early on, that usually doesn't keep a team in the game for very long.
Tell you what, Full Sense has been making some, I mean, call them full send because they have just been going through the middle of all of these gauntlets, and somehow, some way, those vehicles, they are busted. You can see the smoke coming off of them, but they are all still alive. As we check back in with Asla on the northwestern side. They're going to spot out Therodon 5 from range, and T1 will do the same to Bagopod, as Bagopod doing exactly what you thought. They're going to continue wrapping on that eastern side through El Azhar, most likely going for the northeast.
Those Tuscan Raiders making this putt race real hard to try and commit to. Bagopod continues their wrap all the way north through El Azhar, and Pentagram here sat waiting outside the compound. Only a bit of a scare there. T5 realizing, okay, dokie, we have opponents in the nearby area, and once again, great execution on grouping back up together.
A lot of these guys pulling these splits back together and going full strong. Oh, look at this. Yeah, T1 going to continue, but actually Bagopod, they're the ones hunting T1, I think, and Sungjang and Akon going to pull up. Right as Type and Heather will heal the engines. They're going to hop out. Ian will take the spot spray from Sungjang. As Park Pro will return it, and now it is just utility being thrown over the ridgeline. Who can land the mark? That grenade might be good. No, it's going to roll downhill. Type, though, will find out Song Jang. Akan will get another, get knocked as well.
I like the idea of them trying to make this play happen. Only 2 people shot at them from this hillside early on, so maybe they thought we wrap back up around, we catch them in the open trying to get back to their vehicles. 4v2, easy as can be. Issue is, well, might only been 2 people shooting, but they were all 4 up there. So nice play, nice reaction there for T1 as well to regroup swiftly and dismantle Bago Park.
Very well done there by T1. As they are looking strong so far. Another hard shift over to the east as we've got E-pickups in the air. And a number of teams off to the west now have to find a way in. But the north side, what was looking like a pretty free path in on the north, now no longer so.
And I've thought about it many times over. What is the most difficult circle on Miramar to play? And I have to put this one at least in like a top 2, top 3. This entire valley going east to west, so hard to maneuver around unless if you have one of these very, very few prime positions to play from, as PO lops an 8 on over, right under the vehicle from Tanvu, but not going to hit anything.
Tries to start off with the grenade, unfortunately does not land. Tanvu and Flores will make it to the shack. PO and Park Pro, though, they are getting pressed from all sides. Now down to a duo. Tanvu tries to return a grenade, return the favor, as Park Pro will retreat from Navi in his vehicle. You can see on your mini-map, Navi starting to press down there on the south side. FN Potion doing kind of the same as the Expendables. That was a really tough rotation for them. They lose 2 in the process.
A lot of teams still having to make that west to east shift, and few teams actually saying we don't want any of that. Asla Pentagram wrapping all the way north around, and you might wonder, where is Twisted? We can't see them on the map feed. Well, they're only now coming in south of Minas, wrapping all the way from Hacienda, going, we have no business trying to fight our way in from the west here. It's gonna be nigh on impossible, but look east. T1 is set there on their own. Don't get me wrong, there ain't a whole lot to take. But even if there's nothing to fight over, you'd much rather fight 1 team than 3 teams in compounds.
Well, Namiga, they've been holding on to this split for so long now, all the way into the 3rd zone, and maybe biting them here a little bit as you see Gedrox and Hello My Bad having to lie prone. Full Sense taking shots over in that direction. Falcons, though, now right on the doorstep of Full Sense coming in from the west. PO and Park Pro still just running around in the open. I think their best option, is to take on this fight with the Expendables. If they can do it quickly, they might be able to get away with it. Good grenade's going to go into Tanvu's shed. It's going to get him down to half HP, but the knock or the flush will come.
Oh, able to get out of the building before the molly spreads as well. Somehow, Tanvu's still alive here, making a run for it. And for PO and Park Pro, well, they used everything they had. They went, darn it, and then they went back into hiding once more.
I know, Nixie had eyes on him. Now Star-Lord and the rest of FM Potion will take shots over in that direction, but somehow the man himself, you just never know. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Nixie was going to spot out PO before the smoke can bloom, and now Park Pro will have to make that run over to his teammate to get him back on his feet.
Yeah, they know that the entire server knows exactly where they are, and they're feeling the hurt of it now as well. Nixie taking shots through the smoke, but they have more pressing matters to attend to. They've just, I think, Correction must have heard those Twisted Minds vehicle coming in on the southeastern side. Obviously, might not know that it is Twisted, but at least now alert to the fact that they have neighbors.
Well, Full Sense, they've been playing with fire for the first part of this game, and now Flash is going to go down. They'll drop the smokes to see if they can get it back up as the circle will cut back down to the south. Best of luck in the BB team gang.
Nice.
They are sitting pretty on the low side here. But again, this is one of those positions that looks great, but you're not going to get a whole lot of fighting going on here. But there's a lot of fighting going on everywhere else in the map as Falcons now have vision onto Namiga.
Nice.
Namiga trading back and forth with Flash.
Yeah, 1v1 here for a couple of points with it. If you can stay alive, Leo's trying to do exactly that. Belmoth fighting its way through that northern side of this as well. We were saying it before, how this position in the early game, yeah, there's just so many angles from where you can get shot at, and both these teams now realizing this. Falcons coming in, slowly approaching from the western side, and you have Freaks in the south wanting these points as well.
That's the problem for Falcons, isn't it? This is looking like a tasty dinner for a lot of teams that are playing on that western side. Let's see if we can third-party it and get something off of it, as Nurens is going to go down, get shot out of the vehicle, I think, by Zenith. So Namiga Gaming will get taken out by Salute. PO and the rest of Begapaz still alive as they defend their territory against the arena, but he's got to go for the reload. Oh, he goes goes down, and Falcons now taking the fight towards DNF on the western side.
And there's the phase 4 cataclysm that we knew was going to happen with so many teams staying alive through the early mid-game. Now they are forced into one another. We see 4 teams fighting their way through the west end. Falcons, while losing one, will be able to press. Actually, no, as a matter of fact, they're all 4 still up. H1 left behind.
We'll see if Freaks can get up to at least 2 as Falcons continue to try to send it on the south side. They spotted out Heaven, the last player left alive for the Freaks. They're going to go ahead and push into this compound. It is just barely inside zone. Heaven, 32 HP left, will throw the smokes down, try to slow things here, and switch over to that sawed-off shotgun. Actually, a full shotgun there. The Pumpy try to prevent the push from Falcons, but you see the utility being sent in as Pentagram gets eliminated by Twisted Minds.
And if you're Falcons here, you got to make this play happen quickly, knowing there's one upstairs. Issue is how many times have we seen these buildings be defended, and successfully so, by solo players, and for even more so, it's outside circle as well. So not easy. Try and make a play on this. Double Blue Zone did come in, but Heaven is able to stay alive with 11 HP. Ooh. Not for much longer though. Streams, he finds him with a nade, and that's a sigh of relief for Falcons.
That's nicely done by Falcons. They pushed him all the way into a corner, and they're like, well, this is the only place he could be. Let's throw a grenade, and wouldn't you know it, that grenade will hit. Navi now in a little bit of trouble as they are getting shot at from both east and west. T1 have vision. FN Potion, they have Zenith and Rex up there as well, taking shots down, but it looks like the smoke wall will at least allow them to survive a little bit longer, although they do lose extends.
7 teams hogging the north here, trying to make their way on through. When that is to be considered, Falcons on the north side as well. So Set opens up, and 249 in hand. Will swap over to the mini and try and see if he can reposition himself. He's the flank player out on that northeastern side, trying to bait the attention his way to allow for Fairist and Hagatori to maybe make a play. But they're stuck in the buildings for the time being, so can't really come out and help him.
Yeah, Sosa kind of on his own right now, but it seems like that's working out pretty well for him. Raining going to eat a little bit of blue zone. Ian will spot out the rest of the team, and I think T1's starting to figure out that they've got a man all by himself down here in Sosid. Can they get their knocked player type up, though, as Raining is just, you see he's trying to go for this flanking angle, but it's just not happening. Sosa doing a really good job of playing that cliffside.
Exactly. He was the one playing the contain throughout the entirety of the end game in that previous match as well. Successful there, successful here once again. The desk brought it up, and now Hagatori needs help in order to frag out the way that he does. And having a player in Sosa that can say, bro, don't worry about what's happening behind you, I got you covered, makes it so much easier for a fragger to only have to look one direction.
He's getting it right now. Well, Falcons trying to make the push. They're going to run right into the 17 game. They'll lose Shrimpy to start off, and immediately Xiaowu is going to spot out Kickstart H1 down below. The Falcons get immediately wiped off the map by 17 game.
Shut down on Falcons there. Get the owner of 17 on screen as well. A little smile on his face, seeing a longtime rival team eliminated.
Got to feel good about that one as Breakers will push up in the BRDM. He's got 770 pinned out in the blue. He's got Xiaowu pinned out in the blue, rather. Xiaowu, I think, trying to go for that vehicle, maybe make a push, but he's not going to be able to do it. And yeah, he's actually getting the call back because Rex has gotten knocked all the way off on the north side. He was keeping an eye on Navi, but Sosid once again delivering for Navi.
Caught Sosid running back towards the compound. Thought, ha, that's easy picking. Sosid flips on him and just takes him out. And if you're Poach on here, you do not want to lose Rex. You have plenty of space fighting your way into the northern side right now, and you need Rex in order to make things happen up here.
Absolutely. Well, VP and Twisted, actually the entire south side of this zone really European occupied right now. VP have the highest of high ground.
We already knocked him. Okay, NMG shoot at smoke. I think they're sweeping out of
side.
We need to do God room. We need to do God room.
We should wrap edge and fight top high ground. I don't know.
He's on chain. Just stop driving around. Let's just get out of the car. I'm gonna die.
I'm smoking.
I headshot the guy on the rock on green.
It's
Wait,
VP
take the sack setup. I'm out of the car for now. Yo, listen, there's 3 guys behind us in orange heading in the open. I hit the left guy, he's in the open. Twice, hit the left guy twice. 3 times, 4 times.
I shot him.
Wait, is this one playable at all?
I knocked him. It's 17 behind.
Let's go.
Let's go wrap 17.
Get in. Get in the car.
Yeah, okay.
I'm down to go north. We go north and then we play to yellow.
Yeah, listen. Okay, sorry, they're 3 man, but the
drive by edge, let's fucking kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 1 dead.
AR's out, Matt.
I'm driving, I'm not stopping.
Push him, drivers.
I'm spinning out.
I see him peeking edge.
One shot.
On the left, guys.
Oh, I have a bug. My mouse is just shooting for no reason.
Off the map by 17 Gaming.
Get eyes shut down on Falcon.
Off the map by 7.
We'll have a bug. On the left, guys. We'll have a bug. My mouse is just shooting for no reason.
Off the map by 17 Gaming.
Get eyes shut down on Falcon.
H1 की bug अंटा bro.
Spotted by BB team, and they're going to try to see if they can catch VP while they're not expecting it. But VP not taking a single knock off of that fight with Twisted is going to be perfectly content to hold on. And now you got to try to go for the retreat. Yeah. But the tire gets shot out tight. Okay, we're good.
I love the idea of what T1 is trying to set up here. The issue is Heather and Raining, their one task was to try and suppress T5. Cannot allow for them to shoot into the back of the players crossing over. Issues, they too are being suppressed by Evan Pochan. So you're relying so heavily on exactly other teams doing what you need them to do in order to pull off plays like that, and here it just didn't work as Correxy from underneath the vehicle finds one, and somehow Rossiter just walked through that nade.
Oh no!
Oh! The vehicle right thereafter.
Oh no, Rossiter! He put on his steel-toed boots, but it wasn't enough when the grenade landed. And now Virtus Pro returning the favor onto T1. Heather, I believe the last player left alive. Indeed, he is. 9 kills though for T1. They've looked so good so far this game. Can they get Type back on his feet? It looks like that's the call.
Definitely. These type of matches usually have very even leaderboards in the end of it because the teams in the best positions can't get a lot of points. So it's the teams that are racking up the kills that will also go down through the mid-game. As you have Cloris trying to dodge and weave. Nate's BRDMs throw everything you have at him. Somehow here, trying to live through it as well. Solnov just waiting for him to jump out this vehicle.
And look at Virtus Pro now. 10 kills Breakers will take him from behind as he will eventually go down. Tanvu now the last player left alive for the Expendables, who have, to be honest, no right to be up this late in the game, considering what they went through. And he's gonna get the help. Phil first gets the knock. Tanvu gets the flush. The Expendables now up to 3 kills as he hides amongst the Doritos.
Tanvu caught healing, completely done for, but the help from down south. And Phil first is able to get the flush on one, keeping him in the game. And now the utility being lopped on over from Therodon 5 here. They have the blue working against them, but the double nade keeps T5 in it.
In the battle of the T's on the north side, the Expendables are the one that win with one player left alive. Tanvu and FN Starlord going to leave him, and look at the circle he gets. He's got all the room in the world. Tanvu, can you pull off something magical here in match number 2?
There is no way. That is absolutely insane. VP as well here. One of the best, if not the best Miramar playing team in the world. Showing off big. They did so in the previous match as well, pulling up on fights. Get all 7 kills before the game had even started practically. And this time again as well, 11 kills already, and most importantly have yet to lose a single player. Now the chance to wrap up north here. They want to play this hill. They have Starlord waiting as soon as they get up here though.
Oh, Starlord just hiding in the smokes. He's got the BRDM as well, so he can at least retreat now that he knows he is surrounded on all sides. He will try to dip on out of there and see if he can maybe find somewhere else to play from, but the spray, oh no, he bottoms it out. He's got to get out of there quickly. Virtus Pro, 3 guns blazing on top of Starlord as the BRDM is smoking, and he gets it away, Toby, somehow.
This is Hunters running after a turtle, not able to take him down. In the end, he's going to fall, and it's going to be a doozy. Rewarded with the point on over, but for VP, they did what they had to do. They made their way north with all 4 players left alive.
Absolutely, they do. And Virtus Pro looking so strong here. 11 kills so far. BB team now finally getting to get active after holding on to the compound that's just been circle blessed for so long. But BB team, a formidable opponent. Correxy will get knocked there by a doozy. I don't think that's resible either for Virtus Pro. The rest of the boys are still on the high ground, so Correxy is done for.
This is the issue for VP right now. They're split so thin that if anyone falls, it could be trouble. Lookarooks, though, able to land a blinder of an 8 over the hilltop. A blind throw leading in. Second one is going to come over as well. Rather deep, but best of luck. Lifts with just 2 HP.
just barely getting out of there, and another one will get sent in his direction down to half HP. They know that Bestalosh is here. Aduzi having to send it across the road on the south side. He's got Beamy keeping an eye on him, but he will find it. He won't get knocked. Nixie has to drop down to heal up Bestalosh. Easy will get the heal off just in the nick of time. He is causing so many problems, and now he'll get the knock on the Nixie.
VP team took too long to get out of the compound, and the numbers advantage have therefore gone in favor of VP. But I'm say that now it is down to a 1v1. It's Beamy versus Phil first. I'm not seeing anyone able to get any rests off of this, despite the fact that you have 5 players on their knees. Phil first, 0 bullets in the DMR, has 40 in the AR to work with. Try and see if he can claim points. Do you go for the points here, though, or do you go for the win? Spots him. He saw him on the rock.
I think you have to go for the win right now. Phil first, only 38 bullets left to play with. He's got a lot of smokes, though, and that could be all he needs. You see, he got some utility left in the bag as Beamy tries to make the mad dash. He's going to put himself into grenade range. Phil first already sending some back over. Luca Rux feeding that information over to Beamy. Well, Phil first will take him down before taking a lot of damage of his own. He's dancing around on the hillside, 31 HP. He knows Beamy's on the low side. Bestalosh going to give him a little bit of idea of where Beamy is peeking from. They'll keep an eye. 23 bullets left for Phil first. Can he pull it off? He cannot. Virtus Pro win match number 2.
Incredible end game here for Virtus Pro, and no right to come out victorious with how BP team left the building. But I think it's the fact that Tanvu wasn't down early. They couldn't just commit to the hillside right away when 3 of VP were fighting Starlord in the top.
You had Theraton 5, you had T5, you had T1, all playing around on that northern side, and BB team just had no opportunity to make that move early. As you said, you still had Virtus Pro, you still had Twisted Minds on the south side. If they left, they were absolutely done for. In the end, they do get second place with a nice little, a few kills to go along with it, but Virtus Pro looking so strong here in game number 2.
Absolutely incredible finish to Miramar for the Polar Bears, the opposite of their natural habitat, succeeding here in the desert. As we go back to the desk for a breakdown of these 2 Miramar games we've just been witnessing here.
Bro, 2 games, 2 dinners, bro. It's good high kill games. What the fuck?
EMEA so cool right now at PGC 2025. Not only do we get the first victory of RV, but then all of a sudden we get to game number 2, and then it's BB team going up against this Pro. Okay, I'll calm down.
Would have been cooler if Nixie didn't get flushed.
Oh, you have one of your fantasy team.
I sure do. Well, I picked these guys to win, but I mean, like I had to put them on because they're that good.
That's
and then Beamy, once called Bloomy because he was never in the fight, goes out and clutches this thing.
What my cats.
No way.
I don't have any. I don't have any Twisted Minds. I don't have any Virtus Pro. I have a Twisted Minds player. He died very early on. That's very sad. But I love a good old Beamy clutch. He's done it before. We've seen him. He did it at PNC the last game. I was running out and hugging him, obviously, but this is a huge clutch. The 2 nades to delay the peak, and also no bullets on the other side of the BP team. He had to drop the DMR to get enough bullets for his AUG.
Yeah, no one likes stripping your DMR, but he did what he had to do, and they honestly got very, very close. That exchange was impressive. A lot of stuff happened in this game. I also got to commend 17. It was like a good old-fashioned 17 versus Falcons like the old days. Sadly, 17 just wiped them off the map during the fight, though. It was really impressive. 17 looks, their rotations are strong. Their middle is working. I think that their middle play with these amount of edge teams is actually going to go pretty well for them.
Let's be honest, though. This new percentage system gave BB team a 90% chance from that compound. And I was questioning it because Virtus Pro's rotation to that east side to be able to assault from there was a masterful play.
It's obviously not taking into consideration the new circle where it shifts. It's like based on the right. So they had the compound looking strong, but you could see with the high ground advantage that VP took once they kind of pushed away F and Pochon, eliminated Tanbu. That high ground advantage was really what enabled them to take them on quite nicely here. Not a lot of flexing right now.
No.
I have it in my fantasy team, but I'm hoping they're able to step up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in his face. I feel like maybe they feel the pace of this lobby has kind of amped up just a little bit here.
For sure.
Especially if you're coming from last stage. I think it's really good to play last stage if you can guarantee get out. It keeps you warm.
Yes.
But it is and I'm just going to say it, a much lower level in terms of overall play. And this is the best teams in the world, right?
That's not even a crazy statement.
Yeah,
That's
it just
objective.
feels bad to say the rest of you guys stink.
You're missing 10 teams
I know.
that are come here from the group stage, look spectacular, and now they're playing up against them. And Virtus Pro is one of those names, and they're one of the names that is going to be looking to gun for the championship. 26 points go their way.
Yeah.
That is a massive victory for them. BB team with 12 points.
And they took out our, I would say, favorite, Twisted Minds, in a masterful execution push. With an open with the Panzerfaust, sure, that's 2 knock. That could have been a nade instead, but they absolutely demolished that. They got in quickly, got out, defended the kind of push that come from the other side as well. I love that. That was super
I think that actually outlines it really well. When we talked about favorites to win this game, we talked about Twisted, we talked about Falcons, we talked about VP. 2 of those favorites were wiped cleanly by teams that maybe shouldn't have been able to do that to them in this game. VP has been the exception to that as they come out with 33 overall points to take that run. And when we saw Virtus Pro pull ahead at PGS, they never let off the gas. That's got to start to worry you if you're everybody else.
No, definitely. 25 points for Navi, still sat now in that second place, knocked off number 1. It's only 2 games deep, but yes, there's still 16 more to go. T1 with 20 points. So it's not only EMEA having a good start off here, it really is also South Korea looking good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the T1 push. The amount of kills that they obviously got from this one was huge here. I was hoping to see a little bit more from Type. I have in my fantasy, but Ian, he stepped up and he's
he back?
Is he back? Is he back? I could see that happening.
I would say that you're right. Type has been getting a lot of love, but he is not the end-all of this team. Ian steps up, makes some big plays, and I think T1 looks like a very good roster. This is a team that as I look forward to next year, I expect big things out of them. Turning it on early is exciting.
No, definitely. All right, well, gentlemen, I'm getting word that we are ready to head to a break. When we return, we have got the wild card maps on the other side. So PGC 2025, it's just begun. There's plenty more to come.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DAY-2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Stay focused.
What the fuck? Sound ఎందుకు వస్తలేదు?
عيل سوي رقصة بياع يبلي واحد كرك يلا بياع طق سيارة بوليس يلا يلا سوي رقصة ثانية رقصة البطريق ولا فلوس عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز والله خوش رقصة يا اخي عيل سوي عندي خوش فصلة يا أخي تفوز
तो भाई
అవును బ్రో ఎపిక్ లో ఇది క్లెయిమ్ చేయాలి what the fuck మర్చిపోయా ఎపిక్ లో ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చింది హాగ్వర్డ్స్ లెగసీ get it for free get ready to install your product okay 4,000 rupees game bro ఇది కూడా ఏదో ఫ్రీ అంట ఇది కూడా రిడీమ్ చేద్దాం ఎంజాయ్ పండుగ ఇంకేమేమి ఉన్నాయి ఫ్రీగా ఫోర్ట్ నైటా అదే ఉందనుకుంటా ఫాల్ గైస్ అన్నీ రిడీమ్ చేద్దాం ఏమేమి ఫ్రీ వస్తాయి అన్నీ నో క్యాప్ డిస్కౌంట్ నైట్రో ఫ్రీయా వాడు హెక్ అన్నీ ఫ్రీగా వచ్చేస్తున్నాయింది రాకెట్ లీగ్ అంట యాస్ఫాల్ట్ లెజెండ్సా రేవెన్ 2 ఏంటిది ఇంకా స్టీమ్లో ఉంది నాతో సీజ్ 6 ఫ్రీదే ఈ నైట్రో ఏందో చూడాలి ఇక్కడికి పోయింది అది గేమ్ స్టార్ట్ అయింటది yes
like brains in PUBG when he comes out and says Toby, you know what team I'm actually kind of worried about? It's VP, because they put in more time than anyone else. They came into this year knowing what they were going to be capable of if they dedicated the time to it. And he's seen it on their side. He's seen their aggression in scrims. He's seen just the amount of time they dedicate to always grinding this game. And we're now having the pleasure of experiencing it come to fruition, because VP are playing like they've never done before.
Get to bear witness. Well, on the other side of that coin, though, we have some teams that maybe we were expecting a lot of coming in, and a little bit of a slow start here. Twisted Minds being one of those.
Yeah.
As Team Falcons, DN Freaks also kind of sitting on that lower half of the leaderboard. But we saw that happen before, and then when we got to these middle maps, things started turning around. In fact, I believe in group stage we saw Falcons get a back-to-back win on these very same maps. So we'll see what this one has in store for us as we head over to Tego.
Tego time. It is followed with an incredibly southern plane. We're flying in south of Buksan Sa. So anyone looking to go terminal, that's a stretch, and anywhere beyond that, well, you ain't going to see the circle for a while, because we are way, way down south.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen a plane go farther south than that as we get a look at those beautiful Porsches. One of which is going to the eventual MVP of this tournament. Right now, so far, you got to imagine Hackatory making his claim pretty early. We'll see if he can keep it going.
I still like the idea. Oh, sorry, continue.
Oh, no, that's all I got, man. That's it.
I was going to say, I still like the idea that they get the Porsche that is parked out here and go, and now you make a vlog of driving it home. So for a Thai team, that'd be pretty straightforward. But for, let's say, like a Northern European one, or an American even more so, and then I drove my car, my new Porsche, from Thailand to North America. That'd be the journey.
That takes some doing. and it's right-hand drive, too, man. I don't know if my brain works that well. Correction, there's no way. Please.
For the sake of grand finals, it would have been cool, but...
It would have been.
But no, not to be.
Oh, well. All right, well, we see all of our teams down there, and yep, circle going to go pretty much where you expected it to, and honestly, that's probably about the kindest circle that we could have expected with this plane path. So you see it, that plane path still just bisecting it right in the middle. So a lot of room still left for these teams to try to make their way in. You can see Theraton 5, Freaks, Falcons all the way on the west, as we see Twisted and a few others making their way over. As Falcons actually getting close to Rossadid, and he's going to be the one that goes down. H-Wing going to collect the first point as he will take a few more shots at a parting Theraton 5.
And I think this is a no weapons at all, quick rotate to loot type situation. And indeed it is. It's the entirety of T5. They better say their praises for H-Win being sat with a Vector, another gun with a few more bullets and a few more individual damage with it, because that could have been brutal. Having said that, here comes Park Pro. Does he know that Gedrox is in this compound?
I think he might have an idea, and I feel like Gedrox knows that there's somebody around him as well. I think he heard the vehicle pull up maybe, and yeah, he's taking that high ground. He's looking around to see if he can maybe spot him out, and Park Pro, I think realizing that the jig is up, will go ahead and move away.
The interesting thing about this is these are the two players that are split off their team. You have all of Begopa and Buksansa. You have all of Namiga out in Ouyang. So these are the two, I mean, players that were sent towards the circle center early on to claim real estate for their team. And right now they're going, guys, I kind of need you, but they're not going to be there anytime soon. Oh, he saw him on the roof, didn't he?
Yeah, no, I think maybe not. Yeah, I mean, you can still see Park Pro sticking around. So the rest of his squad still over there on Buksansa. They don't look like they're in any hurry to come over and join. But Levante now is on his way over from the east to rejoin Gedrox. So Park Pro, while he's sticking around here, may end up regretting that shortly.
I'm starting to wonder whether his vehicle is in a position from where he can actually safely get to. We have Navi coming in the northern side now as well. They too are in a split, so not expecting them to flex out too wide on this one. But if they hear a big fight go off, something could definitely be abound as VP, our current first place team by quite the margin, perhaps their way towards the south.
Dropping everybody into the vehicle and heading into Hosan. As currently full sense looting up around there. Get to see some of those stats from that last game. And the match obviously going to go over to Luca Rux. 617 damage and 7 kills for him. But definitely felt like a team effort, much like the Navi victory felt like a team effort. All these guys just popping. Uh-oh, what do we got here? Okay.
I'm not quite sure. I think they're running down to Corexi to try and stop him from running away, because as you can see in the bottom left, he's trying to get back to the boys, and I think that's what's slowing down the VP rotation right now as we hop back to Park Pro, who is definitely a pro of chilling in this park right now. But well, the entirety of Namika have come around, and he's still waiting for his teammate to come over. So
they're starting to get there though. Pico and Akan already.
Fight in the making.
So yeah, this is the longest fight ever. As we wait for it to pop up, as Rasa did, yeah, that's
he was alone.
Just a little bit too close, unfortunately. And Falcons, meanwhile, continuing to work on that western coast now, leaving Hapo going off to the south.
There you go. Some
the
Falcons
chicken hats
fans, the ticket hats. That's what you can get. Plenty of cool merch available here at the fan zone. You got a chicken hat. I saw you wearing it. I was a bit sad you didn't wear it at the start of show. But you know what? We got more days to go. We'll get you merched out, and we'll have a new mascot.
I hope so.
Follow the mascot.
I hope so.
There you go.
I've always wanted to be a mascot. See, that's the problem with mascots. You have to be like to fit in the suit. You got to be small, and I'm 6'5".
We'll just make a 10-foot mascot.
Nobody
Big chicken running around on the stage, and it's all Poro.
Nobody makes 6'5" mascot. Unfortunate. We're gonna get on that. Well, Clories and the rest of the Expendables playing just off to the east of Swamp. They're in a little bit of a four-way split, and oh, look at that.
They needed this. I get that.
Goodies from heaven, and no, Park Pro, you have been spotted out, my friend. But Gedrock's not going to hit that seat swap as clean as he would have liked. As now Hello My Bad going to push him from behind. Gedrock's just wasting his time while Hello My Bad tries to get a little bit closer, get him from the other side, and there you go. Clean as you like. It would have been cleaner if Gedrox was able to hit that seat swap, but you know, it is what it is.
I love the effort from Park Pro, though, because as soon as he gets seen and gets some pretty good shots connected as well, he runs away from that compound, because the angle from where they can see him from that house, it's one window in the roof, and that rock blocked the vision completely. But with that fight over, now let's hop over to Hagatori.
Now we're with Hagatori over here from Navi. Would like to say congratulations, the first chicken dinner of the grand final with 13 kills. Would like to ask you, how do you feel right now?
Вітаємо з перемогою. Як ти себе зараз почуваєш?
Почуваю добре. Це лише перша гра. Подивимося, що буде далі.
It's all right. It's just the first game, so we'll keep going.
So how about the team momentum?
Чи вдасться нам засноуболити далі?
Досвід минулих стадій показує, що перша гра нічого не значить, тому подивимося, що буде далі.
Usually the first game doesn't matter much, so we'll not try to focus on it and just keep going.
All right, so keep going, Navi. Let's cheer for them.
All right, we'll see if Hagatori and the boys can keep on going after that big game one win. But he's got some competition there in Virtus Pro, and now Virtus Pro, they're going to find themselves in a scrap here with full sense. Tigger already with over 100 damage, so they are getting real close here in the south side of Hosan.
Importantly for Virtus Pro and Virtus Pro fans alike is, of course, that we are seeing Corexi on the move here. So while he had some technical issues, he is, in fact, back on the servers. Nixie departing bullets towards Tigger, who seemingly will be able to get away to safety, but scary transition out of Hosan there.
Yeah, it was. And good thing they laid that smoke wall down. Obviously, just good discipline on the part of Full Sense there, because those tires could have easily been taken out.
Oh, yeah.
And he would have been in a world of hurt. But Virtus Pro, I think they're more than happy and content to just hold on to the south side of this city for now.
Definitely, definitely. And to stay on them for a second, I mean, not to do a Denmark bias or anything, but I had the chance last year to do a one-on-one interview with Beamy, and him telling the tale of how him on Heroic got second at a PGC and then was almost at a point of retirement because he couldn't find a team afterwards. This is his first real chance now being back in the driving seat, literally, as I said in the first place, of going back to try and reclaim that. He's wanted that for so long. So for him, of course, means the world to try and finally get to lift that trophy.
The heroic run was the stuff of legends.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, and unfortunately, that was when New Happy managed to secure the championship. As I don't think we have any players left from that New Happy squad in here. But that heroic squad currently represented. As we see Glaz still just keeping eyes on Zenith. We'll land at least one shot. Zenith knows now that maybe I shouldn't peek this, as we are very, very split.
Yeah, no real reason for him to over-aggress when you're sat with over a square kilometer of space between you and the southern side of the circle. I am seeing... I don't know why I keep getting scared when I see red zones of the map, because they have proven to be not overly effective. I think we've seen 2 or 3 knocks throughout the entire tournament, and it seems like these players are not really respecting them either. There's only one red zone on this server you do respect, and that's the pentagram one.
That is the guy to keep an eye on. Although, so far, it's been a little bit of a slow start for Asla. Only 3 points picked up as we see the circle centering just to the southeast of Hosan. Na'Vi already making moves. We already saw what Na'Vi can do when given circle position. So that 2-2 split, we'll see if they can hold that. There's a number of E-pickups. I don't think either of those teams are going to take those E-pickups. They're feeling pretty nice about things here.
Exactly. They were setting up for what we've seen many times, that southern hard shift down towards Songam, but in this case, no need for them to jump into the sky. They will stay in their compounds, be joined soon by teams alike here, Arena and Full Sense, the 2 tied teams fighting once more.
Arena looking at that high ground in the middle, and it was looking pretty juicy, but they did not know that Full Sense was already up here. And fortunately for them, they're able to pull off without losing anybody so far. They're still getting shot at from the south by BB team as well, so it's not by any means a safe spot for E-Arena, but they're good for now.
A phase 2 commit to a shack, you can be darn sure that those tires ain't gonna be there for the, well, give them 30 seconds at most, and they should all be popped. So unless if we see those shifts continuously go south of Hosan, for them to try and get out of that position at any point really is going to be close to impossible.
Looks like for the most part, most of our teams are inside the zone already. We do have some late arrivers. Falcons on the south side, just making their way out of Songam. 3rd on 5 on the west, and now DN Freaks coming in from the north, and it looks like the only one that may run into trouble is 3rd on 5, but we'll see where they decide to go. Is Full Sense still reigning large on the top of that hill as we check in with those aforementioned Falcons.
Yeah, and they're going to have to try and maintain this space for as long as they can. At any point when you get into a high ground position like that, where you don't really have any hard cover to fall back to, you need to be aggressive. You need to keep teams at bay. They do have Thanadol set east, but outside of that, ain't easy to maintain space there. For Twisted Minds up in the north, I mean, they've been taking shots over in the direction of T1, so they know approximately where they are, and I'm not sure if Lou here is just sat waiting for his mechanic to come around or what the play is here.
Where
but
a
it seems
tire
like
used to be.
they're trying to hold off this position. Ian is the closest opponent for them, though.
Yeah, T1, I mean, they look like they might feel froggy here. We'll keep an eye on it. Falcons, though, I think they might have gotten shot at by Howl from Pentagram.
Yeah.
And Howl, he's going to go ahead and hop in. And he's actually driving right into Falcons. Maybe turn that one around, buddy. Yeah, Pentagram, very wide split right now. And so Howl not going to get any support from the rest of his teammates. And that will open up the smallest of doors here for Falcons to come in on the south side. But at least they have a hill to kind of scout out where things might go next.
You can see they're both looking around this corner there. I was going to say, this jiggle peek. That's me thinking they know exactly where it is. Perfect X7 wants to line up there. They know where they have to get now. Fully will this time around of the fact that T1's in the nearby vicinity, and still with that information, they're keeping example way up towards the northwest.
Well, I think they may have spotted out DN Freaks, as DN Freaks now has spotted out Theraton 5, and they were looking over in this direction, but Theraton 5 looks like they will cut in towards Hosan, as they had lost Rossida Jr. very, very early on to those Falcons. Number of teams already on the move before the circle even pops, and look at that, we're going right on top of Hosan. So 3rd on 5, and the Expendables going to make their way into the west side right at the perfect time.
The city might not be all that is in this circle, but what else can you play in this circle outside of the city? Southside Hill is already taken, and everything else is open fields. You can see what they're driving through here. There's nowhere for them to stop before they hit the walls of the city.
Tell you what, man, you've heard of this city ain't big enough for the both of us. Well, this city I don't think is going to be big enough for the 16 of us, as we see a number of teams running into each other through the hills. Na'Vi going to be shots taken from T1 and Full Sense. PO all by himself. The rest of the team not anywhere even near. He's just going to try to make a full-on send, and he finds a way in, but 16 HP is all he's going to land with.
Able to make it inside the buildings too. His teammates ain't with him just yet, though. They're going to come right here. Akan and Xiaoyang trying to make the same thing happen, but that's not going to be an easy run to make, because now all the teams are aware of exactly where he's grabbing in from. Great timing on the knock on Ian, though. It's going to allow for them to make that play happen.
It was absolutely huge timing on that knock, and Bego Pa get away with absolute murder here, and they hold on to two compounds here on the south side of Hosan. Looks like Namiga will find their way into the east. T1 should be able to get their fallen man back on his feet. And God, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. Now half the lobby have entered in some way Hosan.
Believe you me, if this next circle goes anywhere near there, we're going to see almost the entire of the rest of them join it. There ain't a whole lot more to play, as Falcons will soon realize as well. They do have the compound on the very, very western side of this, where they could stop. The issue is when you're coming in this late, how do you dare try and scout this? Do you dare try and pull up on this? You know what? They drove past it, no one shot, they're not seeing any cars, they're going for it. And that's a good scouting on the fly, and a great pit stop, at least for now, for Falcons.
Really fortunate stuff there for Falcons, and very heady play from them to realize that BB team was the only one taking shots, although BB team starting to flex out a little bit, and looking at, we'll see if they decide to take that fight any further. How's the Pentagram, meanwhile, kind of squaring up with FN Potion on the hills, but this is outside of zone. They've got to come to a conclusion here, and FN, or Full Sense rather, have vision, so a few shots taken from Flash will force FN to reposition.
It's like I said before, the only way Full Sense gets to maintain that high ground is by keeping all other teams at least a couple hundred meters out. You cannot have one team nearby, because we've seen it on Everest before. If the top team gets contested, everyone collapses on the hill up high. So need to try and maintain space as the two Korean teams now start fighting one another out in the blue Pentagram, and Evan Pochon trying to come out victorious in the southeast.
Oh, Pentagram in a little bit of a bad position here, as they've got 3 inside a compound, but Glass is nowhere near. And there you go, the shots will be enough to take down Hammer. So 2 knocks now for Pentagram. Glaz is not anywhere near. Hal is hopping in a vehicle. They're just going to go ahead and leave these two to die, as Full Sense now taking shots over towards FN. So it looks like Glaz and Hal will try to make their way in under those watchful eyes of Full Sense. But where do you go, Toby? There are so many teams.
The issue, right? They were holding it till late. Now the circle goes the only place they wouldn't want it to, down on their side of it. That's where teams already sat, ready and waiting. Glass first one to fall. Hammer down already as well. Here comes the last. Should be easy pickings for Belmoth. Indeed it is. And Pentagram fall early.
Just forced to make a bad rotation. The new circle does pop, and it's going to go hard shift down to the southwest. So half of Hosan now no longer in. So BB team, Falcons, that little situation down there is still inside the zone. DN Freaks starting to look down as well. Twisted Minds very far outside of zone on the north side. We'll have to make a wrap down to the south.
I don't know what BB team gave the circle guts today, but they've been on the receiving end of these last two. Of some very beneficial shifts. Hopefully for them they can make something of it. Last game they weren't able to capitalize and get the win. Yeah, these chances, at least for now, to make something happen too.
17 making a very dangerous wrap, and fortunately for them, FN Potion not together yet, so they're able to get through. For the most part, it looks like, as FS and E-Arena are going to take shots over towards each other. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, try to come in from the north side. They're going to run into D and Freaks, who were forced to turn around after shots from Falcons.
Yeah, it was Freaks who were sat here kind of ready and waiting for Twisted Minds as well. They tracked their entire rotation coming in from the north, so the fact that that Twisted Minds are able to get the double early, or at least find salute as the rest does come through, is pretty big. Twisted Minds now down to 3 as well. How do you maneuver forward when there's a big pull of a BRDM looking at you?
Oh, Lou will pull up as Guman has to hop back in, and will retreat once again as you see the kill feed lighting up. Namiga is getting a little bit more active. Deal now is with his back at the blue. Guman still pushing through. The shots coming through from Twisted Minds, trying to get that BRDM a little bit lower, but the kill feed is starting to light up, Toby, as a number of teams are getting caught out in no man's land.
Exactly. Guman trying to get further forward. Nicely timed flash. And not going to be enough for him to stay alive. Example able to take him down. Shots fired from the side. There was Heaven Trying to suppress, try to help out his teammate with a great nade. Locked on over, finds example.
And immediately switched over to Lou. Good stuff from Heaven as he is a one-man army. Takes down all three in the end. Twisted Minds out in 15th place.
Incredible shutdown in the Northwest by D and Freak. Salute down early as well. Usually the one that team needs in order to find success. But doing so here without Heaven really stepping up and making big plays happen.
Really nice stuff there. T1 down to just Heather and End as they are getting pressed by Namiga, but Namiga has a knock. They've got Virtus Pro on their south side. Starlord going to get spotted out by Flash as Full Sense still controls the high side here. That mountain looming so large, and they will take down Starlord. Now it's just down to Breakers, who's hiding in a shack.
Technically up in the northeastern side as well. VP starting to make their play out of the city. They have both the rest of Amiga and T1 ahead of them. They need to be very swift in how they approach these fights, and they're doing that right here. Nixie already finds the double.
Yeah, VP just cleaning house on the northeastern side of this zone. Full Sense, meanwhile, still trying to see if they can maybe get involved from range. End dancing around, avoiding going down to the explosions.
said Navo EY team.
Gedrox now just the last player left alive. Alive via the grace of this UAS. There's a few grenades from T1 will land, but not gonna be enough to get the knock.
T1, where do you go from here? 0 kills, 5 teams out of placement points still now. Fights happening on the southern side of this, but not really a good chance for them to engage as Namiga are eliminated.
That's a big gun pickup there for Virtus Pro as well, as they will be able to collect a nice MG3 off of them. Now T1 continue to hold fort. Here's the mortars will fall over in Falcon's direction, but they're gonna just be a little bit short.
They have to make this play. They know that they need to clear out T1 and they're able to really make space for themselves. Beam, he spots the run out from Heather. Will feed that info across to his teammates, and even if they can't get the kills here, force them further west, force them into other teams. As Nixie finds one, but Ian is there with a response.
Nice trade there from Ian, and he'll at least secure that point. Will go down in the end. Virtus Pro, though, collects 6 kills now, and they have the northeast, but 3rd on 5 starting to wrap over in that direction. We'll keep an eye on that as we keep an eye on the Freaks trying to survive in the smallest of dips.
Yeah, I mean, Freaks just send it circle center, right? Not really a whole lot more for them to do. 2 players left alive, having to come off that hillside. Not going to be easy. Having said that, they're doing a great job right now, dutching and weaving all this util being thrown at him.
3 kills by the Expendables, all in the bag of Delwyn, and they have control over the southwestern side of Hosan. Begopal looking across the road over in that direction, but not finding any angles as Phil first and the rest of BB team trying to make the push in. They're going to come into the south side of E-Arena, but they've got to be ready for a fight as immediately Phil first knocked down to half HP.
Yeah, second nade could get the better of him. That's 7 pieces of util thrown at that rock, neither of which connects. As a matter of fact, it's going to be Phil first with an nade to find one. Norrens, though, will get him in the end. 2 players down on the side of BB team as Jacob now trying to sat here alone. Fend off against the teams. Oh, that nade,
nice grenade.
Just exactly bouncing on through. Should get the better of him. No, out on the other side.
Oh, Jacob hears it. He's going to be able to dance out and around. He's going to leave the compound. He's going to find one. Nicely done. The 1v1 won by Jacob. Aduzi will go down. Molodok now the last player left alive for BB team. And now Full Sense has spotted him as well.
Incredible understanding of Jacob of where his opponents are and trying to isolate these fights. Getting down behind that vehicle, knowing that if he can play from there, Molodok cannot engage this fight and help out his teammate. So great performance there in the situation where he could have easily been taken out.
Oh, but E-Arena's got other problems now as Full Sense. Oh, that is right on top of him. Okay, he gets the heel off and immediately has to run. Opans will make sure his shoes are tied up tight. But E-Arena now down to just Jacob and Opans as Full Sense. They've had that high ground. They've been doing work from it for a while now as they've, to the tune of 5 kills. They're starting to flex out a little bit more now that they have to move.
Incredible teamwork here once again, throwing the pre-smoke for your teammates to come down and assist, maybe get into the vehicle together, but they need to deal with Moldoc in order to get out of here alive.
And again, Navi in the danger position, and they get some gifts to use as well. Nice grenade from Opans will take down Molodok. Now E-Arena can turn their attention over towards Full Sense.
Meantime, on the northern side of things, this fight in the city, the last few teams to try and come out, these fights have to come to an end eventually. And here it will, T5 out victorious against Virtus Pro. Still though, Bakeup on the nearby vicinity will make their way in their direction soon.
Very nice wrap around from that northern side by 3rd on 5, and now they can take They're going to turn their attention towards Bagopie. Rather, Bagopie turning their attention towards Theraton 5 as it feels like Bagopie's got the better position here. This ditch has just been absolute death for numerous teams now. The most recent being Virtus Pro. We'll see if Theraton 5 can fight their way out.
Well, they're going to have to. There's really no other way around it. You can't run up that hillside east at all. As good as it looks on map, there's just no safety at all. I'm hearing the vehicle beeps. I'm hearing the C4. It's going to roll close to Falcons. Will they get away in time?
Oh no, run, kickstart, run!
Vehicle explodes just behind and they stay alive.
Oh my goodness. Well, Falcons down to 2 and Breakers. He had a C4 in a dream, but now he has been spotted out by Opons, and the E-Arena boys have continued to wrap around over towards this western side. Freaks, meanwhile, still holding out Theraton 5. Songjang has the high ground. Theraton 5, they've got the big boy gun, though. Songjang has no support from Akan, though, and he'll get taken down by Ranger X.
Holy Flash finds him on the rock anyway. Great job by Ranger X. He sacrifices himself in order to get that point, though. 2 teammates left alive and explosive, and Floki swinging the corner, but Ferris is there to shut them down.
Oh, now Navi has entered the chat. They found the angle. Akan still alive in the smoke, but that MG3 could strike at any moment. E-Arena will get taken down by Full Sense in the end. Somehow, Breaker's still alive as he collects another point for FN Pocheon, but now will go down to Hakatori, and so will FN Pocheon, and now 8 kills for Navi extends the only one missing.
Yep, Navi, only team set up here kills-wise, everyone at 6 or below. These fights have been so detrimental for the teams that have been forced into them. It's only been the teams from up high that have been able to fight with, I don't want to say no risk involved, but at least not as much as the ones in the low ground.
614 damage so far for Belmoth. Welcome to the tournament, boys.
Yeah.
We've been missing you. 6 kills. As they make their way in from the south. That is going to be a tall order, though, with Navi with 3. Still have that high side. Falcons, meanwhile, they've got the duo that were on the south side. They continue to make their way up, and we haven't gotten a chance to talk about them so much just yet, but the Expendables have been playing out of the city. They lose 1, but they still have 5 kills. Tanvu and Clories now looking over in the direction or towards Falcons.
It's been a quiet game on the western side of the road here, but Circle shifting back in that direction is gonna light that up at least a bit more. And for Falcons, if they can somehow, I mean, obviously Expendables know they're out there because they've been shooting at one another, but if they can somehow get into that next dip, I don't think Expendables has a whole lot of util to work with right now either, so they could be safe there.
Well, it looks like they have a little ridge line to work with as well, as Theraton 5's Exquisite. Yeah, they know exactly where he is. This might be Exquisite going down to the blue in the end, as he just tries to heal a little bit longer, doesn't want to donate the point. Oh, there's a first hit just sitting there, looks so tasty. Oh, Duck Shoes will spot him out. And in the end, Exquisite will go down to the blue. But we have made it to our top 4, Toby. It's a 3v3 v3 v2 as Kickstart and Shrimsy continue to wrap around on that western side. Full Sense still have to fight their way into zone.
Almost again lighting up. I mean, he's the one tasked with making sure Navi can't do a flank around on them, and every single time Navi has looked south towards him, they have been met with a hail of bullets. So good on Belmoth to step up here and keep the likes of Navi in position.
See those live updating chicken dinner percentage chances brought to us by the Crafton AI and AWS. Right now, the Expendables with a 53% chance, according to the numbers, based on where they are, based on what they have. They are looking pretty strong as they spot out Full Sense, but fortunately for Full Sense, they're able to get somebody in, but Hakatori will spot out Belmont. That's a knock coming in.
Or Tanvu can find him. Hakatori sure will, able to get the second through the smoke as well. Rest might be possible because he is behind the vehicle, but the flush has come through, and you know what, it's Tanvu. He couldn't hit the knock, but he will get the flush.
Hakatori, almost 500 damage here. Thanadol will be able to stick the res onto Belmoth, but Full Sense down to duo. We'll see how much longer they can stay alive with 2 teams looking right down at them. Falcons playing along that ridge line have managed to avoid the eyesight of either of these squads so far. We'll see how much longer they have to do that as New Circle will pop, and Thanadol and Belmoth, you are in trouble, boys.
You're staying alive for the duration of that smoke, and I think that's about it. They do have 1,300 damage done between them, though, so Definitely packing a punch, but these nades are getting ever so much closer. And that third one should have Belmont's name written all over it. Will find him with that one. Hagatori running with no fear whatsoever through the open and wanting to clear out full sense.
Just absolute reckless abandon. Bounces off his helmet, and Thenadol will try to take a spot. He's gonna get the knock onto Hagatori. They sent one man down to do the work, and he gets spotted. Nice spray from Tanvu will take down Pickstar, and another shot from Sosid, who has been on fire so far here today.
V successful in match number 1, comes back here in match number 3 with a duo against them, a solo in the south as well, but they're looking as in control as we've ever seen him. 11 kills already, lacking Hagatori, but now it's up to Sosid and Ferris to bring this one home.
Expendables will get Clories back on his feet, so they're back up to a trio. Thanadol will hide just on the outside of this blue zone grenade, and he still has to crawl a little bit farther to get inside zone, and it does not look like he's got a whole lot left in the bag, you would imagine, to play with. We'll see if he can maybe make a move here. As nice spray, though. We'll find Ferris. He's just jiggle peeking this right now, and the underhanded grenade might not have been the play. And there you go. He gets taken low enough to go down to the zone, and now it's Na'Vi versus the Expendables for the win.
I mean, I feel like he's done everything he could here to allow for Expendables to get into a winning position. Sosid, though, finds Clories with the links in hand, but he's in a 1v2, and they know exactly where they have him.
Almost 800 damage for Sosid, and he's going to find another one. Can he pull off the miracle? It's a 1v1. Sosid versus Duck Juice. He will secure the points for Na'Vi. Clories, they're actually going to go for the res here. Sosid going to use that opportunity to try to make the push. Can he get it? What a win for Na'Vi!
What the fuck?
Grenade explodes. They managed to get the spray.
Immediately jumps out of the seat and goes, "What do you want? What do you want?" It's not all a Hagatori train. No, Sosid is here to clutch out games like that as well. And my oh my, what a turnaround.
Hagatori, who? Sosid has been an absolute revelation so far here today, and boy is he feeling it, and he should be. How do the Expendables throw that at the end? Going for the heal instead of going for the 1v1, they might end up living to regret that one.
My oh my, for Na'Vi to come up victorious there. You can see Thenadol probably not so upset about Na'Vi not winning, but going like, boys, I gave you all chances in the world to bring that one home, but that's the second time we see it now. Teams crumbling with the winning play. It was BP team last game, and here we see it from TE as well.
There's so much pressure on these guys, especially when you get down to the final few players remaining. You never know what can happen. You never know who will step up to deliver a win. This time, it's Na'Vi and Sosid.
ఏంది బ్రో క్రేజీ ఆడుతున్నారు బ్రో అసలు అందరూ. దిస్ మచ్ చికెన్ డిన్నర్ ఈజ్ నాట్ హెల్దీ అంట. 3 చికెన్ డిన్నర్లు అనుకుంటా. 3 కాదు, ఫస్ట్ అనుకుంటా.
Well, game number 3, and it looks like Na'Vi has got themselves the second win on the board. I'm joined by Toffees as well as Avenger. Toffees is elated about another EMEA victory.
I'm elated that Santa came early for Na'Vi. It dropped presents upon presents upon presents on them, including a Lynx that ultimately was what they needed to win this. They were tagging people left and right. You're right, Na'Vi, that's 2. That's crazy.
That's insane. And what a start for them, right? We always look at Twisted Minds. Yeah, you know what? They're always the day 2, day 3 team. They always figure something out that everyone else hasn't figured out yet. Na'Vi, they don't need to figure anything out. They just need to frag out. And that's exactly what it is in this game here. The Hagatori, I got 3 nades and 3 Molotovs. Let me throw every single one of them at full sense, running at them. Nobody else looking. I actually thought it's going to be a Expendables win for this one. But they did not play together as a team. They ran at them, expecting that Hagatori being down, that they could just gun them down.
Whilst I would happily just keep saying that this is amazing and spectacular and things like that, and it is, I think that, though, in group stages, Na'Vi had moments of brilliance. And in last sense, they had a moment of brilliance. But they need to be on every single day, Toffees. And that is somewhere where they did fall apart the way, against the wayside. They need to be able to somehow have this every day.
They got to chase it. The problem for everybody else right now is the fact that Na'Vi has gotten their wins that they're supposed to so early that they can take massive risks. They can make big moves going forward, and it's going to take a lot of pressure off of the rest of this team. Sure, we know Hakatori doesn't feel pressure or anything at all, but the rest of the guys now are going to feel prideful strength. That Lynx alone was such a difference maker in that end game. Like, we saw the Falcons tried to make something happen, and it was just a clink clank. Both of you were done for.
So it was banging it out.
It was, and that Nate to finish things off with, I understand he stood up. That was an absolute insane clutch moment. And especially in this situation here, you're basically a 3 versus 2. When he clutches a 2 versus 3, in that case, like, that's perfect for them, right? I love that. And also, the Nate stood up. Look at that. Celebrate me, minions, as I won the game for you.
I love that. I really do. Because, you know, for the most part, sometimes you don't get too much play from these guys. But once there's a crowd in front of them, good old boys are going to be able to go run with it. 24 points go the way of Na'Vi.
14 kills
we will
and
have 12 going the way of Expendables and full sets. Now, once again, our cheeky percentage said that Expendables is going to have a good time on this, but it didn't quite go the way at all.
You know, Expendables had a little bit of space left in the compound. I think that might be why there was a percentage there for them, but I don't know. I also love that Hakatori is just like me and looks at the screen and not the camera lens, because I feel you, my friend.
You know why Sosa popped off in this game? He was touched by the hand of God. It was Hakatori gave him the blessing.
Well, I thought that Virtus Pro was going to be able to run away on the leaderboards with almost being at 40 points. But Na'Vi, after 3 games, almost 50 points, Toffees.
2 chicken dinners in 3 games is absolutely insane. The fact that these guys come out and in 3 manage to do this sends a message to the entire lobby, because, yeah, sure, the top of the leaderboard is 49-39, but down at 8, you drop to 16, and it gets ugly from there. We shouldn't be seeing a spread like that after 3 matches.
Well, the fact that you've got the likes of Falcons, Twisted Minds, DN Freaks down there with a bad start to this 3 days, you need to be able to tweak that quickly.
And you know what? That's exactly what happened in PGS 10. We saw Twisted have one bad day. The consistent teams were in there. Virtus Pro, ever consistent as they usually are here. Na'Vi, if they're able to build an insane lead from day one, it's going to be extremely hard to catch.
That was the biggest wad of 2 I've ever seen anybody hit it before a game. Good luck. 17 is now motivated to push this one through. They look pretty good. FN Esports has been interesting to watch. Rex, in particular, has been playing very, very well in these first 3 games. I keep seeing him in the feed. I keep seeing him in the highlight reel, but the rest of the team, I keep seeing them have to get somebody up, and they got to stop going for those rescues.
All right, well, we are ready to get into our next match here for all of this, as Rondo will be the next one. So what do we think may be happening with good old Rondo, Mr. Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some changes that have been surprised to be happening, right, for Rondo, but
I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds in all 3 games of Rondo was 15.7 points average from the group stage says something. Let's see if they can make a comeback here as we get on to Rondo.
It's time to Rondo, and we've had a bit of a caster switch up. It is Matcherman Paperthin taking you through the last 3 of the day.
Absolutely. It has been a crazy start for Na'Vi. Is this going to be a repeat of PGC 2022, where Na'Vi just ran the table the whole way in the grand finals? Certainly on pace to do that. Got to tip your cap to that guy right there, Sozit, who was absolutely insane in that last moment. Man, what a day. What a start for them. It's hard to do it better than that.
And the desk was talking about this. This is a big point sponge early, and with MEA just popping off, it's made it to where it's pretty desperate for everybody else.
Exactly. It is already feeling like, you know, the Freaks can't afford to have any more bad maps. Twisted Minds can't afford to have bad maps. Falcons can't afford to have bad maps. Like, teams that we're always looking at as potential contenders at these events throughout the last couple of years, they need to start getting it done.
It's no fair. Nobody is hot dropping on top of T1. How do they start their games without dealing with a hot drop? Couple of small shots coming out from different people.
Whoa.
Circle pops. Wow, the river kind of the center point for it.
Yeah, maybe finishing somewhere around Tuling, but okay.
Going for car, I believe.
Yeah, this is a long stretch for both of these teams.
Got inside track. It's going to be really close. They're on top of each other. Lands and Tanvu doesn't quite get it. And that's going to be T5 getting the vehicle, but I guess just going to be content with that. Tanvu's just going to go ahead and hide. Yeah, that's just all you got to do. Just get next to a tree so that way you just kind of juke them around enough, make it painful, they'll leave.
Yeah, and this is wise from T5, seeing that Duck Juice went right for the compound that was next to them, knowing that there were going to be guns in their hands quickly. So it's time to just claim our prize and leave as Theraton 5. Clories, though, scooped up a micro Uzi, and the Expendables didn't take too kindly to this kerfuffle.
Hey, look, it's a decent weapon if you're on the back of a motorcycle, right? It's probably one of the best ways you can get. Looking out, emergency pickup called for Evan Pochon already.
Yeah, oh boy.
Oh, Glorious. Back behind. Vehicle spins out. The motorcycle goes underneath. Couple of shots, but not going to be enough. Delwyn just trying to bully a car on a bike.
Oh, man, that is so close. But Delwyn now taking damage, has to try to get out. Tries to get Clories on the back. This is so dangerous for the Expendables. Are they going to get away with it? It's just iron sights for Ranger X with that mutant. Oh, my God.
I got to give respect to the Expendables on that, though. They were like, no, okay, you got the car, but we're not going to make it friendly for you. That's fine. It's fine. He's risible.
Nothing wrong with that. Should be okay. I don't see, well.
That's like the saddest thing is when you put somebody on the back of the bike, they just look so depressed.
Carry me home. I've been out.
5 does want this. Vehicles back out.
Yeah, they saw the knock in the kill feed, and they realized it was pretty close. So they thought they might have an opportunity to punish that, and we'll have to see if they're able to successfully capitalize on that. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, the team of the day so far, just going to be driving out of the test track Neox factory area, looking to claim a little bit of real estate by the river. There's tons of open space. There's plenty for them to work with in this zone.
Just a great day for Sosa. That last clutch was just beautiful. I mean, he was doing such a great job in defense in the earlier stages of it. I mean, we've kind of said that Hakatori is like the superstar several times for Na'Vi. Now that we're starting to see Sosa, Fairest finding more and more of their own comfort levels, their own clutch abilities, this squad's just going to get scary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can get other people firing as well behind Hakatori, that is a dangerous, dangerous team to say the least. Full Sense has had a really nice start. They're in 3rd place coming into these grand finals. Let's hear what Tigger has to say about this Thai team playing in front of the home crowd.
ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเนมิก้าครับเพราะว่าเขาก็เป็นหน้าใหม่ด้วยแล้วก็ทำผลงานในรอบตาเชงได้ค่อนข้างดีเลยทีเดียวครับก็พวกเราก็หลังจากที่ดูรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจและลาสสเตจมาค่อนข้างเยอะครับพวกเราก็มีแผนปรับตัวซึ่งจะดูทีมรอบข้างให้มากยิ่งขึ้นว่าเราควรเล่นสไตล์แบบไหนให้มีแต้มมีพอยต์มากที่สุดครับ
Hit on a couple of interesting points. Full Sense is in an awkward spot because they had to just watch the group stages. They had to watch the final stage, or the last stage. And now they're just having to jump directly into it where everybody else has had several days to at least warm up, get back used to being on land. They just have to come out to get swinging.
Yeah, and so far, not bad. 24 points in 3 games is pretty decent. You know, it is tough, and there's always that question in any esports event, but in particular PUBG, like, are you better off, you know, just sitting back and watching the teams, or are you better off playing? Like, it varies player to player, team to team, how they feel about it.
The Petulan's conundrum, we call it, right?
Yes. Where do you fall when, you know, you have 9 days off in a row, and are you cold? Are you getting good reads on everybody else and how they're playing the game? That kind of stuff. So we take a look at the Freaks circling around Jadena City, and that's a free drop for them, as you know, no one really wants to go there unless they absolutely have no other choice. And he's going to get right on top of that tower, and he's going to be able to see for miles. This is the Eye of Sauron up here.
Heaven touching heaven right now because there is nobody else that can get anywhere near that high. With the profile, it's also pretty safe up there. The other players are going to be way down below, so we should be able to spot a lot of different movement if anybody takes any shots or any vehicles. And looks like E-Arena is also going to regroup pretty close to Na'Vi due to that. So with the way the circle's set, we've got this interesting situation where the river is just kind of cutting through everything, and that means that it's an east-west style situation for a lot of these teams trying to figure out which way they want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just watching some Na'Vi highlights from the previous game. They were just farming. And on top of that, some really nice nades to clear some space. And of course, the final moment. Beautiful stuff towards the end of this.
So sad.
I mean, he was just farming level 3 gear. I mean, they had so many crates dropped right by them. And you saw that he had a Mark 14, he had a Lynx. Just unbelievable.
All the tools. And yeah, I mean, stand up whenever you do that. Multiple members of his team already went down. He clutches it in the end. Na'Vi just rampant so far. 2 out of 3 games, just dominant.
Yeah. Oh, and I love to see that. Like, let them know. The crowd was loud here, too, when they were able to close that out. So let them know. Get on your feet, my guy, and just tell them you're here to play.
Squad's not yet inside of the circle. Are going to be T5 up to the north.
అక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళంతా వీళ్ళకే సపోర్ట్ బ్రో.
Very far to the north. Namiga, as well as the Expendables, very far to the northwest. Begapa is going to have a couple of people that are just touching the circle. Should be there in a second. Falcon's going to be behind that, but Asla Pentagram has called themselves an emergency pickup from pretty far away as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough for Asla potentially if they're looking for something more central. There's not much that's been left open. Jadena City's been occupied by FN as well as the outskirts by the Freaks. So there's not much that's going to be available.
We're in an awkward spot where Twisted Minds is in 14th place going into game number 4. I don't expect it to stay that way, but very intriguing.
Oh, maybe just, are we going to get the whole squad here? Or when's the helicopter going to be there? It's just about to pick them up. Okay, they're getting there just in time. Just want to make sure they get everything they can out of those vehicles.
Yeet. And up we go. Nobody else really going to be taking pot shots at them until they pull the chutes and go for some type of landing. You have to assume that this is going to be a drop maybe more to the south. In a bit, but if they take two, actually, Batulans is way behind the rest of his squad. They're just kind of blind scouting inside the circle already. Full kilometer behind them?
More than that, yeah. He's way out there in that glider. Wants to make sure that he's got eyes in the skies for Twisted to make sure they can get some good rotations. If there's no mountains for Batulans to climb, then what better than a glider to get up into to direct traffic as Pio directing VP's glider a bit away. Correxy there. Nothing too scary at all. And Pio had a little bit of a good start there on Miramar, but since then, Begopa's been awfully quiet.
We had like an image of old school Pio popping up in the first game, I believe, and then it got pretty quiet in the last 2. But the emergency pickup called from T1. I feel like this is a safety play, depending on which side circle ops into going. Falcons now just getting into the zone. This is VP has probably the most options in movement, but they've got to be careful because they can also be contained in their point. They've got the bridge back behind them that can take them to Jadena City. But there's a lot of squads that might be able to leapfrog getting into position early, and I think that's why we see Corexy kind of going around with the glider.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's part of what has made VP so good in the last couple of months is their ability to just really understand timings, look for those third parties, look for those macro plays, and they've been damn good at it.
Speaking of timings, T1 going to get yoinked right as the circle pops. Do they go with it? Nope. Looks like they went ahead and decided to stay where they were at, and that's a good call.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really well thought out and timed emergency pickup for T1. They can hedge their bets if they need to go to the other side of the river, but kind of was wondering if this was going to be a 2-ling finish, and starting to shape up to maybe look that way as Asla does find a little bit. 3 of these houses going to be there. They're just saying goodbye to Corexy. Should be well on his way out.
Couple cluster fights is just going to happen right on the edge of the zone potentially. Twisted is going to go to the east and get away from Namiga, but E-Arena is taking shots at T5, and that's going to be Fluky ahead of them, I believe, inside of a glider. I don't think that T5 has any real options other than go for this. 17's going for a more collapsed point. Raining found himself right next to the Falcons. T1 trying to hold, but this is a bit dicey on the outside. That's going to be a big flash, and it looks like the Falcons do manage to get away from most of them.
Yeah, that flash might have just bought T1 an extra life here as EN needs to get these heals through. They've got the reinforcements arriving behind this, but there's a Panzer in hand here for Shrimzy. T1, though, able to get to the other side of the house. Not going to be a threat just yet with the Panzer, but surely there will be a moment.
Namiga wildly roaming around the outside, has stalled up kickstart. T1 hears the footsteps, couple of peeks between, but looks like Falcon's trying to slow back down the pacing in the firefight a bit more to give Kickstart the time to get over here. Looks like he did manage to get away from Namiga, so full reinforcements for the Falcons now.
Yeah, that timing on that, very nicely done by Shrimzy. Was so ready for that position. And that's going to be raining down as the Falcons continue to try to dissect T1.
Just one other player up for T1 right up next to all. Falcons goes for some good shots on to H when Ian. He's been popping off today, but there are a ton of Falcons players on the other side of that doorway. Namiga also setting up around the outside of this thing. If maybe they can catch anybody and rotate from building to building. Ian in some trouble, and Shrimzy's going to find him.
Yeah, that's great capitalization there by Shrimzy, realizing that there were other shots coming in. Alerted him to the fact that Ian had gone on the outside of the house, was able to take advantage of it. Heather, though, not content to sit back. Going to cook the heck out of that grenade. That could be a knock. Oh, doesn't get it.
Ooh, Shrimzy gets out just in time. Securing the kills around them. Namiga now really the referees for anybody that wants to move out of this area. Heather the last one up, and he is just firmly entrenched here. He can hear the footsteps coming. Holds for an angle, does get the knock on a one, but can't stay for too long. Has to go upstairs.
Yeah, that's wise. He was dead if he stood down there. Just trying to buy as much time as he can. Shots ringing out from his back as well. But on the stairs here, they don't see him! They don't see him!
They weren't expecting him on the stairs, and Heather demolishes the Falcons.
The angle there was just enough that they looked past him. Unbelievable.
Just walked. He just had the freest shots at their back. Namiga gonna go ahead and pick up Heather, though. Get themselves at least one kill, and Falcons in a bit of
Cherry_FPS said face blue smiling, face blue smiling, face blue smiling, face blue smiling.
They had it won fair and square, and it's just one little out of position player that you don't expect that costs you a game. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Always check your corners.
That's tough, man. I mean, you don't expect to not see that player when you're doing that. It's so tough to realize that that was even possible for them. They have to just be thinking there's like a bug or something, you know, like it's just unbelievable.
New circle pops. It's going to be full sense in the middle of it. Twisted pretty close as well. 17 just to the south. Azul also in good position right along the coastline. Around Jejina City, we still got T5 very far to the east of it. Of course, FN Pochon and the Freaks all just kind of stacked up over here. No free movement happening for them just quite yet. To the southwest, we also have Begopod that's not inside the zone, and to the north.
Seemingly very aware that Heaven is up there, and he's kind of in a tricky spot right now. I don't know if he has any real viable options to get out of there. The rest of the Freaks have already gotten in their cars and crossed the bridge and gone to the other side. They're trying to make their entry. Here we go with Na'Vi again, though, getting lit up from the other side by Nurens and others, but Opan's danger close, trying to use some of that info from his teammates to get those grenades to connect, but not going to find the mark.
Na'Vi not wanting to stay on that one too long, realizing that they might have to just give up that section of the coastline, regrouping a bit further back. Actually, no. Full-on surrender of the coastline, so that should allow E-Arena to regroup a bit better. But to the north of this, multiple people from the Expendables have gotten in, well, right next to the circle. They have got eyes maybe down on Navi's reposition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Expendables will be very diligent, very patient in setting up their traps and their plays, and they've got a little bit of time to consider this. Might have been noted by E-Arena on the other side as well. So some things to think about, able to avoid any early disasters or cause any early disasters like we saw in the beginning of the game. So for the Expendables, just keeping on as we get to take a quick look.
Cherry_FPS said in Luna.
They had eyes up on the top of the stairwell, and he just shifted in back behind them absolutely perfectly. A bit of a misplay, yes, from the Falcons, but also just very cleanly played from Heather.
Yeah, I mean, he took the timing and ran with it. That's hard to do better than what he did there, because he moved again as they were coming up to obscure the vision of the second player.
FN Pochon trying to cross the bridge from Jadina. It's going to be Asla Pentagram doing some gatekeeping, not too hard on it. Howell on one side. FN just has to dodge out the nade, catches some air time, but they are now going to be shifting their way up into the north. That could put them in E-Arena sightline if they're not careful.
Yeah, this is a really nice stretch out from Asla. That's such a good compound to have. They are going to take a knock from 17, though, as FN going to continue on trying to find some safety behind that ridge.
Well, with Hammer taking some shots at the bridge, that has kind of revealed his position, and the Freaks might be trying to backstab. He has to be pretty careful. E-Arena now getting vision on the other side of FN Pochon. This is pretty scary over here. I don't know how they can really rally back, as Breakers is all by himself.
Yeah, Heaven's going to try to make a go to cross that bridge. Let the rest of the Freaks cause a bit of distraction here, trying to track down Hammer. He's going to go for the coup. Oh my God, that grenade just absolutely swatted him. He needs one more bullet from the Freaks, and he's down.
They don't know how it connected. That's why they pulled away from the shots on it. Just needs a bit more, and DL is going to get the knock onto him.
That's really nice work there from the Freaks. That was going to be a bit of a tough slide to get in.
To the south, we've also got Begapa right down below VP, trying to hold out T5. That's its own situation as F and Pochan trying to get back together.
Cherry_FPS said Motam split fights chess Chunner Falcons.
Yeah, this is such an awful spot to be in.
Cherry_FPS said trade Doddle.
The other side of that river is in play. DL sees Glaz.
Well, Asla really can't defend against this. Remember, they were the ones that made FN go over there, but due to the way that the Freaks have now just encroached onto them, that's allowed Rex to kind of sweep by and sneak into the circle.
That's huge for Rex. The Freaks just got to claim whatever points they can here on the edges. Rex, yeah, there's just nowhere to go.
There's a Tanvu in the circle. That's its own problem. New circle is popped. Twisted in a 2-2 split. Feeling pretty good about it. Down to the south. Begapa going to have to move yet again. T5 going to have to regroup, and probably BB going to go ahead and step away from their 2-2 split.
Yeah, we do have Ranger X so far out into the blue, but Begapa has themselves a little bit of a convoy going, looking a little bit further north, but some VPs up there. The Asla DN Freaks battle still happening. There's FS. A little bit further at 17 as well, so a lot of work to do here for Begapa.
It's a full Korea party over here. Is Asla, the Freaks, Begapa, they don't have too many options on how they can approach the circle. They're going to have to deal with VP, and they're going to have to deal with each other as well. FS inside their compound feeling good, but Arena doesn't have to move too fast to get inside the circle, so they can kind of hold this one out. Begapa just kind of rallying together, trying to see if they can run into this, and it is a bit scary, but not too bad yet until you run right up into the face of FS.
Yeah, this is where it gets very, very dangerous, and they had to pull off of that compound hit. They're looking for anything in this circle, and there's not going to be a ton. 17's in the mix. They find the dip, but there is the Panzer ready. Oh, it doesn't get any more knocks.
Oh, but there's so many shots. Look at the crossfire down onto Begapa. A little ghost does go down, and it's just going to be a full push coming up from Xiaobei as well. Khan, the last one up for Begapa, goes inside the vehicle to try to use it for cover, but Xiaobei manages to survive as everybody taking a piece of Begapa there.
Yeah, this has gotten a little bit, oh gosh, and the mortars as well. Not fun for 17. They are under a lot of pressure there. Not a bad idea from Lil Ghost. Had the Panzer, or Howl, catches heaven. He expected that maybe he'd already left, but he just stuck around there looking for any points that he can get for Asla.
I don't even know if he can get into the circle. E-Arena is just watching him, waiting for him to try to get out. Might try to get some meds. VP's going to regroup, and I think that they've got Corexi eyes on it. Twisted still going to feel really good in this 2-2 split. Might go for a regroup, but it's also pretty strong just to hold separately, given the fact that nobody else can really get into the circle.
Yeah, no, I mean, Twisted continues to just dominate this map here at PGC in 2025. And they're looking to do so again. Desk was talking about it. They're averaging over 15 points a game on this map. And they certainly are in pole position to maybe get another win. 17 fanned out a bit. They're going to leave Xiaobei on his own. 2 at the ridgeline to try to gatekeep, VP or T5 or whoever might come from the south.
This is going to be very odd, as now BB has to run by Namiga. Namiga's waiting for a couple nades, see if they can get the damage. Just weaken this early, but a couple of shots going to be coming up between a doozy. Best of luck, causing some problems. Namiga is just going to have a bit safer position on defense, but BB's just got to continue going forward right into Twisted Minds.
Oh man, and Besto just took a headshot there, able to just barely get to this shack in time. Phil First is on a sliver of health, and there he goes. Batuans will find that knock from afar. Hello, my bad. Walks in though, takes the point away from Twisted.
New contenders and VP, similar pathing, but looks like they're just going to go straight after Namiga's positioning, right up on top of him. Twisted still just trying to finish out BB, making sure the fact that they don't have anybody next to them that they don't want to deal with. VP takes an early casualty, trying to run up the top of this. 2 already down. Leosh, great defense.
Oh, that grenade almost got far enough to find the last couple of members of Namiga there. Grenade right or next to Nixie. He sees players. He wants to go for it. Beaming lining up for something.
Blue zone's just stacking all on top of VP. Nixie just narrowly getting away from it, but Leosh gonna finish what he started. Namiga now has to get in the zone. 17 gonna use this opportunity to run up right next to him.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 knows that there's some open space that they could take advantage of. FS as well, starting to realize they've got some room to maneuver. They've got some hills in front of them that they can safely claim. A bit of an oopsie there for E-Arena on the other side of this, fighting with Navi and TE on the eastern edge. Ranger X is going to go down there, had a grenade in hand when Xiaobei took him down. And here we go. Navi's going to let loose.
Yeah, there's just nowhere for Iria to go. And it's
Cherry
gonna be
_FPS said
Navi
Blue Zones
with
did
a
all
lot
the
of
work.
Expendables being involved in that. Expendables now have to deal with Navi right at their doorstep. Twisted just doing a great job in controlling the entirety of the circle. Has not allowed Navi to any other access except for maybe going after the Expendables. A little bit of a shack that they've got here.
Yeah, and you know, those barricades and the Doritos they have around it looking really nice for the Expendables to kind of put some extra oomph into the defense of a compound that's normally pretty tricky to cover. Helps when you have a Panzer as well for DAY-1. So just got to hold the line here as the Expendables.
Listening, trying to play around the smokes the best they can. Lots of nades coming. Oh, DAY-1 down to 1 HP, but again, it's going to be Twisted just to the west of this, just hammering in shots onto Navi, really not letting anybody get any space to work from.
Twisted is flexing their muscles. They are trying to control so much around their edges, but Tanadol with the AWM gets DAY-1 down. That's the Panzer out of the equation.
But Tanvu still has vision. Lots of Doritos down for cover right now, and this has just gotten really weird. Shots come out from Tanvu, do connect on Ferris. Clory's on the other side of it, extends, gets a knock on the Clory's, but Duck Juice just trying to back away from the blue zone. DAY-1 down, making a bigger problem, just 2 up, but no! It's gonna be Soset again, popping off when he needs to.
That's huge there. That knock from Full Sense really opened up that fight, knocked the Panzer out of the frontline defense for the side of the Expendables, and then they were scrambling to try to get reses, and that opened up things for Navi to let loose with some of that util headshot there onto Leash. Fluky, oh, he can't get it.
That is big. Leash at least getting into the circle. Now Hello My Bad back behind this might have an easier path in. Fluky's going to be distracted. Then all on top, though, gets vision on Leash, and suddenly that door is closed yet again.
This is huge. Full Sense could make a charge up this leaderboard. Oh, that's huge, dude. He is just going crazy with it. He's got a little bit of support on the front line to keep Navi pinned down, too.
Just spinning around, taking a pot shot at everything that moves. Full Sense just covering any avenue to assault 17's position, but Twisted doesn't really like that open avenue up to the north. Instead, they're going to go over to the west. They're going to have a bit more cover to work from, specifically to be able to go after 17's compound.
Yeah, Twisted can really play for the win right now. Again, it's all about controlling the edges on the east side and on the west. You know, let Perfectix be that pivot point. Oh my God, Tanadol. He is just being a menace with the rest of his team too, getting some damage done with those DMRs, looking for the cheeky angle, sees the feet.
I mean, Navi, where do you even go? Perfectix is on the other side of this, and you're running down into just open area, and you know that they've had to blow a lot of smokes. Sure that they can get some more back in, but out of the bodies that are stacked over here, but it just does not feel good. This might be a surrender to blue, but with the meds coming out, maybe to see, can they run across, pick up more meds? That might be the play.
Yeah, well, the problem is Twisted Minds has an angle onto him too, so Extends can still throw a few more first aids into the mix, but he's got a couple in the back pocket there, but it's unlikely that he gets any further than 4th place here for Navi.
Interestingly enough, now Twisted has regrouped with 3 to the north, using that elevated position to really get more control. Batulins was left behind. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he continues to play this hill. Feed information over on any movement from Full Sense. So it's a hill for Twisted, a hill for Full Sense, and some compounds, a couple of buildings, really, that we're going to see 17 playing from.
Yeah, Twisted would love to get the shift a little bit more in their direction to force Full Sense into 17, but not going to be the case. Full Sense actually going to be the ones to remain inside of this circle. So Twisted has decisions to make. Do they have to crash 17? Do they have to make some kind of wide wrap? Extends is just, that's the signal that, yes, indeed, I have run out of first aids. GG's, gentlemen.
I'm just going to sit here. It's down to just 3. It's a full squad for Full Sense, Twisted, and 3 members up for 17.
And for Full Sense, just don't give a knock over to Twisted. Don't give them an avenue of approach. 17 also trying to make sure they don't give up any knocks. Twisted would love to capitalize on that because they know that 17 is already down to 3. Very good kill feed trackers are Twisted Minds. And, you know, if you know you've got 1 gun out of the equation, then at worst you've got 2 that are going to be looking your direction. See what Tulins can do there on that off angle as well. Perfectix continuing to keep Full Sense backed off. Tanadol only 5 more shots in the AWM.
Big shout out, Claris, Colin Twisted being great on this map. They are finding some very needed points, climb in and of themselves, but they're going to have to descend down into a pretty dangerous spot. Multiple members of 17 were trying to see if they can get vision, but it's going to be on to Batulins. He's got to cover, deny what he can. Maybe that could allow somebody from Twisted, that trio that's up there, to get down into a better spot, distract 17, open up Full Sense to being more aggressive.
As Twisted right now, you want to get Batulins close because he's got 5 frag grenades. He could be the big difference maker right now. I mean, you got 14 on the whole team, so and this is great. He has the BRDM as well, so this is phenomenal stuff for Twisted. They can take their time. They can work this.
This is so great. He runs forward in the BRDM, being a distraction. Oh, Lou does go down, but they managed to steal that. That was so cleanly timed.
He hit the AWM shot. It did 90 damage in there. They're able to follow up on a poor Lou. Just trying to drive in, trying to take a fair fight against 17. Not going to be given the opportunity. Example tagged up just a bit. Batulin still playing it safe. Example as well needs to back off.
Just so many firing lines. Belmoth very far to the north, away from the rest of the squad. Thenadol is going to be a bit more active to the south. 17 doesn't have much that they can work with. Instead, it's just going to be sent down right on the mix of everyone. Outer wall is going to make it a bit scary, but does 17 even know that this is coming? Xiaobei hears it. He runs away and does manage to get away from it mostly, but now 17 realizes danger close. They've got to get away from Full Sense. They've got to take care of Twisted.
Yeah, this is looking phenomenal. Example gets the knock, and he's going to be ready for the second. Of course he is.
Big plays coming up for Example. He's found a way to knock on the door, and 17 in a lot of trouble now.
Well, this is just opening the game up for Full Sense to claim the win here. Coming into this lobby cold, going to get hot in game number 4 on Rondo. Belmoth going to use the opportunity to get up onto that roof.
This is so well scouted. They know that everybody from 17 got back together to try to set up a defense against Twisted. So now they can get up on the roof. They know that this building is entirely open. They've left Anadol back on that hillside to contain anybody that wants to try to get out of the other building. This is very heady play coming up from Full Sense.
Chao Wu taking a really interesting approach to this fight, knowing that he has no real hope to res his teammates. So he's just going to wait in the ditch and hope that maybe Twisted can find a couple knocks on a Full Sense, and we can see a resurrection of Chao Wu from earlier in the year when he was just going crazy. Some of those solo moments when he won some big games for his team. And we get a readjustment here from Tanadol. Wants to find some new angles and some new toys.
Belmont's about to find a down 17 member in front of him if he gets a bit more brave along that pathing, but that's going to open up an angle for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, though, like you're talking about, he wants to wait this one out. He's hoping that Full Sense, Twisted will fight, and then he can just jack the box, pop up, and spell the doom of 2 different squads at the same time. But Tanadol's positioning so far away, going to make this a lot harder. We've got about another 27 seconds before the blue zone's going to have to force him to move. And now it's just committed fire onto the BRDM, and no surprise, that is an avenue of escape for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I liked this a lot from Full Sense, making sure that there is no escape valve for Twisted Minds, that they can't change the game a bit themselves with that very powerful vehicle. Tanadol is going to go for it. Tough to shoot between those fence little grooves. Not going to hit those easily. Xiaobei does eventually bleed down. Tanadol did go for it. Might have caught some damage in there. And Xiao Wu spotted out.
Down to a 4v2 now, and that 2 is backs up against the blue zone. Belmoth, close range, danger. Then back behind that Tigger, up on top of the building like we just saw. Belmoth got to get the knock onto Example. It is just Batulins, the last one up. Can he at least get a knock or something else? He just wants a point. Throwing out the nades at range. Everybody from Full Sense running right into him, and Full Sense is going to take the victory.
Huge for Full Sense. They are not looking cold in the slightest. And that's got them on their feet. The Thai fans love it. And this team certainly making a statement that they deserve to be here.
Cherry_FPS said bot got a bachelor.
And just the amount of study that they managed to do, it feels like they're playing so much cleaner, so much more efficient than what we've been seeing them play. They have an opportunity here.
That was beautifully measured. And, you know, Tanadol with that AWM was really doing some work to keep teams pinned down to get those big crucial knocks that were delaying
said
some of the other squads.
that.
Later stages, these are some PGS champions from the year we know can pop off. So cannot wait to see if that's going to be enough to really start the momentum for both of those squads.
Bro, seats అన్ని ఖాళీ ఉన్నాయి bro. పోవచ్చు మనం. Thailand.
Cherry_FPS said toilet key point a tonner.
టాయిలెట్ కి పోయినట్టున్నారా ఎవరు అచ్చా అక్కడ ఖాళీ ఉందంటేనా లేదు బ్రో ఫస్ట్ లో కూడా చూసిన ఖాళీ ఉండే
Our team that comes into the grand final as the direct invite gets themselves a win here at PGC 2025 Grand Finals and finds themselves in a fantastic spot against some of the heavy hitters towards the very end here on Rondo. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger, to talk about this game. I can hear you guys. This is fantastic. Avenger.
Obviously, this was an amazing game and another situation where we see Twisted Minds do well once again here on Rondo, but what a shift. We had a lot of water in play. There's a lot of compounds, but once we saw that shift away onto the Twisted Mind compound, they actually left this compound to kind of let anyone else take over because they knew if they could control the western side themselves, they could later engage it. We saw the BRM in play, but the Vanadol 8LVM, man, that was the big stinger for me in this game.
It was. You know, we saw Lynx be the game changer in the last one. We saw the AWM come here and make a big game changer in this one. But I just love, for me, very excited to see Full Sense come out and get a win on day one. I do think there was a lot of bluster, a lot of talk about the automatic bid. And, you know, we'll call a spade. You look at that and you go, A, is it fair? And B, will they be able to put up wins with that incredible cold spell leading into this? To come out in game 4, get a victory, tell all the haters, guess what? We can win in this lobby. And anyone who was worried they're cold, obviously they're not. They made some great plays. They were very strong. The core of this team has been together since 2020, and they've been sort of searching for the right fits. If this continues, then Thanadol and Tigger definitely are those solutions.
I can appreciate that, Cell, considering what they could do here. At the same time, you know, looking at these highlights, we saw Na'Vi, Sosaid once again with another banger grenade to be able to get them some extra damage in. They have been on fire. Again, I just wonder if they can continue it from day to day to day.
All right. Let's make this theoretical here, right? But let's say Sosaid and Na'Vi wins and Sosaid gets the MVP. Would that be insane? You can think
that would be kind of crazy.
That'd be crazy. He's had so far.
Sosaid wouldn't get the MVP because the second you drop in that last game, you're going to get shot in the back of the head by Hakatori. Hakatori's going to pop him, 100%.
You're convinced by this idea.
Listen, if there's a Cayenne on the line and we've already secured the victory, you two need to be careful because I'm going to get the Cayenne. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so we're allying against Toffees, is what he's saying here.
Well, it has been that way already. EMEA. Well, I am a Full Sense fan now.
What, because America's is kind of in the bin at the moment?
We're not taught. We don't have to have reasons for our choices.
You say America, so you can just change that.
I'm a Thai fan. Yeah, you know, beautiful countries.
We have had a good time here, admittedly.
Absolutely.
It's been banging. It's been amazing so far, and we've seen some amazing plays from the Thai teams there, so it's been great. 17, a little bit of a decent game for them. So we had a lower performance for them from what we used to. They always one of these contenders that we see up in the top 4, especially at PGCs and at PTSs. They're one of the only other teams to obviously win 2, but 18 total points here for Full Sense to come their way, and that's massive to start day 1.
No, for sure. At the same time, I started off, you know, talking about this game very briefly at the beginning, saying Twisted Minds, 15 points average points on Rondo. They get the 11 here. I thought with the compound that they had that they were going to be able to take this one. Obviously, it shifts away from them. Toffee is not that easy.
I mean, it was a tough chase for them. I think 11 is still going to keep that average looking pretty gosh darn good at the end of the year for their performance on this map. And the fact is, you're right. Coming out of their drop spot is just a nice transition for them that often results in less kills early on and then sort of some salvage if you get a shift away.
Well, here's the overall standing so far here. Full Sense. As we say, the direct invite. No group stage is required. No last stage required. Currently in second place after 4 games. That is pretty big.
That's a little bit of a home turf advantage, you could say. I mean, they've been out here, they've been watching the game, they've been able to play from the comfort of their home or their practice area, right? So that's huge to come in here. And I mean, that kind of proves a little bit. Sure, we're going to have to get a little bit deeper in the games, but it kind of proves there's no huge disadvantage to not having played if you are putting in the hours and you are grinding.
DNF fans
of course, Virtus Pro in 3rd place with 42. And from there, there is a bit of a drop-off after just 4.
A drop-off to where it should be after 4 games. That's the problem here, is that Na'Vi, VP, and Full Sense, because they had a dominant game. To be at 42, that means they were quietly finding points in those previous 3 games that I think even we missed out on seeing just a little bit because they're willing to stick fights early.
My saddest one from this one here, looking at match 4 here, DNF only on 10 points so far. It's one of the teams we've had huge eyes and
What
huge
did video call?
expectations throughout the year. They've had some, like a lot of
Bro,
podium
video
finishes, a
call
lot of
unnadu
second
bro.
places here, but still,
Paapam.
PGC was supposed to be there. Salute always say, guys, I don't care. I'm just gonna play. I've got no pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, we'll see if it can continue here throughout all of our next games. It's time to go to a break. When we return, we have got Erangel on the other side of it for PGC 2025.
Fueled by the same passion as esports.
T7 celebrate. వేస్ట్ గాడు అమ్మాయి ఫోటో పెట్టినాడు. అమ్మాయి ఆడుతుంది అనుకున్నా. చావ కొడుతున్నారు ఆ పాటని. ఏమైతుంది అక్కడ? శాండ్ స్టామా?
Paint me! Paint me! Paint me!
దీన్ని పెయింటింగ్ అంటారా బ్రో? కాపీ కొడుతాను మొత్తం. నేను కూడా వేస్తాను అయితే.
Diciendo que soy mala, porque no me aguanto la más de nada. Más si vienes a mi cama, a mi cama.
سوي رقصة بياع عيل سوي بياع طق سيارة بوليس عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز والله خوش رقصة ستة في مان يا اخي تفوز عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز.
Please don't. If you're a small content
ఇది చేద్దాం అనుకున్నా ఎడిట్లో. ఈ టైంలో పబ్ చేస్తాం వీటి వల్ల
Bro.
Guys, कर दो इस वीडियो को. Guys, कर.
Early morning low
she get it good from she rise. But put it on so good and make she shake all she ties. Smile upon her face, me know she pleased with this eye. Coming around to me, them gyal a roll out them eyes. Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down there, wine and go down there.
My son so dumb, IQ 21. He tried to make friends, but they call him Ching Chong. He eat the wonton, but he felt like Kim Jong. He's so ugly when he smile, he look like the King Kong. My son useless, can't play ping pong. He tried to get a date with the girl so young, but she said hell no, cause he not the handsome. And my son so broke, can't buy the dim sum. Yeah. My
early morning low, she get it.
Cheguei no baile, luzes a piscar.
Yeah. Hey والله ها فليب برا شي تفوز عندي خوش فصله يا اخي تفوز والله.
I figured out how to turn my daily
तेरी कायनात मेरे खाली हाथ और तार तार सपने दर्दों से चूर गम का गुरूर कहूँ क्या मैं हाल अपन तेरी कायनात.
If you use this sound,
my son.
ఉస్తాద్ భగత్ సింగ్ మళ్ళీ షూటింగ్ మొదలైంది. టూ మానిటర్ సెటప్ బాగుంటుంది బ్రో. ఒక మానిటర్ అంటే కష్టం అవుతుంది.
Up in the clouds, our jealous knowing we found something so wild. We'll be ordinary. You got me kissing the ground. We're in sanctuary. Up in the
So many, she's so perfect, blah blah blah. Oh, how I wish you'll wake up one day and to me confess your love.
Oh, this gambira.
It opens up space, it weakens the other teams around you. Like, there's so much that, you know, if you find that player or two who are isolated from the rest of their squad, and you can bring to bear onto them a good fight. Such a huge advantage to you that it's impossible to play safe.
I'm intrigued about T1 because T1 was playing hot drop into hot drop into hot drop in the group stage, performing incredibly well. They're still doing well.
Yeah.
But you would think that now, no longer having that just monkey on their back, they should be able to just go crazy, and instead it's been way more quiet.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting. I mean, they've had a couple cool moments, obviously, on Rondo there. We had the stairs incident with the Falcons, but it seems like a couple of the compounds and a couple of the splits they're trying to go for early are getting punished by some of these other teams. So this is probably something that Sonic is already talking about with these guys, kind of thinking about, hey, if you're going to be given center circle, you guys might need to be a little bit better about making sure that you have vehicles in the proper positions to either escape or bail out your teammates.
This is overall very interesting because I always love whenever we get to PGC grand final stage because we get to see the cream of the crop all finally coming together, and the meta continues to evolve just a little bit more at this point. You know, like earlier in the year we were seeing a lot of edge fighting, specifically around like circles 4 and 5. Now we've seen just this massive spike in kills happening at circle 4.
Sorry, I was laughing at Tanvu. No, you're absolutely right, Matt. I mean, I think there's such a good balance of different teams in this lobby. I mean, you have teams that like to play edge. You have your Expendables, you have your Namiga, you have Azla, FN, who are very content to play wide splits on those edges. And you have some other teams that are happy to play center, like your 17s, you know, that really kind of create this nice mix, this nice melting pot we have.
వీడు ఎప్పుడున్నాడు వీడు నా విన్నే చూసిందిలే అసలు
17 again, early PGS victors.
Pesto is just staring into our souls there.
The games will start whenever I will.
If they die.
Technical issue.
No headphones on yet, so that usually means it's going to be just a bit longer. We're all just a bit on this technical issue ride for just a little while, figuring out what all is going to be going on. We're just a bit blind as well, so once we get any information, if it is pivotal, we will relay it over to you.
Yep, as soon as we know something, you two will know it. Some of the players starting to think about putting headsets on, so I think maybe, hopefully, we're not too far away from getting into Erangel for our final 2 games of the first day of the grand finals of PGC 2025. Man, it's been a hot start so far. Erangel certainly is going to deliver, right, Matt?
You have to think so. It has been a ridiculously brutal format to get to this point. We were seeing squad upon squad getting eliminated through the group stages. Those last 2 days were just, lack of a better term, absolutely explosive. Then we went into the last stage where everybody was just trying to play their hearts out. We saw the return back in of Na'Vi really stepping up in a big way for themselves. And now it's all kind of coming together, and you can see everybody's starting to get feelers on each other. Because we remember, Group A and Group B haven't even fought each other until this stage. And so instead, it's still kind of jockeying to go, okay, how's this going to work? As now it's going to be a lot of information to get together and move into day number 2.
Absolutely. And even though these teams, yes, have played each other a lot otherwise in PGSs and things like that, it still isn't the same because everybody's making changes. Everybody's adapting game to game.
Well, we're adapting as well, and we have adapted to all the fixes. It looks like it is time for Erangel to kick off.
Let's get into it. The plane path, ooh, pretty eastern here from what I can see. Teams are going to have a little bit of a struggle if they want to go to the western edge as we look at some of the cool cars that you can get. And the Porsches.
And our MVP.
And our MVP gets one.
We got one sitting out front in the fan zone area. It's pretty sick.
Yo, I'm going to camp that thing. Whoever gets MVP better watch out. I'm coming.
I don't know if you can hot drop in real life paper. I think that's against the law.
Is it?
Maybe.
Oh, probably.
Maybe. Who knows?
You can't stop me. The man can't keep me down, Matt.
Oh, the Porsche changes everything.
Yeah, it's everything I've wanted. I don't even own a car, so I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You were all about all the Korean teams. Imagine if a Korean team gets it, and then you have to take down.
Oh yeah, then I'm like, yeah, Salute. I'm like, where's your house, Salute? Like, where do you live?
Let me come over and visit.
Yeah, I'd love to come see you.
Like you're talking about with the plane path. I mean, unless you're going for a far western drop, it looks like you might be going for some secondary drops. T1's going to get themselves the Naya after having to deal with all the hot drops going into these stages. BB is going to be around that lower Milta area, so they should be pretty fine. While in Milta proper, it's going to be E Arena. No lean getting a bit of love, and it is going to be Ian that takes that one away in full sense. Just got to watch.
Yeah, it is going to be the Millie Circle, so Bagopot FN going to have their choice, their prime positioning, wherever they so choose to let themselves set up shop. If I know FN, they're probably just going to fan the heck out around that radar tower. Bagopot probably something, maybe Western military base or Eastern military base. They've got there's so many options here.
A little bit of an improvisation that's going on with Falcons, who went to, I guess, Ice Chest. That's just going to be north of Western Bridge, coming over Milta. Not Milta, sorry, over military. And looks like they're already going for vehicles. They might be just saying if they can get a little bit of loot and maybe get themselves in the circle early, but I don't know.
I'd love to see Falcons split here with their loot, send 2 players over the bridge early to go towards those crossroad compounds. Now, there could be a world where Bagopot is there, but because the circle's a little bit more east than west on top of the military island, I think you've got a good opportunity here to maybe...
Just running. It's going to be about another, I don't know, 20-ish seconds before he manages to make it down to no lean with everybody else. The Expendable is going to be one of our most western teams here. Really just going to be Namiga and Crates, the only ones further west than that.
All right, this time Expendables, don't run into stuff to knock your player. Just take it easy. There's brakes on those cars. I know you don't like to use them.
There's no brakes on the Expendables. They just got to go.
That's true, dude. All right, never mind. I take it all back. I don't want to see the Expendables have brakes. I want to see them just go.
Are you trying to change my boy Duck Juice?
Never. I would never, ever want to change Duck Juice because he is one of my favorite human beings.
He really is. He's always so nice. And he's like always like interacting with all the different teams. He's like one of the, I guess, the gels that holds the community together in certain factors. Is Belmoth, you've done it.
He's made it. Welcome to the party, pal.
No loot, no nothing. I mean, who wants the upper area of Stolber? And they're immediately doing an emergency pickup. So I guess get what you can and go.
It's about all you can do. The thing is they're going to be a little bit late getting to that island. So that time that they have to wait here is going to cost them, I think, a little bit in terms of getting to where they want to be. Maybe they could have popped the e-pickup a little bit sooner. But, yep, there you go. Got over it. Got a Bison. Good enough. Let's go. Let's rock. You know, you're going to be early enough, though, that you're going to beat the majority of teams. So should be something for you to utilize as FS.
Squad's already down on military. E-Arena just crossed the eastern bridge. Alice's going to be coming up back behind them. Evan Pochon, of course, big up that we were talking about beforehand. Falcons did opt into an early rotate. Navi's going to drop all the way down to the south. Really get themselves right up against the coastline. Want to make sure that nobody's back behind them, so that way they can just walk forward and murder the world.
Yay, murder.
I mean, look at this. So said, 13 kills. Hakatori, slack it.
Yeah, man. He only just puts out crazy amounts of damage. But it's been Sosa's day. I mean, the best day we've probably ever seen from him, and what a time to show up, you know, at a PGC when everybody's kind of got eyes on one of the players on your team, and you're the one who's shining the brightest. Got to love that for Na'Vi. BB as well into their E-pickup. They're just going to be, like, right on pace with FS. It's like neck and neck with their helicopters.
This is interesting because there is a timing differential that has to happen with these helicopters. It's just that BB was so much closer to the circle that's allowed the helicopters to cross roughly the exact same time. So we're at a full across the streams moment with Navi's going to be right down below them. We've got ourselves Heather, kind of curious to see what's going on with T1, who's presently in 5th place.
And now we're with Heater from T1. You clutch 1v3. So that's up, annihilated the team Falcon. So I would like to let you bring us through that. So how do you pull it off?
팔콘 상대로 1대3 상황에서 이제 다 잡으셨는데
베리파이 నుంచి
그때
클러치라는
순간
건다.
어떻게 하셨고 그리고 어떻게 해내셨나요?
나이스.
그냥 무조건 죽는 상황이었는데
నేను ఈ ఏరియాలో ఉంటారనుకున్నా ఫాల్కన్.
반대로 것 같습니다.
At that moment, you know, I thought I was dying, but I guess it was just good luck.
Really? All right, so
వీడేనా
hope luck
చెప్పింది?
still with you with the rest of the game. So cheer for T1.
While that was going on, it does look like Aslan and Evan Pochon have bumped into each other. Full Sense is going to be pretty close to Begapa in military itself. Very far down the south, BB has just cut their shoots, and they're going to be pretty close to E-Arena, but they can go to the Badlands just to the south of Radio Tower, and it looks like that could be clear.
Yeah, FS landed in the military base and didn't go exactly how they drew it up. They lose a player. I don't know what is going on with Oslo and FN. They have been bumping into each other all day long. But again, two teams that have, like I was talking about, very similar ideas on how to approach the game on their play styles. So it's not super surprising in some ways. Obviously, the PWS fans would appreciate it if their teams didn't just fight, but...
Rozhok?
Rozhok?
What are we doing over here?
We are...
And the Freaks, I guess, just trying to get some separation. And
they got a BM exit to get out of there.
Yeah, this is going to throw off timings. The Western Bridge also has a couple of teams. And those two teams that are going to be bumping into each other could be Twisted and the Expendables. So a lot of moving factors as now it is just going to slow down a bit more for F and Pochon. Looks like they're just trying to get all their reinforcements together. Keep in mind, Star-Lord is, I believe, up around Radio Tower.
Yeah, it's been a struggle.
Yeah,
for some of these teams, but you know the Freaks in particular down there at 15th. It's just these day one woes, and it always starts on Miramar where they can't really get anything going. It's been a problem all year for the Freaks. That map has really just put a wrench in their works and prevented them, quite frankly, from winning anything in terms. You know, they got a bunch of seconds, but if they could do a little bit better, didn't have enough speed,
not enough horsepower. Where do you go next? I mean, it is still pretty open down the rest of that. Ravine, so Begapa looks like they're going to be regrouping. That might be an issue, but outside of that, get on push, get on push.
Please, guys. Oh, my God.
Look, they're fraggers. They're not drivers. This is what I was worried about. The Expendables rolling right up next to this position coming up from Perfectix, trying to scout the other side, but it is going to be Perfectix. Does take down Juck Juice. Flores runs after it, and everybody from Twisted now looks like they're just trying to fight and to get a better spot. Wow, this has gotten really, really crazy, really early. Namiga also still on the outside of this bridge. Here's it.
Yeah, this has gotten kind of dicey for both squads in terms of if you're going to be able to get all your players back into the game, if you're going to be able to utilize those revive stations, because the Expendables are kind of camped on top of here. So Perfectix Blue Chip is going to be stuck up there. Meanwhile, Batulin's looking for a reposition, try to counteract Delwyn as that solo, may be able to identify that and maybe make a play, but Nemiga, like you said, is not too far away.
Gedrox is getting closer and closer by the second. Range is what really Twisted Mind's trying to use, realizing that multiple members for the Expendables were all on top of each other. Oh, hitting that rock is bad. Batulins, you don't want to get too close to Delwyn. Just kind of roaming the other side of the hill, but that could put him pretty close to Gedrox. Other side of this could be a bit scary. Example does get the knock on Tanvu, though.
I'm pretty shocked he didn't go for the Panzer there. Had a pretty decent opportunity based on what I was seeing. But Batulins now gets out. Oh, no.
He doesn't even expect it. This is such an awkward timing for Twisted to get caught up into this fight. We still have the Freak spec behind this as well. That might be a fourth party. As the Expendable's not going down quietly. You can see Calori's, he keeps trying to get eyes to see if he can go after a res, but it is nowhere near safe.
I mean, eventually you gotta assume he's gonna strike. No, he doesn't. They're playing it safe. They're playing it cautious. Gedrox, though, gonna hear Lou's shots angling in that direction now. I don't think Lou's seen him just yet.
Oh, if he gets in that car, that angle is just going to be way too open. Not even waiting for him to get in the car. Gedrox going to find one. Now the Freaks are getting closer and closer by the second. Example, no real options. Looks like he's hopped into a car. He might go more to the north. Megapaw also going to spot out full sense down below him. This is back over at military.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff for Bagopot. This clears out a lot of the danger close teams and players. Makes it a little bit easier to potentially make that southern shift if they need to, as the circle has gone that direction for now. Still a fair amount of water here inside of it on phase 2. So could still keep a lot of that water in going into the next one. Delwyn still with the Panzer and the M4. Pio, though, jumps off the tower and gets punished.
Thanadol was waiting on that one. Pio was being a pest on top, but Little Ghost gets the knock on Thanadol. That's going to make this a bit crazier over here. As a Pentagram, also going to be in vehicles, rotating pretty close. That's going to draw a couple of eyes and pull a couple of shots away. Now, everybody's had to recommit to this bridge firefight. The Freaks have decided that they don't want to have anything to do with it, but we now have Example that set up a new position to try to eye what's going on with Glories. As Twisted has realized Nemiga's positioning, they're just going to try to brute force their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. The new Bolt God, Aduzi, found another one for BB. As Zenith going to see T1 over to his east. Just taking a quick look at him. Nemiga has some grenades underneath him. Delwyn trying to hold on, do whatever he can, but it's too bad. So sad. The grenade from Leash is on the mark.
Makes this a very scary for Glories. Twisted already knows where he is. He really can't get out of that point. Batulin's letting Nemiga do the work, but that has slowed down their rotate. His BRDM still a problem, but he still has to make a cross.
This is all kinds of bad for everybody that's over here. The Freaks have managed to avoid this. I'm kind of curious if the Freaks are going to try to take the ferry or what their plan is, because right now they're sitting out on the coast just sort of looking around, trying to figure out if there's any more teams around them, I suppose. T1 angling in a bit above BB. Oh my God, a couple big headshots land with that barrel spray, and there's the knock from Maladoct.
Great shot from Maladoct. Ian down, but I think he's resable. It's going to be the other side of the hill, so should be safe-ish.
That was nasty shooting. Absolutely filthy.
BB very unhappy in their 12th place position right now. As they also spot out Glass. Glass is going to have a lot of different problems as T1. Going to be right on top of him. Raining's going to be the one to get the knock. Wouldn't be surprised maybe getting a kill, but Hammer on the other side of this is just hammering into the back of T1.
It's a tough spot to be in, though, right now as T1. There's just too many teams that are going to be able to see into this ditch, and they're paying the price. Maladoct again collecting. Has Heather knocked. End looking for a res. Heather just trying to stay safe and smokes.
17 other side of what we're looking at in these bunkers. So Asla, just play with what you got, right? See if you can maybe get a point out of it, steal something. And he's got a great sight line into T1, but every time he goes for a peek, it is immediately countered.
This is so uncomfortable for T1. They need a way out of here. Because, like, eventually you're just going to get smothered because a team's going to come up above you on that mountain, so they need to find a way through.
This is just got to be send it time. You have no other options. You've just got to get over here next to Hammer. You've got to make something work for you.
Hammer on the retreated angle is just going to be
Falcons
stuck over
వెళ్తుంది
here, nowhere
థర్డ్
to
పార్టీ
go.
ఏం
17 on the
చేస్తున్నారో
other
ఏమో
side
నాకు
of
అర్థం
it.
కాదు.
Rest of T1 should be coming after him, and they've got such a man advantage. But these Hail Mary nades going up and over could be a problem for T1. Update on the bridge. Namiga's still there. Glory's still there. Twisted's still there, but I think the Twisted went for a res, so they should be much better off.
Yeah, they did activate the revive station. T1 getting surrounded by 17. 17 would have loved for a knock to come through, and then they could have really collapsed in that fight. Rex takes Ranger X down. Watching their flanks nicely here. RFN. Got a couple teams, though, that are going to be rotating ahead, and Jacob finds Rossiter.
Ahead for T5. It's going to cost them quite a bit. And where do you even go next? Because this is exactly where T1 was trying to make their cross. And you saw how absolutely abysmal it was. Instead, the shack might be all that you can get. As T1 still around that tree. Very few options to work with.
Yeah, so Ian just going to pop the tires there to make it that much more difficult for Exquisite. And he needs to readjust his vehicle a little bit. Seems like they're going to be happy to leave him as the anchor, but 17 is so close to T1 and has him completely surrounded. You just got to hope that somebody does something to 17 to relieve some of this pressure for T1.
Who has been called back as shots are coming out from Navi onto him. The other members for Twisted have crossed the bridge. Looks like they're just trying to go provide some reinforcement. Everybody just kind of hunting the knocks outside of this is just a really awkward game.
I think a crate landed on the ferry. This is just, if you're watching the map feed, I'm watching a crate drag across. But anyway, that's just hilarious to me. Rex has BB underneath him. Sorry, that caught my attention. I'm like, what in the world is that? Lou falls for Twisted. And that bolt, if it hits Rex here, a doozy on the side, might be able to really put a hamper into FN there. He hears them. Yeah. They know he's there now.
Besto a bit in the open, but Rex doesn't want to overpeak this. Discretion, the better part of Valor there. No surprises yet. Now I'm caught up looking at the crate slowly sliding.
I know, it's hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
Namiga did get one of their players
zone,
so it's going to be a regroup, and Glory's still alive. He might be going for a res beacon of his own to try to get all the other members for the Expendables back up and active.
Well, this is bizarre
yeah.
for Theraton 5. You just got to, hey, remember that time that guy sat in that shack and won a game? I'm going to try that too.
Twisted finally out of the blue zone, just going to run into the very open section. Sure.
Yeah,
Look,
who was it? Was it Howl that won the game for here?
Yeah.
That's I mean, look, it worked once. Why not try it again? Got nothing to lose here.
Everybody's been blowing up vehicles, running to get to this point. You saw it with T1, we saw it with T5. Everybody just trying to get over here, and then here's Twisted. Just coming in the BRDM, be like, nah, guys, it's chill. I don't understand.
We're cool. We're cool, guys.
We're fine.
The Freaks have finally gotten onto the main part of Sosnovka and are going to be very, very late. Really, the biggest danger for them is going to be EA and FN's wide splits. A battle brewing up on the north, though. Is Namiga VP going to be in that next circle? Of course, has to remove as much water as it can. So fully does so. And Virtus Pro is trying to just sneak their way forward, but with Namiga lurking behind, this is a little bit precarious, I'd say.
They've got to be so careful. They know that they've got Begapa close on one side. I don't know if they know about Namiga yet. Who's doing work onto Namiga. These guys have been, remember, kind of caught out along that bridge for so long. Hello My Bad is on the other side of Begapa and VP, as VP is running a 1-1 duo split. Now, actually, no, it's just a full 4-man split. That's a little ghost that's the closest to
on the panzer undi.
Begapa there actually did get the revive onto Pios. He's
that's close to Panzer Faust.
Ooh boy, that is squeaky bum time for sure. As just gonna swap back.
Hey, look. It worked for Howl. It could work for Twist.
That's what I'm saying.
They're just stopping where they're at. And there's Lucarux. The Freaks do manage to make it out of the blue zone. Not really.
So I was saying that one way or another, they were going to have to cut through somebody's wide spread on the edge because both EA and FN had basically cut off a quarter of the eastern side of the circle between them, and there is only one way, is to drive around the southern side of that mountain. Begopa hemorrhaging players, lose a bunch. Gedrox from behind gets beamy after Levante's grenade, but now the rest of Virtus Pro putting their attention fully in towards the Miga.
And let's add a new contender in Tanvu, who is now landing right on top of Begapa and trying to go for the tower, I think, to make some type of landfall. There's nothing up there really, but hey, you're here. Welcome to the party. Hello, My Bad. Other side of Begapa. And Lucarux being the gatekeeper of it all.
Yeah, as you can see, they're trying to fight a couple different battles here. VP getting harassed from behind by Namiga, trying to really deal with Bagelpa on the other side to open up a little bit of extra space. A couple players up ahead of them. In terms of 17, still pretty fanned out across the military base. I mean, they got a couple bunkers under their control. Xiaobei's getting in his car to regroup with the rest of his team.
Another big fight is starting to brew to the south, and that's going to be Na'Vi and Falcons pretty close to each other. So there's just not a lot of space in the southern section. It's just too open. That's why we see a lot of these squads right on top of each other on military itself, already going for plays onto the bunkers, and even Twisted just going for that gatehouse. Bagelpa realizing too hot. Instead, let's just see if we can sneak by. Issue is there is just 17 all over the west.
Yeah, to make matters worse, saw a headshot land onto a con there. So, yep, he's just one more tap and he's done. Park Pro immediately switches over, knows his teammate is dead, tries to find some level of safety, does by the oil derricks, but for how long?
I mean, it's in the circle, and it gets you away from VP. VP was being a big menace over there. Hello, my bad. Still going to have to deal with him if he wants to regroup with the other members for an Amiga, as a 2-2 split coming up from VP, quite big. Glory's also going to be back behind us. All by his lonesome. I guess Tom, who did end up going down just a moment ago. 17 tons of vision looking at Hello, my bad, and his life is pretty bad as he is going to go down.
Yeah, and now it's just a matter of how well can 17 hang on to this wide split that they have with Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu on their own. Maladoc gets lit up by Leosh. Now Zenith's turn, puts him on the ground. Looking for the flush there, RFN. Still a lot of players in front of them that they have to cut through.
Yeah, this east is going to be really hard. It's going to be that really rocky area coming out of radio tower and satellites. BB has the inside track position for it, but that's just going to walk them right down into the open where Twist's already set up. Evan Pochon going to be back behind BB, and E-Arena down to the south also could maybe go for a similar pathing as it's going to be still Na'Vi and the Falcons in the south, making this even more, I guess, hazardous for E-Arena to approach that direction.
Absolutely. And there's Xiaobei doing God's work, but Park Pro actually going to steal that point. Nixie goes down for VP early. They are just trying to get into some level of safety in this circle, and then they've got Namiga shooting him in the back. Levante there with a Dragunov trying to light players up. Corexi trying to do what he can to hold the line, as FN now going to have to make their move.
Well, man, you just got to send it, and where do you send it? If you go south, you're going to be running right into E-Arena. Doozy is also over here still for BB. It's like Jacob Nuren's going to spot the very front end of this, but can't go for any other shots. The hillside going to be enough to provide some cover on one side of it. That's just going to open up to Exquisite on the other side. Zenith has to just run up this hillside. That's going to put him right next to E-Arena. But luckily, Evan Pochon has spotted Gedrox on the other side of this. We're going to make the push right after BP. This is going to be the bunkers firefight.
Yeah, oh my God. FN here actually winning this fight against E-Arena. Now they could turn around and start taking out the other two players. They drove right in the middle of them. Gedrox at least going to be able to clean up one. The grenade there right next to Corexi only does 32 damage. Not going to find the knock, so Levante wants to go for the molly. Players out in the open, players dusted.
Not done yet. FN still has to get in the circle, and it is scary, scary to get there. Namiga getting up on top. The bunker's feeling a lot better about it. Corrects the last one up. He's finally going to go down. Levante's going to be the one to take him out. So bunkers to the north has Namiga with a little ghost right down in the lower section of it. Other side of it, just to the south, is going to be the other members for 17 with T1. Remember how they had that really awkward drive down that road and ended up right next to the fence?
Still alive, still kicking.
Pretty good spot now, too.
Yeah, FN are on the warpath. They've got 11 kills already. If they can, oh boy, just block him in there.
You cannot leave. You are trapped.
This is no longer a game for you.
Okay, Na'Vi realize the threat close in. FN back behind him. They have to focus this direction. That's going to allow some more movement from Falcons. No backstab potential just due to the fact that this is a bit higher up, and they have left Soset behind. Breakers does get the knock onto Extends. This is going to give an opportunity for FN, and look, here comes the Falcon. Soset's got to defend.
Yeah, the Falcons got to capitalize onto that knock. They know that they've got Na'Vi weak. Another good grenade from Breakers. Gets Hakatori. Nice. Goodbye, Breakers. Absolutely slaughters Na'Vi. 8 kills for him in this game. The young gun, the rookie, showing up big at PGC.
Soset did get the knock on Shrimsy, slowed down the pacings. Oh no, you get the gatehouse. But at what cost? Besto is going to go ahead and take your BRDM. So does that make it a BBRDM?
It does. I think so.
Huh?
You have now pointed.
Huh?
Oh, Tig.
popping off. Shuts down FN on their approach. Kills galore for FN like you're talking about, but are going to go down. Falcons get the high ground.
And it's not every day you see Tig with a barrel. That's definitely not his preferred weaponry, so come through and get those 2 kills like that, huge. A phenomenal game from FN, though. 14 kills is nasty stuff. Xiaowu deals with Park Pro. A prolonged thing there, but at least for Park Pro, able to get some placement points for Begopa.
Besto just delivers back saying, hey, there's a couple of people inside that shack over there, but we're at least right along the outer wall for it, so we're fine for the time being. EN has to be careful. Falcons are going to be right on top of him in a moment, but they can't really go over the top of that hill because everybody in the lower sections are just going to absolutely try to pop the domes right as soon as they see him. Defense for Twisted, as BB has a lot of different covered angles that they're playing from, and Twisted in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
Defense really eating a lot of that.
Example there, lit up, it doesn't matter. He's still going to win the fight. It's Heather from T1 that strikes him from behind. P90 in Batulin's hands, looking to put it to good use. First, though, got to get the res here. One of the best fraggers, if not the best ever touched the game. An example, and it's a swing in from a doozy, and it's shut down, maybe?
Just too many people. Everybody's just crawling into the gatehouse, and just too many different firing angles to work with. 17 still playing around their bunker. Did backstab T1, but Nemiga sees an opportunity in that firefight, and there is just a cluster of vehicles just slammed on top of each other over here.
If you could get that frag in there in time, but you're not going to be able to. Just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this. Unfortunately, for Levante, BB was already rezzed and ready to rock. As the BB RDM doing what they can to just stay alive a little bit longer. Starting to take some damage, though.
There's just so few options for BB. They're trying to use the wall, use the cover, but Nemiga is just trying to negate a lot of damage onto that BB RDM at this point. And let's not forget Leosh very far to the north, just in case something goes wrong with Levante over there, and it does. A doozy gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, there's no hope for Leosh to do anything about that. In fact, he can't go anywhere himself. Down to our last 4 teams. T1 still in that spot that they've been for oh so long. Ian gonna have to make a move for them. 17 can just fully barricade their northern side of that shelter. No problem for them. And Tiggleton, though, might have an answer to 17.
Or maybe T1's positioning. Where was it focused in at? It's going to be Shrimsy. Gets the last couple of taps, and H-Win going to make sure to get the flush. Heather clinging to life. The Dorito keeping him alive.
Yeah, you were right. Went for T1 there. They're just trying to stay alive, see if they can get any more points out of this game. Falcons going to have to make a move a little bit. I think the top of the hill still in this next circle from my gathering of what I see. Maybe just a little bit of it. Hard to say for sure. As H-Win, AWM to the dome. Xiao Bei taken down. Emergency repairs coming through for that BRDM. So that'll get it back up to full health, and that's really nice for BB. They are going to be able to put that to good use.
Falcons, it's a matter of time. They might have to leave that position like you're talking about. We're in phase number 7. BB roaming closer and closer to the circle, and it does look like Falcons are just going to go right after Ian. He hops into his vehicle, trying to use it for some type of cover, but Falcons will instantly swarm around, and Ian does get the knock on one before he goes. That's going to slow down pacing, and now 17 using this opportunity to pounce on Heather, other side.
Hold it. If that's a frag grenade, the Falcons are in trouble. Nicely placed by Besto. Xiaowu is going to deal with Heather, so T1 goes down into 4th, and Falcons starting to lose people left and right. Amali doesn't look like it hit H1 actually, so he's still alive, still resable. Shrimsy wants to do what he can to get BB away from him.
Heather just got to go back next to the tree, use some cover. More Doritos going to calm down. Shrimsy was expecting it, but Besto gets the better of that, and that is going to be the Falcons going down. BB on a rampage, just running around. It's just them and 17.
Yeah, is this going to be enough, though? Still a lot of distance to cover, so 17 can put a ton of bullets into that BRDM as they try to drive down the street. And they got the Panzer. They could finish it right here.
Oh, just waiting for it to set. Time next. 17 picks up a big game.
Big smiles on 17's faces. Just did a great job controlling that space around them in the military. Those early splits they took, a 1-2-1, worked a treat. Nobody gave up anything to anyone around them. That is the steady, stalwart 17 we've come to expect.
Our early PGS winners for the year, all the way into the later stages. And BB team That was just crazy, the amount of influence that they were having on that game in its entirety.
I mean, early on, some of those shots they started hitting, you could tell they were feeling it. Some interesting decisions there to steal that BRDM. Really liked what BB was doing.
I mean, we even got a bridge camp, kind of. I guess maybe more of a lighthouse camp. That was just a nuts game.
లాస్ట్ గేమ్ దీని తర్వాత
She get it good from she rise.
साल पहले ये चीज हो चुकी
I feel that
Can you move? You gotta move! Come on! You gotta get up! Will somebody help me?
రియల్ గా అట్లా ఎవరు చెయ్యరు బ్రో.
Take my hand! Take my hand now!
عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز والله خوش رقصة سبتة في مان يا اخي تفوز عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز pero sin pero sin pero
At IHG
Today, my mom
عيل سوي رقصة بياع يبلي واحد كرك يلا بياع طق سيارة بوليس يلا سوي رقصة ثانية رقصة البطريق ولا ستة في مان يا اخي تفوز عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز
Ferrari's partnership
మనం ఏం పని చేస్తున్నామన్నది ముఖ్యం కాదండి చేసే పని మనసుకి
Are you happy?
I'm not searching for happiness. I'm searching for peace. If there's happiness, there is sadness.
I'm home.
You ever realize
money then in
You ever realize
ఏ మూవీ ఇది? ఇది వన్ పీస్ కదా?
Get lost.
This is my king. And touch the sound.
ఏమొస్తుంది బ్రో కుక్కలకి అట్లా ఎంబడి పడితే?
Se ela sobe no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Vai quicando. Eu mando verbo, você não me merece. Esquece do tricolor.
Start అయిందా? Yes. What the fuck?
At 17, of course, fans already going to be happy down in Pachinki. Red Zone and Typer, kind of close to each other. I think that they were both going for the car. Heaven.
I think you're right. Whatever. You know what? You do you, man. I'm not judging.
I understand why Korea does that.
Yeah.
You have a player called Heaven, and that's got to get confusing.
Oh, for sure. Well, it's just they wouldn't call it that because it's not a word they use in Korean for that. Like, you know, in a lot of FPS games, like the high ground of whatever, you know, if you're playing a tac shooter or whatever, it's heaven. But they don't call it that. I don't know.
What's interesting, though, is it's not very high on the map.
No, it's not.
It just kind of got named that, and it just stuck.
Yeah, I don't know why. You know, I'm not.
Well, it was originally because there was nothing else around it, and it just kind of raised up out of nowhere because it was that and Mansion before we got like the tree.
So that's why you guys call it heaven. Okay.
Because it just was this rock that just kind of jutted up, and if you got to it, you won, and it was great.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sky Garden, it was just like, well, it's kind of in the sky, and it has a garden on it. There you go.
A bit more logical, whereas ours is just alliteration.
Yeah, that's true. I like that.
Same ways we call Everest, but
it's not the highest.
It's the second tallest mountain on the map.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We should call it K2, but there's a K2 in Tego as a gun. But you know what? It's not on this map, so it should be fine.
Everything's fine. Uh-oh, what's not fine is Namiga. Big shots from DL.
Oh, no.
Doesn't have a lot of ammo. Hell am I bad down, and he wants that flush bad.
Yeah, this is not good. Namiga there. Gonna lose a player, and DL trying to make some plays. Oh my goodness, that was scary there for a second.
Why are you even here?
Great question. I was actually just asking myself the same thing, Matt. But I suspect that there might have been a conversation. So the Freaks, the Freaks in PWS, when the games weren't going the way they wanted, the way that they would counteract that to try to get themselves fired up was they would do crazy crap. And it was often DL leading the charge. Like, there's this great highlight from the last phase of PWS where DL's chasing people down right around that bridge over by South George, and he, you know, killed a whole squad basically. So, like, this seems to me to be kind of like an approach that the Freaks coaching staff has when things aren't going well that they need to lean into, and they haven't this event really until now.
Look, guys, I know Freaks, it's not going well. Our solution is DL, we want you to go bully somebody for a second. Really just I know that makes you happy whenever you get to just bully some other random person that's looting DL, and that just unlocks your capabilities. But if you're going to bully anybody, I guess Namiga would be the team to do it to.
Yeah, and you know,
After
a team
last
that's
chance.
exactly, and you know, a team that is doing okay today, but definitely going to hamstring them a little bit. Of course, the revive station is there, and they can get their player back. Not the end of the world, but a free point is a free point for the Freaks, and maybe that'll be something that can jumpstart their engine. Ozla close to Nixie. Nixie trying to find the right angle, but Ozla diverting away from his sights, and they should be A-okay. But yeah, look, for the Freaks, when in doubt, rely on Bobsonghead. Bobsonghead. Bobsonghead.
This is just going to be to the crossroads west of Shelter. So just some supervision as Nixie's just going to kind of relay the information. Nobody else in the squad close enough to really give him an opportunity to go after anything yet. Hal, though, oh no.
This is a bait crate?
That's bait. You don't realize it's bait, but it's bait.
Nixie's just like, come on, I dare you, bro. Go for it. Surely it's safe.
There.
What could go wrong?
No problem at all. Oh, Hal.
This is
well, actually,
scary.
the hillside, I don't know if Nixie has the best vision on this.
Hard to say. I need to see Nixie's. Actually, you might be right. This,
yeah, it's gonna be just a bit too low. See the way that the hillside gets there. Nixie does realize it, but he just can't get there fast enough to really pounce on.
I think somebody else might have been shooting. I think it's T1 who actually might have had a bit of an angle in there, but I don't know if that's the MG3 is a gun that Howell prefers or not, but for sure going to take the level 3 armor. Of course, here comes VP. They are still just kind of sworn this. Nixie undetected. That might give him the opportunity to steal this away. But Howell keeps driving. Oh, he's safe, I think.
Too many Asla players around him, too many targets, and he does know that there's only one player for Asla over there, so the other members for VP are just going to run right in after this. Hammer's in some trouble, realizes it, just trying to get out. Look, everybody from VP instantly lands, using the rock right on the side of the wall for cover. Hammer just doing it to VP right now. Corexi around the other side, takes a ton of damage, but he does finally take down Hammer.
Okay, here comes Howell. Corexi given just enough time to get that first aid off. A pre-fire, he just barely gets the second headshot. Howell finds Corexi. Under pressure himself, though. Here comes T1.
Just jumping in, stealing what they can. Type's at least going to get one of them. Ian's going to get Hal. And this has just gone bad for everybody involved in it.
Other than T1. T1,
oh, yeah. I mean, they weren't really involved. They were just like, oh, hey, sure, we'll take that.
Yeah, I suppose that how much you consider a percentage of the word involved. Which I don't know.
Now they are, because they really want Hal. Hey, every point, man.
Hey.
Every point. There is not necessarily as big of a jump up as there was. Navi was they were just rampaging lobbies. But you can see that our curve of points distribution has kind of evened out. Not quite so top-laden right now. As yes, we still have a drop down of about 14 points from Navi into VP. But VP going down early does mean that this is big for everybody that's in the chase.
Absolutely. Kedrox, I have to assume that that's where he landed after they revived him. Thought maybe just go back into South George or something, but or maybe they sent a player out. I can't remember off the top of my head. Maladoct, dude is hitting some sick shots with an SKS and I think it was a barrel on that previous map. So love to see that. That definitely makes my day. As FS has a compound, but going to be pretty far west of the center of the circle.
I mean, they're just playing the compound south of ruins. It's tried and true. Everybody knows it, and it's going to be comfy. Falcons did jump in back behind 17, who did go into the compounds that are just to the north of Pachinki, so Falcons now has Pachinki itself. T5 roaming pretty close to Rozhawk itself, as Star-Lord's going to go ahead and pull shoot, and he's actually just going to go back after farm. Nobody else really around over there.
Yeah, you're right. This is pretty safe. Yeah, he's going to see literally nothing. He might see the very backside of the arena. That's about it. That's all that he potentially could see.
And Park Pro didn't see that tree either. But
hey, look, sometimes the trees just pop up out of nowhere, Matt, okay?
I'm telling you, Erangel is covered in ints, bro. They move around, and they run right in front of the player, catching them off guard.
They're slow to move, but they do maybe.
But when they finally decide to act.
Yes, exactly. Where Pippin and crap, I can't remember the other Hobbit's name.
all of the hobbits.
Do you know him? I don't remember. I'm not a good Lord of the Rings guy. Mary, thank you.
Because good old Sam's hanging out with Frodo.
See, the other two I knew.
Ring bearer.
Yeah, those two I knew. They're the famous ones.
Hot takes from a book from, I don't know, like 80 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. Older than that, maybe.
This is a pretty cool game. That's why we're joking about hobbits and whatnot, because nobody is even shooting. PO is getting a bit feisty around Pachinki. That's about the closest we got with the early fights that has opened up some more space in the circle, so everybody's pretty much playing down south except for T5. And it's just quiet. I always get nervous whenever we are in this phase and nobody is shooting.
I know. Well, it just starts to feel like it's going to be one of those phase 4 shifts where 40 people die in the snap of your fingers. That was some nasty shooting from Hammer, by the way. Just bringing it down.
Ripkedrox, as that was the one of the moving factors that we were looking at over around Shipyard itself. But the Expendables going to be right on the edge of the zone with the way the new circle is popped. That means that Begaba, Falcons, and Namiga all have to move, as well as F and Poach on the other side. Almost everybody else, fine.
Yeah, actually, pretty fair for most of the teams. Couple have to make moves, of course, but Begapa looking for the wide wrap. Looks like they're thinking about the northern side coming in from there, looking to try to play a little bit safer. But yeah, oh boy.
4 teams all crossing similar hillsides. Asla is going to have some supervision. E-Arena is going to be coming up back behind this. Na'Vi spots out T1 on top of it. BB was going for the exact same point. And high ground position, going for rocks, opposite sides. Ian peeks between it all. Na'Vi in some trouble over here.
If Ian can get some help, he could really ruin the day for the top team in the lobby. 2 players left. Hackatorian extends. Oh, I like this reposition from Ian, anticipating the grenade barrage and gets ahead of it.
Other side spots out movement, but he doesn't want to peek the top of that hill just yet. Instead goes for some safety. Ian takes a lot of damage. Information fed over to Hackatori. Nade's going to come out. Let's not forget about BB. Also 17 rolls right through BB, and that means the fact that they can't third party.
Ian is going crazy right now, and Raining shows up. Finishes what his teammates started. 6 kills for T1. Here comes 17.
Right on top of Besto. He is just trapped over here. There's a big firefight on top of the hillside, but Besto gets the knock onto 1. The other members for BB trying to get over here. FN Starlord now also getting close enough to get involved.
This is madness, chaos. Is 17 able to flush Besto. Filfer's going to go down. That's actually Opans from E-Arena from afar. Starting to unravel a bit here for BB. Look at Nurin. He's maybe hot to get involved. Opans runs out of bullets. Oh, here we go.
Oh, jumps the wall. It's going to be Lyrics right leading the way. Trying to deny out information. Going for the flushes. Walks right into an open area, but Lyrics takes a little bit of damage. Doesn't feel good about the other side of it. Molodok still alive, clinging over here to some form of safety as it has gotten quiet on the hillside. 17, T1 finally calming down.
Oh, he tried to go for it, but shut down. Yeah, Lyrics was ready. Molodok almost able to get some big hero moments in.
Oh, but Asla, their vehicles, are they coming up back behind this as well? They know that there's a down member. Maybe somebody could be going over there, and now Nurin suddenly becomes bait that Glaz really wants to exploit.
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of smokes here for E-Arena to get Nurin's back involved. 17 actually going to use a flare inside of the circle, so that's for the supply crate, as they're just really keen to make sure that they can get Nurin's through. Nurin's trying to scooch his way back in towards the compound. Finally gets there. More smokes have to be expended. But I think, with the way that E-Arena was able to clean up the fight pretty well, they probably picked up more smokes.
Number 1 and number 2 down on the leaderboard. FS in some trouble, so 17 really wants to see if they can separate out, get some more space, get some control over the circle, but it's going to be right up against T1 on the high side of that. Falcons going to be roaming in from the very far south. Twisted's got school and apps under control. Razak Hillside and all the way into Boatyard belong to the Expendables. Circle stays centered, and Vapor. This is kind of crazy. It's been a set of centered circles, and moving into phase number 3, we have 45 alive.
It's a lot. It's not a lot, I should say. It's kind of crazy how explosive it just got in the middle of that game. A lot of teams wanted to play for those compounds, knowing that parts of this circle are dangerous. Speaking of danger,
3 different squads, all eyes on this compound same time, but it's going to be red zone. He gets there first, and he gets control fast. This guy coming up big for his squad, gives them the foothold, and 17 runs right in front of him. Red zone not done yet.
There he is. There he is. We've been waiting for it. Saw what he could do. He is a one-man wrecking crew, and he shut down 17.
Falcons pulled away from that real fast. Instead, after E-Arena, they go. Lyrics, hero performer last time, now trapped. A lot of Falcons around him. Other side of this is going to be Begapod, the Expendables. This is going to be on the outskirts of Razak, as Park Pro is not next to the other members for Begapod. He has to regroup.
Yeah, Lyrics hasn't taken any damage from those frag grenades, so the Falcons not able to find the mark on
pushy
their initial approach. And now the rest of the arena says, okay, we want to try to help out our teammate here if possible. So far, so good in terms of keeping them at bay for the Falcons, but it's kind of become a bit of a tense standoff with Lyrics, and he evacuates.
Well, he's trying to get out, but the timing could be pretty bad. Oh, the shots from E-Arena's other members do force Evan Pochon away, because they look like they were trying to get position, maybe third party on this. So that might be the ending if Lyrics can get away from it. Instead, now we're kind of a bit more focused on the Begapa Expendables firefight.
Yeah, still some frag grenades in the bag for Begapa, so they could do some work here against TE, who is one of the best defensive teams out there for sure. E-Arena says, okay, mission accomplished. We have saved our teammate. Let's get away from the Falcons. Leave that to them.
The Breakers and the other members for FN have multiple
zone
angles
undali,
around
oka
them.
building undali.
Delwyn has the kill on the other side of this for the Expendables. Delwyn's having a pretty solid day, man. He's been pumping out some decent numbers. We often talk about Tanvu, but Delwyn's really been finding kills and helping propel the Expendables up the leaderboard.
He often will kind of surprise you how many kills and damage that he's doing for the Expendables, because, you know, Tanvu, again, I think the best player in the world right now, but Delwyn is such a great IGL, and he does so much for that team. Clories as well can pop off. We know what Duck Juice can do on his own sometimes. Oops, I spoke too soon.
I felt like this was going to happen sooner or later, but man, it is red. FN rolls right into the wrong side of this one, loses one, loses a second one. Lyrics, Nurin, here come the regroup as well. Rex does get a knock, but the drive-by isn't going to be enough. Zenith says, no, it's not. Jacob goes down. Big plays coming up from FN Pochon.
Rex and Zenith, tag team, get in there, and now you're going to lose breakers to this. The Falcons want points. They're hungry. They know they got to climb that leaderboard, and they're getting started. Looking to do some more damage here to FN, who's Star-Lord. Oh, that bounces too far to get the flush.
Yeah, but does get some damage out. The other members for the Falcons got to be careful. H1 goes down. There's so many vehicles to be used as cover right now. Falcons don't feel good about rolling down into this. Tig is actually still trying to control other side of it. T5 is actually going up the hillside very close to T1. Other side of this one, if T1 forces them to go down to the south, this could get really crazy really quick.
I have to assume Rex hit a nasty spray onto H1 there. That was quite far to get that kill with the AUG. Star-Lord is available again for FN. Begopot is going to lose PO to a knock. Looking to try to get into position to put Park Pro's Panzer into the faces of the Expendables. Only clicks a little bit of damage into Tanvu there. T5 saw that parachute from T1 and wants to do something about their fellow T-team.
Are they going, just committed to the res while everybody from the Expendables is just trying to run up, see if they can get anything. But Songja goes down. Namiga wants a piece of this as well. They're coming out to slow down the Expendables. They've got control of the top, but they can't really step up. Glorious just runs down. Very little fear.
Oh boy, somehow that sawed-off didn't do enough damage. Duck Juice falls to Pio's grenade. He got res, but he's right back down. Park Pro still on the outside, and now the Expendables have to fight off Namiga as well.
Park Pro seeing if he can creep forward, get a kill, get a flush, get something else out of it. He knows that Namiga's on the other side. He's running in to see if he can backstab anything. Is anybody on the Expendables expecting as Tanvu does get his meds up? He's already heard the footsteps, and Park Pro gets the better of Tanvu.
That is some fantastic crosshair placement there for Park Pro. Read that angle perfectly, and now he's spoiling TE. Although that is right on top of him, but well-timed with the first aid for Park Pro. So the Blue Zone grenade not going to claim his life in this instance. T5, T1 still just kind of separated, but just taking pot shots at each other, hoping to do some damage one way or another. A lot of teams have to take compounds because the middle of this circle is very not playable. It is very flat and wide open.
See, a couple of members from Amiga did see if they could get into a third-party position, influenced some of the movement. Delwyn's trapped. He can't get over to Tanvu. So it's just a matter of time before we see maybe this pinch coming up from Namiga be pretty big. Remember, it is only 2 members, though, over here for Namiga, but 2 solos should be doable.
Yeah, I mean, this is Namiga's wheelhouse. They love to play from the blue, catch teams on their backsides. Just going to leave Levante there while the other 3 move on to that compound. Let's see if Levante can get out. DAY-1 could have a role to play in this potentially. He's starting to have to use the bandies to try to keep himself in the fight a little bit longer.
I'm not surprised by this. Namiga going ahead, getting the gatekeeping position. Belmoth down to the south of them. Twisted Minds, who's just been kind of holding down a very strong position and forcing everybody away from them, now has to leave Apps and go into the circle very close to Asla. Falcons, Evan Pochon, and T5 all also need to get into the zone, and not going to be very many options. That is going to be Park Pro taking down Delwyn before he goes down to blue.
That was a nice pre-fire. And the former Bagel Pop player, or maybe substitute Bagel Pop player, however you want to think about it, still very impressed with what Park Pro is able to pull off as he keeps Bagel Pop somewhat in things, at least with 4 kills in this game.
Is the timing for this good enough? The vehicles were set for T5 already, but X-Rose on top does get down. Rex, Frosted Jr. on the other side. Starlord goes up to the top, and it is going to be T5 firm in their defense, but a new contender.
What the fuck?
Junior able to cut off the grouping for T5, and they are in trouble. They do have the res on the Ranger X.
Yeah, I mean, T1 one side, Falcons other side. Tiggleton wanting a pop off. X-Crows it, reads the push coming up. Big plays, Ian finally shuts it down, but T5 in a lot of trouble now as the Falcons just swooping down behind it all.
Yeah, the Falcons here might buy enough for time for T1 to get some reses in. Ian still doing work, but that is T5 wiped off of Erangel. Heather still knocked. T1 needs to get these reses. Ian is on 8 HP. He is scrambling to get the hell away from the Falcons, and they know that T1 is beat up.
They got to go fast. Falcons know it. Climbing the leaderboard. They've got 5 kills and the potential for a lot more if they time it right. Shrimsy going to be the guy that's going to be peeking close. A lot of nades already roaming down right next to the smokes. Shrimsy now realizing, okay, we know where they're set. Can we get the timings? One side going to be him. Tickleton on the other one. People just trying to crawl out right along the smoke line, but no clear vision just yet for the Falcons.
The fact that Raining was able to do so much damage there isn't good enough, because Kick's grenade is good on the weak EN, and Raining has to just run, I think.
Oh, just going to do him like this. 3 people down. Raining just trying to get away. They don't want to overextend into a bad spot, so it looks like they just might send it C4 style.
Works for me. Why not? Oh, it's a little bit off the mark, though.
It's golfing rules.
It doesn't really matter. They were dead anyway. But just in case Raining was still close by.
It's close enough. Yeah, close enough.
Look, there's been a bunch of crazy multi-kill performances from players in this game. Don't give them anything for free.
Twisted now very close to Asla. New circle pops, and it goes Raining sided as well as the Freaks. Namiga eyes on what's going on with Twisted, and Belmont creeping closer and closer to them by the second.
Now looking at our winner chicken dinner percentage, the Freaks with that shift in particular get a huge boost in that department. Twisted losing players. Asla still has 2 alive. Red Zone and Glaz though have to start making their move, and they want to try to punish Twisted, who's pinned on the edge. The grenades are close, but not enough for flushes. Oh, that one might be good.
Wow. I don't know how he survived there. The way that bounce went was just crazy. Red Zone continuing to drop him. But Tiggleton spots out Glaz. Falcons, they want a big game, and it is brewing.
Just letting loose with a prayer nade there. And now Twisted knows that Asla is in trouble, and Lou's grenade will get Red Zone. And out goes Asla in 7th. 1 placement point for them. Twisted needs to keep fighting somehow, some way. They're in a tricky spot.
Yeah, there's a compound in front of them that's going to be gatekeeping them out that Freaks already have control over. Falcons, as we just saw, had vision on where Asla Pentagram was at and got one of the knocks to start that. If they go due north, that's being cut off by Namiga as well as the solo up for FS and Belmoth. And interestingly enough, Raining inside of a compound, inside the circle, feels way better than Twisted Minds and probably Namiga. Right?
2 teams making a move at the same time here. Twisted had to use a lot of smokes. I don't know how many they have left, probably not many, to try to just get here. So of course, the Freaks are going to let loose Namiga as well on the move. Grenade does a little bit of damage, but Lou No problem there. We'll just let loose with some more smoke. Still plenty in the bags here for Twisted. They're trying to make this leapfrog.
This is so far to have to go, and the Freaks are using a lot of nades. It's just how much can they weaken them up. Twisted is just doing such a great job of handling how everything is being thrown at them. Namiga has gotten to the circle, though, and that's going to set up a new firing line. So not just the Freaks on one side, it's going to be Salute on the other. Belmont back behind. So few options, as now it's just going to be Twisted having to run into the firing lines. There was just too many other firing shots coming after them. They had to go.
Exactly, Matt. It just no other choices here for Twisted. Might as well just die to the blue, to be frank. Yep. Yeah, no. This is 100% the right play. Nothing left for Perfectix to do. I mean, maybe he's got some meds and he can hang out there, try to sneak out an extra placement point. But Namiga using this opportunity to take a crossroads position in a ditch. And there goes Perfectix.
Namiga was thinking about going after the compound that Raining was in, but there were a couple of shots coming out from the Freaks and the Falcons, I believe, that slowed him down. So Raining still alive, made it to our top 4. Freaks needing a big game. They were down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, still sitting there, but 5 kills and a climb up into 4th feels good. They've got control of everything to the south. Namiga and Falcons, both sides of Raining Road.
Tiggleton really wants that Porsche. He has been incredible for the Falcons this entire tournament. He has been fragging out of his mind. Probably the best performance we've seen in quite some time from him throughout an entire event.
Yeah, this has been his day. I mean, we often talk about Trimsy and just how, like, Trimsy is just so consistent. Well, Tig just wants it in a different way than we've seen it in a while.
Yeah, I love it. And I mean, Tig does so much for this team in terms of he's a point man, he's scouting, he does a whole bunch of other stuff besides just fragging out. So to have him contribute in multiple ways has been such a boon for the Falcons. Would love to see them come through with maybe a chicken dinner, but 2 other teams with 4 still up. Raining, who knows what he can get done. He is a tremendous rifler, a tremendous individual player. I've seen him multiple times win fights that he has no business winning on his own. So certainly he can get something done.
I mean, there is maybe a world where the Freaks can get into the shack that's inside the circle that's technically closest to them is one of the destructible shacks, so that not really cover. I know you can see it on the map there, but that doesn't really count. So it's just a matter of how Freaks want to go after this, and no firefighters
వీళ్ళ DNF వాళ్ళు ఫైట్ చేయరు బ్రో. ఫాల్కన్స్ కి కాన్సంట్రేట్ చేయాల్సింది వీళ్ళ మీద, DNF వాళ్ళ మీద.
I just don't know if there's enough of that hill still in the circle for the Freaks to get underneath the Falcon sightlines. They're up on the roofs even. They're able to keep themselves away from Namiga's vision in that ditch.
DNF వాళ్ళ మీద ఫోకస్ చేయాలి
What do
వీళ్ళు.
you do here as the Freaks? It's not going to be easy. You're going to have to use smokes just to try to make a break out of the compound.
2 dip cross
angle
there now in
లేదా?
the safe zone. A distraction, a lot of smokes using vehicle, and now with
ఏం
at least some
చేస్తున్నాడు?
type of
మళ్ళా
foothold,
ఆడకపోయిండు
but the
వాడు.
crossfire between Namiga and Falcons could be pretty brutal if the Freaks aren't careful. But Leosh caught up taking shots at Trimsy, forces Trimsy away from the aggressive positioning that he was using to try to hold out the Freaks.
You can see this ditch just is extremely tight in terms of where the Freaks can fit in and not get shot at. But DL responds to Levante. My IGL, I'm protecting him.
Namiga felt that they were the most comfortable inside the circle, but a couple of shots from DL really slows the pacing on this down. Namiga wants to go for res, but they're not certain what the Falcons are going to do. They know that the Falcons could pounce an opportunity. Instead, Falcons just going to go ahead, come down the hillside a bit further, get into the compound, but that's going to put them very close to Raining.
Yep, Raining, if somebody's going to put a spoiler for the Falcons, it's going to have to be him, it looks like. You know, they should have a great position to really just gatekeep Namiga and the Freaks. The Freaks now sending a player out. Salute trying to gain a little bit more space inside of the circle.
But remember, the Falcons did win the fight versus T1, so they know that there's likely a solo over here. That's why you're seeing all the blue zones coming out. They don't know exactly where he is. They're coming down to this pretty blind. But Falcons distracted has allowed more movement for the Freaks down into the south to get into the circle, at least with Salute.
Yeah, and this has given the Freaks a better position towards the edge of the next circle than Namiga has. Namiga has to make a big move. So this could give the Freaks at least, you know, a second place finish potentially if Namiga gets wiped out here by the Falcons. Raining's just like, please, please, Falcons, just keep him away. Don't let him see me. Oh boy, that AWM. Scary in H-Win's hands. And that's a real problem potentially for anybody in this lobby that's left.
Guess it's just going to be whatever cover you can summon yourself. They don't feel good about making the push into Falcons. No surprise, because they're going to get ripped apart by Salute down to the south. Couple of nades to see if they can connect with something big, but I think that is not going to connect too much. Oh, actually, H1 is in some trouble. He walked out at the wrong time, and he gets dropped.
Oh my God, I saw a C4 floating around in Amiga's hands as well. Thought they might give that a go. More grenades coming through. H1 goes into the front door to the safety, and here we go.
Raining's actually getting up to run into this, see if he could get the kill, but good shots come out from Tig. Does he know it's a C4 down below him? It goes out to the blue zone. It's going to go too far away, but Tig takes some damage. Nice. The C4 going to be too far, and Amiga going to use the opportunity to run in, but there is just a firing line from the Falcon.
Raining went into the bushes. The Freaks are harassing Amiga on the way into the Falcons compound, quickly collapsing for the EMEA Stars.
But the Freaks aren't going for any of this. They're still on the outside trying to use their hill for control, hoping these guys beat each other up enough, but Falcons finding kill upon kill, and really the Freaks still just kind of resting on their laurels right now.
Yeah, there just hasn't been that extra opportunity. Maybe when H1 was knocked, they could have gone for something. Hello, my bad. Just enough of the triangle to protect him for now, but it's not going to be for much longer. The circle is going to force the issue here momentarily.
Nice. Falcon's going to be playing right next to it. H1 gets a knock on to Salute. The Freaks were hoping that maybe the Falcons would have to move first, and everybody would be down below them, and it would make it so much more complicated, but instead, Hell My Bad is unofficially joining the Falcons and taking shots down into the Freaks, keeping them pinned.
Yeah, he's just going to have to succumb to the blue. Don't give any more points over ahead of him. Now the Freaks need some knocks, need some damage. Salute without a helmet after the AWM shot. There it is again. H1 doubles down.
Just continuing to pop down Salute. Heaven, Human trying to find a way to walk into this, and they have to deal with kick up on top. Heaven does get the knock onto him, but Tig, of course, gets the counter. 3 members up for the Falcons, and it is the Freaks down to 1, in some trouble. Gonna go ahead and throw down the shield, but it is not enough. Falcons, big game, jump up the leaderboard.
That's huge for the Falcons. It looked like it might be a quiet day from them, considering how some of this started for the Falcons, but man, oh man, that is a monstrous game, and being really opportunistic on the edges early, looking for those third parties, looking for points, and that is what led them to dismantle T1, claim control of that compound, and take the game.
I know we were talking about Aaron Gill being a lot spicier nowadays, but
Falcons వీళ్ళతో ఫైట్ తీసుకుంటున్నప్పుడు నెమిగాతో వీళ్ళు స్మోక్ చేసుకొని కొంచెం ఫార్వర్డ్ వచ్చేయాల్సింది అక్కడ ఫాల్కన్స్ ఎక్కువ టైం దొరికింది రివైవ్ అయ్యేకి కొంచెం
There was so much fighting because everybody knows how important those compounds are in those circles that they went for it earlier than normal.
And big game for the Falcons. They read it all, and they come out massively, jumping up into the upper echelons of our leaderboard.
ఏంది బ్రో అట్లా వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు గన్నర్ ఇదిగిన మిస్ చేసింటేనా బండ బూతులు తిడుతుంటే ఫాల్కన్స్ హెచ్విన్ గానే తిడుతుంది వాడే కదా ఐజిఎల్ తిక్క నా కొడుకు
America! That was really... Oh, yeah! It was really cool. Falcons with a brilliant win here to round out the day on Erangel as they take the cheeky East rotate for a really great game.
There were so many moments where I thought they were done for. I think it was a Hazlitt crash where they ultimately jumped out the window and went down to Alamo. Then they got aggressive and tried to pick up kills over at Alamo.
Yeah.
Then they went from there, the hill to Alamo, and Alamo got vacated. Then they backfilled up behind Volcano and had to fight for that one. Then they had to fight the rest of T1 to get the house. Then they had to hold off Amiga.
Yeah.
And then they had to win a chicken dinner. It's America. All right, it's up the leaderboard. Oh, yeah. It's time to snap into a chicken dinner.
Whoa. No, yeah, just a chicken dinner.
Yes.
I mean, that was obviously a great game for them. I did like the attempt of getting the C4 into the compound, though, but it confirmed a few kills, right? And that volcano control was crucial for this win here. I loved the way that they executed it. And also, like, sure, kick Shrimsy take H1 popped off, but I saw
వీడు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడేమో కిక్ స్టార్ట్ గాడు చూడాలి వన్ స్టాట్
warming up with M24 8X. That paid off for the AWM for this one.
Yes, it did. It joked. An incredibly important win here for Falcons because they were a little bit down this table.
They were.
This blasted them.
I won't say they were.
Nichols
They need to get
Falcons.
tough. They need to get a win here on day one if they want to go for that victory. This is what they needed. And then what they're doing with explosives that I think I've really enjoyed is they're using them aggressively, but also C4 and a lot of their pushes with grenades are about determining where people aren't.
Yeah.
This C4 is great. It got some flushes, but it also guaranteed no one is sort of hiding off
ఈ
on the
నేట్
left side
ఏమన్నా
of that
బతికేదా
hill.
హెచ్విన్ గారు చూడు వాడు 4 నేట్ల మధ్యలో నిలబడుకొని ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు అసలు అక్కడ
Now this is where I think the problem happened for everybody else. Namiga made this great push, actually phenomenal push on the Falcons, and the Freaks got involved. If they hadn't, I think both of those teams are seriously injured, and Freaks gets to waltz their way to the chicken dinner.
Well, that's exactly what they should be doing, right? They should leave it so they can have a 4 versus 4. They make a smoke path or at least a line up so they can get close, so they can third party the fight instead of, I don't know if it's greed or if it's like, okay, maybe there's something free points or whatever here. They're thinking they're going to win the whole thing. But it would be amazing to have them in a situation where, like, okay, let them fight each other because the third partying factor almost always comes out in top and either wins games or get more points out of it, right? So that's, I think, is a huge point here to make, and I think that exactly is the reason why Freaks did not win this game.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was going to be their game up until a few of those kind of knock-on effects really took shape there. For DM Freaks, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit about that result here. Some of our other teams across the board also kicking themselves about the rest of the day here. So
I think Twisted Minds will be really frustrated. The 46% win rate in terms of how they perform, and here they are without any on the first day. And even that last one, the circle was theirs. They should have been able to get there.
Yeah, definitely. How about your final thoughts here from Arthur?
Yeah, obviously a huge day for the Freaks. You can even see it here. I think the biggest one for me, again, Na'Vi being massive today.
All right, well, let's hear from Na'Vi as they are ready for an interview over on the stage with Pan.
สอบวันแรกนะคะของ The Grand Final นั่นเองค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับโซเซจาก Na'Vi แฟนๆส่งเสียงได้นะจ๊ะส่งเสียงได้จ้ะ Yeah, I just told them like they can cheer, you know, they can cheer, they can make some noise. Okay, all right, so I would like to talk about that 1v3 against TE. That's really insane. So could you please walk us through that moment, please?
На рахунок твого клатча проти команди The Expendables, як це було, розкажи, будь ласка, в деталях.
Ми залишалися з Антоном вдвох. Я казав Антону, біжи до дороги, потрібно вже доігрувати. І я залишаюся один і розумію, що в мене лінкс, мені потрібно щось видати, щоб зробити максимум потів з цієї гри, і просто попав з лінкси по голові. Один-один зіграв, не пам'ятаю, з кимось, з одним із таєшників і закинув хаєт. Та й просто добре відіграв цей момент.
He left with Fairist as a two-man standing, and then he got a lucky duel with one of the enemies, and at that moment he realized that he needs to go down, and he will have a safe position over there. And yeah. That was a successful story for him at that moment.
Sure, that's insane. So everyone really impressed with that. And the second one, because this is the first day of the grand finals, but you already grabbed 2 chicken dinner. So I would like to ask about that because now it's clear that you have such a good form. Would like to ask what's your plan to keep this momentum till the end?
У нас дуже непоганий старт. І чи продовжимо ми так далі, чи ні?
Звісно, по плану продовжувати, далі показувати гарну гру. Все залежить від нас, все в наших руках, і будемо показувати максимальний результат.
Everything is in our hands, so we'll take it and we'll try to keep going.
All right, for sure. Everyone, let's cheer for Na'Vi! Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's take some rest. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. So sad. แล้ว ก็แน่นอนค่ะเดี๋ยวต่อไปนะคะ เราไม่พูดคุยกับเขาไม่ได้เพราะว่าวันนี้ฟอร์มเขาก็ใช้ได้เหมือนกันแล้วก็ดีเลยนั่นเองนะคะ ก็เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตเชิญเลยแล้วกันนะคะกับเบลมอนจาก Full Sense จ้าสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเชิญตรงนี้นะครับเหนื่อยไหมครับวันนี้
ไม่เหนื่อยครับ
ไม่เหนื่อยนะไม่เหนื่อยนะวันนี้ต้องบอกว่าเป็นแค่วันแรกใน Grand Final แต่จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยคือต้องบอกว่าสำหรับ Full Sense เองเนี่ยเป็นวันแรกของ PGC ด้วย 2025 ก็เลยอยากจะถามว่าวันนี้ทั้งวันเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ครับ ก็วันนี้เป็นวันแรกของทีมเราใน PGC ครับ ก็วันนี้ก็สนุกมากครับ สนุกมาก
สนุกมาก ได้เลยนะคะ ได้เดี๋ยวแปลให้ so the first question I just asked him is not just day one for Full Sense in this grand finals but it's also the first day of the PGC 2025 for Full Sense as well so how was they felt so far so they just say it's really fun because it's the first day of them and they will keep this going with this fun แล้วก็ได้ยินมาว่าตอนนี้คือต้องบอกว่าคือ position เราค่อนข้างดีเนาะคือติดแบบ top 3 เลยนะคะดังนั้นก็คือสำหรับตอนนี้ได้ยินมาล่าสุดว่าทิกเกอร์เนี่ยเขามีการพูดถึงว่าทีม Full Sense เองอ่ะเรามีแอบแบบกลับไปดูเกมเก่าๆกลับไปดูฟอร์มแล้วก็เอามาปรับเนาะในเรื่องของการเล่นมากขึ้นการเตรียมตัวตรงนั้นคิดว่าในวันนี้เราได้ดึงออกมาใช้ไหม
ก็คิดว่าการเตรียมตัวตรงนั้นมีผลครับเพราะว่าเราดูเกมมาตั้งแต่วันแรกเลยของการแข่งขัน
อ๋อเหรอ
ใช่ก็ทำให้แบบข้อมูลหรือว่าอะไรที่เราเก็บได้ค่อนข้างเยอะก็เลยนำมาใช้วันนี้ได้ค่อนข้างดีครับ
อ๋อเหรอก็คือเราก็ติดตามถึงแม้ว่าเราจะมาวันนี้วันแรกก็ตาม
ครับใช่ครับก็ดูเกมเลย
ลดนะคะดีมาก alright so I just asked them that now they're really in a good position and Tigger just mentioned earlier that Full Sense just watched the previous game like the whole previous game before like the group stage the last stage all of it so I would like to ask them is does this preparation paid off today? So he said that that's such a good preparation and it's paid off really well and it's really matter with the preparation. And the last one ตอนนี้นะคะแฟนๆเยอะมาก so Full Sense โอ้ยมีป้ายซื้อของตัวเองด้วยอะอะไรนะ
มีป้ายด้วย
มีป้ายด้วยนะคะน่ารักมากมันจะขนาดนี้เนาะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับแฟนๆหน่อยไหมจ๊ะ
ครับก็วันนี้ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับที่มากันเยอะมากแล้วก็ผมคิดถึงบรรยากาศที่ได้เล่นแล้วก็มีคนดูมาชมเยอะแยะขนาดนี้
นะคะ so I just asked him that do he have anything to say to the audience or his fan he really missed this atmosphere missed the audience and thank you so much for supporting him and please keep supporting him right after this alright then this is Bellman เดี๋ยวเราอยู่ปิดรายการด้วยกันเลยนะจ๊ะก็วันนี้นะคะสำหรับทุกท่านนะคะเป็นแค่วันแรกของ Grand Final เท่านั้นดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเรามาลุ้นแล้วก็ติดตามกันต่ออีก2วันที่เหลือนั่นเองนะคะวันนี้ลาไปก่อนบ๊ายบาย
And of course, that was some great interviews from Navi as well as Full Sense, finding themselves with plenty of points here to round out the day. However, they'll be joined by good company as we take a look at the numbers overall. And it will be Navi leading the kills, leading the damage. My question is always, can they continue it into the multiple days?
Sure, you think leading the kills, but it's a tie with VP and they have 4 teams within 3 kills, so it's still kind of close with that, but the wins was what really got Navi rolling today.
Yeah, the H wins got the Falcons rolling today. Okay. As they got I mean, okay, I'm just going to be hyped because they were nowhere near this top 5 list across the board when we went into that last game. So off the back of that last game, 15 kills, I think is what the final number was. It might have been higher. 32, right? So like that one game puts them into such a huge position.
That one game was half their kills for the entire
It was more than half. I'm not mad about it. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
There we go.
Winning and the Falcons got the chicken at the end of the day.
16 kills. It was exactly half of their kills.
If there was any concerns about Kickstart coming in a little bit, feeling a little bit ill today, 5 kills in this game.
So well.
Very well done.
Shooting is, never mind. Murder is the best medicine. As he goes out there and gets an insane amount of kills, feels good about himself, and is absolutely dominating.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say something beyond yes.
No. I've overgushed about how proud I am of these guys for stepping up at the end of the day.
It's
big.
It's the man that wants the Cayenne.
He has been in incredible return to form when it comes to PGC. He's always been great. I think there has been a little bit of a downtick over the last year or two.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Tickleton seems confident. He seems strong. He seems like he's got his head in the right place at this event. He's walking around with a smile and sort of a puffed out chest that I haven't seen in a while, and it feels good, man.
Yeah, talking to them before this tournament, they are clearly taking it extremely seriously. They don't want a third again. It's going to be 26 points going the way of Team Falcons. They know that they're capable of winning the entire damn thing. When we take a look a little bit further down from this game, T1 EN was popping heads today.
They were. I mean, happy to see T1 popping up here today. Freaks, we talked about, you know, they have 10 points in 4 games, not really to the level that we know they're capable of. And again, small mistakes here could have gotten them the win. But overall, though, guys, 59 points. But look at the placement points here. The 2 wins alone puts them at 20 points, plus the 5 they got in the other games.
Looks really good. I love this idea that every region walked away with a chicken dinner here on day 1. So spread it out. Everyone in the hype, and I was a little stressed at the start of the day when that Navi VP run looked a little bit too strong.
They were doing some good stuff.
It is more reasonable to play catch-up now.
Yeah, absolutely. Virtus Pro towards the end, right? Like, they've really not had that many points at all at the end of the day. They need to be able to adjust that. But yes, the fact that Falcons in this last game here to second place. T1, ever consistent across these games, I would say. Here, again, with EN looking really down. Good and full sense. Really kind of showing the naysayers here, Martin, that just coming straight into the grand final doesn't matter too much.
Proving us wrong here, for we said getting in cold into a finals could be a disadvantage, but they managed to pop off and do well here.
I was a naysayer. I'll own it. I'm blown away with how well these guys came out and played here on day 1.
Fair.
We know that they've got a pedigree. We know they've got experience.